In the cosmos, there once existed 10 dominant races, among which humanity was one. However, the other 9 united to launch a relentless assault, nearly driving humans to extinction, with the remaining bloodlines fading into the depths of the starry sky. Millennia later, the planet launching faces a cataclysmic apocalypse, which is, in fact, a trial set by the Stellar Empire to select new warriors. The protagonist, Jiang Jin, awakens his innate talents during this apocalypse, capable of consuming cosmic energy to nourish himself and assisting others in breaking their limits. Forging a bloody path for a group of ordinary individuals from launching, his astonishing achievements attract the attention of the cosmos, leading to his immediate recruitment. It is then revealed that he possesses an ancient bloodline, making him a lost heir of humanity. Humanity has not been annihilated, merely lying dormant, and Jiang Jin's emergence marks the beginning of a quest for vengeance. The cosmic order is destined to change, and the old dominators can no longer remain idle. A new era begins with the upheaval of the chessboard from this speck of dust called Launching. Chapter 1. The Polar Meteorite, an Anomaly on Launching. Jiang Jin crouched before the control panel in the main control cabin, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the energy monitoring interface that a screwdriver clamped between his teeth. His left hand twisted the last securing bolt, extracting the hard drive and placing it into a magnetic-proof box. This machine frequently exhibited erratic behavior, yet it was linked to the calibration systems of 7 synchronous orbit satellites in the southern hemisphere. A single, erroneous data point could plunge the communication network into chaos. He was slender, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, reminiscent of someone who had spent too long studying star charts by night. Beneath his white lab coat lay a faded gray sweater, its cuffs frayed. One knew that as a child, he had witnessed his mother rush into a collapsing building to save others, never to return. Since that day, he always left a contingency in his work, not for himself, but in the hope that someone might survive when it mattered most. Outside, the wind and snow lashed against the metallic walls with a rhythmic thud, as if something were scratching at the door. Inside the control cabin, he was accompanied only by 2 duty officers. Old Chun dozed off while Shaoli was engrossed in short videos on the monitoring screen. Suddenly, an alarm erupted. The piercing shriek of the siren shattered the silence, red lights sweeping across the entire chamber. The main power supply tripped, and the backup system activated, the panel displaying 30 minutes of power remaining. Jiang Jin glanced around, his brow furrowing. The monitoring device had just reported voltage fluctuations, and now it was completely dark. He seized the magnetic-proof box and rushed to the control panel, bringing up the logs. All anomalies pointed to a geomagnetic disturbance 3 minutes prior. With an intensity far exceeding recorded levels, he switched to the remote array of the telescope, manually adjusting the focus to view the sky. In that instant, his pupils constricted. Hundreds of dark red meteorites pierced the atmosphere, trailing molten tails like a reverse blood rain, descending towards Earth. There was no warning, no orbital forecast. They simply appeared. Jiang Jin grabbed the communicator. Main control calling the ground patrol team. Report meteorite impact points. Repeat, report impact points. Static. He tried again. Aurora 7 requests satellite support. We are experiencing unknown celestial impacts, requesting. Communication was severed. He tossed aside the communicator and dashed towards the data core chamber. There lay the raw collection data from the past 3 months, yet to be backed up. If it were to be destroyed, the entire Antarctic energy project would have to start anew. Halfway down the corridor, the ground trembled beneath him. Boom. The entire research station felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, the metal structure emitting a piercing groan. The overhead lights flickered twice and went out. Emergency lights illuminated, casting red hues upon the corridor's fractures. Jiang Jin steadied himself against the wall, raising his gaze to the monitoring screen. The tremor he had just felt was caused by one of the meteorites colliding directly with the radiation shield. The shockwave resulted in the collapse of the B3 corridor, and the sealed structure of the core chamber was slowly losing pressure. The oxygen system's alarm blared. 22 minutes remaining. Gritting his teeth, he rushed into the equipment room, donning the emergency exoskeleton. This device was designed to support 200 kilograms, and with the magnetic-proof box on his back and an additional set of data module boxes, his total weight approached 230 kilograms. The exoskeleton's alarms blared, hydraulic rods creaking under the strain that he ignored it. Bending low, he crawled through the maintenance duct. The narrow metallic passage was only 80 centimeters high. He half-crawled, half-dragged himself, the exoskeleton scraping against the walls and sparking. Wind and snow poured in through the gaps, cutting against his face like a knife. 150 meters that he counted his steps, not missing a beat. As he emerged from the duct, the rear door of the core chamber had already warped, jammed in its track. Radiation readings began to surge, the red line on the gauge climbing ever higher. Only 3 minutes from the lethal threshold, Jiang Jin drew out the welding gun and ignited it. Flames erupted, the metal distorting and melting under the intense heat. He kicked open the hatch and charged inside, diving towards the main storage array. The last data module was inserted into the slot, the indicator flickering uncertainly. He extracted it and shoved it into the magnetic-proof box. Turning, he sprinted back. Yet, just as he reached the main hall, the corridor was blocked again by a shard of dark red meteorite that had crashed through the ceiling, wedged into the ground, its edges still. Smoking, gasping for breath, Jiang Jin maneuvered around it. But as he approached, the skin on his arms suddenly felt searing hot. Looking down, he saw dark red patterns emerging on the inner side of his left forearm, resembling burning imprints, faintly glowing. He froze. The shard was also glowing, dark red as blood, its surface cracking with fine lines, resembling some form of crystal. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out. The moment his fingertips touched the crystal, a surge of scorching energy exploded into his bloodstream, akin to molten iron coursing through his veins. He stifled a groan and collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black, his ears ringing with sharp static. Yet his consciousness remained intact, that he could feel something. Not through sight or sound, but a sense of existence. He understood that the crystal was breathing, that some structure within it was collapsing, and that it did not belong to Earth. Moments later, the pain receded. He pushed himself up, stumbling back, watching as the crystal before him slowly shattered, transforming into red dust, swept away by the wind and snow. The communicator suddenly crackled to life. A fragmented voice emerged. Global catastrophe erupting. Pacific Fleet missing. Moscow destroyed. All bases entering emergency status. Repeat, this is not a drill. The transmission abruptly ceased, leaving only the hissing of static. Jiang Jin stood amidst the ruins, the star patterns on his arm still radiating heat. The wind and snow intensified outside as he looked up at the pitch-black sky, where the meteor shower had ceased, but he knew this was merely the beginning. Ling Zhao stood atop the remnants of the Arctic Deep Space Listening Station, the scar from the star burn on her left cheek throbbing faintly. She had just intercepted a signal from lunar orbit, encoded in a format unlike any known civilization. She stared at the waveform on the screen, softly reciting the coordinates. Antarctica, Aurora 7, but she had no idea what had transpired there. But she recognized that the source of the signal matched exactly with the secret language of the stellar empire she had captured 5 years prior. The solitary Hong lay dormant within the remnants of the Orion Gate, the mechanical left eye flashing momentarily, reflecting a star trail's origin point, precisely at launchings. Antarctic region. Qing Ming stood on the lunar surface, her silver hair without pupils, surrounded by drifting stardust runes. She gazed at Earth and softly uttered, "The trial ground has commenced. Pollution source detection activated." 01 hovered at the core of the stellar annihilation cannon, 90,000 micro-intelligent cores processing simultaneously. Civilization formatting process, advanced by 0.87 time units. Jiang Jin was oblivious to all this. He only knew that after touching that stone, his body felt different. He touched the hot star pattern, shouldered the magnetic-proof box, and walked towards the exit. The snow vehicle remained, with enough fuel to travel 100 kilometers. Yet he did not leave. That he stood at the entrance of the research station, casting one last glance back. The crystal had shattered, yet a burning mark lingered in his palm, like a brand. In the midst of the wind and snow, he softly murmured, "Mother, this time, I must leave a hand." Chapter 2. The Frigid Night Assault, Survivor Camp. Jiang Jin shoved the anti-magnetic box into the passenger seat and closed the door. The snow vehicle's startup panel flickered twice, displaying only half a line of error codes. He glanced down at the exoskeleton's power level, which stood at 41, sufficient for a brief hydraulic dismantling. The oil tank beneath the vehicle hissed as it leaked air through a crack, black oil dripping onto the snow, quickly freezing into asphalt-like granules. Without lingering, he returned to the equipment room amidst the wreckage of the research station. The hydraulic pipe remained in place, pinned down by a collapsed bracket. He wedged his right arm of the exoskeleton into the gap, the shoulder drive shaft emitting a sharp, grinding sound as he forcibly extracted the 3-meter-long metal pipe. Back at the vehicle, he tore off the sleeve of his sweater, wrapping it around the oil tank's breech, then tightened it with the hydraulic pipe and secured it with an old bolt. Unearthed from the toolkit, his movements were swift, akin to changing the filter in a laboratory reactor. Finally, the vehicle's power supply responded after connecting to the backup battery. The low-temperature startup program stalled at 87, prompting him to unplug the data cable and connect it to the residual circuit of the main control cabin. The screen flickered twice before the engine roared to life. The radar automatically initiated a scan point 30 kilometers away. A cluster of life signals pulsed on the screen, arranged in a circular formation, with faint electrical fluctuations at the center. This was not a natural community, but rather an artificial gathering point. He shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The wheels rolled over the frozen gravel, leaving 2 deep tracks. The wind and snow exploded against the windshield, the wipers swaying side to side, producing a dry scraping sound. The fuel gauge trembled unsteadily at 15. He calculated that the oil leak was approximately 0.3 liters per minute, and at the current consumption rate, he could last a maximum of 45 minutes. After traveling 20 kilometers, the snow slope ahead suddenly collapsed. He jerked the steering wheel. The vehicle skidded sideways, and only stopped upon colliding with an ice cliff. Just as he released the handbrake to reverse, he caught a glimpse of something moving in the snow mist to his right rear. 3 snow wolves emerged from the storm, each twice the size of an ordinary wolf, their fur grayish-white, with dark red scabs at their jointed limbs. The lead wolf raised its forepaw, and the ice beneath it cracked in response. They did not howl but charged directly at him. Jiang Jin slammed on the brakes, and as the first wolf collided with the door, he sharply turned the steering wheel. The vehicle swerved violently, crashing into the ice cliff, flinging the wolf that had leaped onto the roof off. The second wolf lunged from the left, its claws scraping the glass, leaving 5 white marks. The third circled around to the passenger side, crashing into the door, deforming the metal frame, and producing a brittle snap from the lock. He drew out the welding gun and, as he pushed the door open, a shard of ice splintered off and sliced his left arm's old wound. Blood trickled down his sleeve, pooling in the glove. The lead wolf leaped down from the roof, lunging straight for the driver's seat that he sidestepped, instinctively swinging his right fist. At the moment his fist struck the wolf's head, a searing heat radiated from his palm. The burn mark left by the crystal suddenly glowed, a torrent of warmth exploding from his arm and surging into his chest. Air compressed before his fist, producing a thunderous boom. The wolf's skull crumpled as if struck by a heavy hammer. Its cervical vertebrae shattered, sending its body careening into the snowbank. The remaining 2 wolves retreated a step, growling lowly, before turning and vanishing into the storm. Jiang Jin leaned back against the seat, panting. As the skin on the inner side of his right arm burned, he pulled back his sleeve, discovering that the dark red star patterns, which had only appeared on his left forearm, now manifested new lines on his right arm, deeper than those on the left, with slightly reddened edges, resembling freshly branded marks. He gazed down at his right hand, the burn mark still pulsating, its rhythm matching that of the star patterns. He remained still, sitting in the driver's seat, fixated on his hand for 10 seconds. Then he tore off the other sleeve of his sweater, wrapping it around the wound on his left arm. As the fabric tightened, the light from the star patterns dimmed momentarily, as if the pressure had paused some reaction. He restarted the vehicle. The radar signal grew stronger. The camp lay ahead. By the time he arrived, darkness had enveloped the land and a barbed wire fence surrounded a series of radiation-proof shelters, reinforced with discarded cabin panels, while a few antenna poles leaned precariously towards the sky in the corners. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch, bundled in thick cotton clothing, holding vintage rifles. Jiang Jin parked 50 meters away, turned off the engine, picked up the anti-magnetic box, and slowly approached. As he neared, one of the sentries shouted something, and the side gate of the wire fence swung open, for figures rushing out with their guns aimed squarely at him. Leading them was an officer, his face frozen blue, with severely worn insignia on his shoulders. That he approached, scanning Jiang Jin's exoskeleton and the anti-magnetic box, finally resting his gaze on the exposed star patterns on his left arm. "You have a radiation source on you," the officer said coldly. "Don't move." Jiang Jin remained still. "I am the assistant engineer from Jiguangqi Hao. The research station was destroyed by a meteor, the main power supply is down, and communications are severed. I am the sole survivor." The officer did not respond, gesturing for his subordinates to search him. One rummaged through the anti-magnetic box, while another used a portable radiation detector to scan him. The device emitted a brief alarm near his left arm. This pattern, the officer stared at the star mark, murmuring to his companion, is identical to that crystal. Jiang Jin heard, but did not react. "Have you encountered such a crystal?" he inquired. The officer did not answer, instead stepping closer, his hand resting on his holster. "Have you touched it?" "A piece fell from my research station, and I was cut by a shard while collecting data," he replied calmly. "I am unaware of what it is, but I know that there is no one left at the Antarctic station. I require supplies and need to know what has transpired outside." The officer scrutinized him, his gaze unwavering. Voices echoed from the camp in the distance, muffled and indistinct. An emergency light flickered atop the shelter, casting distorted shadows of the barbed wire on the ground. Jiang Jin stood motionless, his hands hanging by his sides, the anti-magnetic box resting at his feet. The wind swept through, carrying the acrid scent of burnt metal. Finally, the officer raised his hand, signaling 2 men to restrain Jiang Jin's arms. First, confine him to the isolation chamber, he commanded. Wait for Team Leader Wang to give instructions. Chapter 3. The Secret of Crystals. The emergence of devouring. As Jiang Jin was thrust into the isolation chamber, the anti-magnetic box remained outside the wire mesh. The moment the door sealed shut, a dull clanking sound echoed, resembling a mechanical creature clenching its jaws. He did not struggle, leaning against the chamber wall. The star blotch on the inner side of his right arm was still radiating heat, more intense than before, as if something were crawling beneath his skin. Behind the observation window, a woman clad in a white lab coat was intently examining her instruments. Suddenly, the Geiger counter in her hand emitted a deafening alarm. The readings exceeding the measurement limits. The needle stuck at the far right. The radiation level was 300 times over the safety threshold. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, each word striking like nails against steel. The energy field around his body is anomalous, and the internal readings continue to rise. Outside the chamber stood a man in a tactical jacket, his expression as cold as frozen iron. He fixated on Jiang Jin, hand resting on his sidearm. The elimination protocol is prepared. Jiang Jin remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on his right palm. The burn mark on his palm began to flicker again, its rhythm synchronized with the star blotch. He raised his arm, positioning the most concentrated part of the star blotch towards the detection device. It is not releasing, he stated, it is absorbing. The woman glanced up, her brow furrowing slightly. What did you say? The radiation you detected is residual from the outside, Jiang Jin replied calmly. It is being drawn in. The woman fell silent, bringing the counter closer to the chamber wall, where the readings remained alarmingly high. However, when she shifted the probe towards Jiang Jin's chest, the instrument's alarm altered its tone, shifting from a piercing wail to a rapid ticking, as if the rhythm were being suppressed by an unseen force. She scrutinized the readings, pausing for 2 seconds with her finger on the recording board, then looked up. Captain Wang, the data is inconsistent. The radiation source on his body exhibits a negative gradient diffusion. The energy is being absorbed, not leaked. Nonsense, the man outside scoffed. If the instrument is malfunctioning, replace it. Do not attempt to deceive us with jargon. In times like these, an additional source of contamination poses a risk to human lives. He gestured sharply to the soldiers behind him. Jiang Jin regarded him in silence. The burn on his palm grew increasingly heated, the temperature of the star blotch also rising, as if 2 fiery lines were converging from his limbs towards his heart. Suddenly, he realized that this sensation mirrored that of shattering the snow wolf's skull moments ago. It was not an explosion, but a pull. The first impact reverberated from outside. It was deep and heavy, akin to a colossal object colliding with the metal mesh. Everyone froze momentarily. The second impact followed closely, the wire mesh producing a piercing, tearing sound, the entire enclosure buckling inward. What is that? Captain Wang whirled around. The surveillance screen on the opposite side of the observation window flickered to life, the image shaking briefly before stabilizing. 7 massive silhouettes were advancing through the snowstorm. Their limbs robust, shoulders towering over 2 meters, and beneath their grayish-white fur, dark red veins throbbed. The leader opened its mouth, fangs measuring 40 centimeters long, a crimson glow emanating from deep within its throat. Windwolves, shouted the sentry, 3 times the size, armed with energy pulses. Before the words had left his mouth, the first wind wolf shattered the wire mesh, its claws sweeping across the sentry, tearing the steel framework of the sentry tower apart as if it were made of paper. 2 guards were hurled through the air, one crashing against the chamber wall, motionless. Alarms blared, sharp and persistent, slicing through the snowstorm. Captain Wang drew his weapon, pivoting to aim at Jiang Jin. Do not move. You possess what they seek. Jiang Jin ignored him. He lowered his gaze to his hand, the burn mark now glowing white-hot, the star blotch creeping up his neck, extending to his jawline. He could sense that the creatures outside were calling, not with vocal cords, but resonating through the same red light within them as in him. The third wind wolf leapt onto the roof of the isolation chamber, the metallic shell producing a thunderous roar. The chamber shook, the lights flickering. Jiang Jin suddenly sprang to his feet. The star blotch blazed with heat, the warmth surging from his limbs towards his palm. He raised his hand, forcefully pushing open the chamber door. You are seeking death. Captain Wang aimed his gun. Jiang Jin charged out. The wind wolf lunged from above, its claws outstretched, targeting his head. He did not evade. Instead, he met it with his right palm. positioning it towards the wolf's maw. In that moment of contact, the burn mark erupted with a burst of red light. The winged wolf's body stiffened abruptly, its muscles collapsing instantaneously, its fur wrinkling as though moisture had been drained from it. Before it even touched the ground, its entire form began to carbonize. Layers of blackness peeling away from its limbs to its torso, ultimately leaving behind a charred skeleton, which crashed into the snow with a thud. From the fractures in the skeleton rolled out several dark red crystals, resembling burnt slag. Jiang Jin stood rooted in place, the heat sensation in his right arm dissipating, replaced by a warm current surging inward. The wound on his left arm, sliced by ice shards, began to tingle, as if something were stitching together his muscles. He looked down at his hand. The burn mark continued to flicker, its rhythm slowing, synchronizing with the faint glow of the crystals on the ground. The second winged wolf lunged at him. He raised his hand, the palm glowing once more. With a flash of red light, the beast's forward momentum abruptly halted. Its body seemed ensnared by an invisible force, collapsing from its snout, muscular tissue rapidly withering, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving behind even more dark red crystals strewn across the ground. The third and fourth winged wolves pounced in quick succession. He did not retreat, meeting each assault with a decisive palm strike. With every contact, the red light blazed, causing the giant beasts to carbonize and disintegrate like withered wood. Crystals accumulated at his feet, resembling some bizarre sacrificial offering. The last winged wolf halted 10 meters away, scraping the ground with its front paws. A low growl emanating from its throat, yet it did not advance any closer. Jiang Jin remained still, his breathing steady. He lowered his gaze to his palm. The glow of the burn mark gradually receding, and the temperature of the star blotch also diminished. He bent down and picked up a crystal. The surface of the crystal bore intricate patterns, identical to the scars on his palm. He looked up at Captain Wang, who still held his gun aloft, finger poised on the trigger, although his arm trembled. Now, Jiang Jin clenched the crystal tightly in his palm. His voice steady yet low enough for those around him to hear. Do you still believe I am the source of contamination? Chapter 4. The Power Struggle. Military pressures. Jiang Jin gripped the crystal tightly in his palm, his knuckles firm yet not overly forceful. Captain Wang's gun trembled, and others remained frozen. Even the sound of falling snow became distinctly audible. He chose not to speak further, slowly retracting his hand into his sleeve, concealing the crystal within. The faint light of the star blotched sinking down along his wrist like a receding tide. He turned and walked toward the isolation chamber, his pace unhurried. And no one dared to obstruct him. Wang, who stood rooted, his expression shifting from one of disbelief to determination, ultimately grinding his teeth and gesturing for two of his aides to follow, not to rescue, but to keep a watchful eye on him. Jiang Jin did not look back. He was aware that several unclaimed crystals still glimmered in the snow, scattered beside the charred wolf bones. At least 3 points of light remained uncollected. He refrained from retrieving them. Acting now would expose his intentions. He needed to await a more chaotic opportunity. Upon returning to the exterior of the isolation chamber, the detection device continued to operate, powered by a dwindling backup battery. The screen displayed the residual energy readings from before, the peak having subsided, yet the background noise persisted, fluctuating in rhythm with the lingering warmth in his palm. He reached out to touch the probe, the readings instantly spiking before being suppressed again. He withdrew his hand and glanced at the gathering survivors. Some exhibited bright eyes, while others still bore expressions of fear. Yet no one dared to label him as the source of contamination. It is absorbing, Jiang Jin spoke, his voice neither loud nor soft, just audible enough for those nearby to hear. It is not releasing. You all witnessed it just now. No one responded. He raised his arm, revealing the most concentrated section of the star blotch, the patterns beneath his skin quietly glowing, as if being firmly restrained. He did not rush them or provide further explanations. He understood that as long as Wang Hu sought to exploit these crystals, suspicions would inevitably arise that he was the one harboring danger. A rumble echoed in the distance. Initially, it was a low-frequency vibration, traveling through the frozen ground to his feet, followed by the sound of wind tearing through the air. 3 helicopters emerged from beneath the clouds, their dark fuselages devoid of any insignia, save for a ring of star emblems emblazoned on the underside, with the letters STA set in the center. The rotor blades stirred up a flurry of snow that swept across the camp, the remnants of barbed wire clattering in response. All heads turned skyward. The helicopters hovered above the center of the camp, their doors sliding open as 8 armed soldiers descended in unison. Upon landing, they immediately dispersed, weapons at the ready. They were not clad in the standard uniforms of the Blue Star military. Their exoskeletal armor featured angular interfaces, clearly indicative of Special Operations Forces. Leading them was a middle-aged man, his epaulets marked with command insignia, his expression impassive as he surveyed the scene. Wang Hu stepped forward, carrying a sealed box. Jiang Jin stood at the rear of the crowd, motionless. His gaze roamed over the soldiers' equipment. The tactical gloves showed unique patterns, indicative of prolonged use of high-damping triggers. Such wear, he had observed at the Polar Listening Station, was characteristic of the night shift personnel from deep space monitoring teams. His attention ultimately settled on the navigator, who remained in the cockpit, half of his body protruding as he directed the landing. The left breast pocket of his uniform was slightly ajar, revealing half of a metallic insignia depicting an eagle in flight, its talons clutching the celestial orbits. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted. He recognized this emblem, not from reality, but from the encrypted logs of Aurora 7. At that time, the system had inadvertently triggered a leak signal, automatically archiving a batch of military frequency monitoring records. The Special Operations Group, codenamed Night Falcon, bore this very insignia. He kept his composure, sliding his sleeve down half an inch to obscure the star markings. Wang Hu approached the military commander, opening the sealed box to reveal several dark red crystals. He gestured towards Jiang Jin's direction, stating, "This is the energy source host. We have observed for 3 hours and confirmed that he can actively absorb and convert high-energy radiation. Immediate containment is advised." The commander did not respond immediately. He glanced at the crystals, then looked back at Jiang Jin's position. Jiang Jin understood what he was scrutinizing. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, allowing the star markings to manifest beneath his skin, climbing from his wrist up to his forearm. He then produced a small fragment of crystal from his sleeve, cradling it in his palm and presenting it to the light. The crystal glimmered. The star markings pulsed in synchrony. Once, twice, like a heartbeat. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. Jiang Jin spoke calmly. "What you seek is not it, but me. However, if it is taken away, I cannot guarantee that the previously observed cleansing process will not reverse, for instance, expelling all that has been absorbed." The commander's expression darkened. Jiang Jin did not retract his hand, continuing, "It is now one with me. To remove it is akin to dismantling an uncertain nuclear battery." Silence enveloped the scene for several seconds. Just as the commander was about to speak, the navigator suddenly leaned forward from the cockpit, whispering something. The commander furrowed his brow, glanced at Jiang Jin, then at the navigator, ultimately raising his hand to signal a halt in action. The soldiers did not lower their weapons, but the encirclement did not tighten further. Jiang Jin slowly closed his palm, concealing the crystal back into his sleeve. He knew his words had made an impact. The military did not fear danger, but rather the unpredictability of danger. He had just demonstrated that the threat was not external. It resided within himself, and only he could suppress it. He stepped back 2 paces, blending into the crowd, seizing the moment while the soldiers adjusted their positions. He circled to the western side of the camp, where the remains of the Wind Wolf had fallen. In the snow, 2 crystals remained unclaimed, half buried in the ashes. He crouched down, feigning to tie his shoelace, swiftly stuffing one of the crystals into his inner pocket. The other he left untouched, for he noticed that alongside the fresh footprints in the snow, there were older, unfamiliar boot prints, with a notably short stride, as if someone had lingered here for an extended period. Strangely, a segment of a torn tactical glove lay in the snow, the fingertips charred, as though corroded by some substance. He did not touch the glove, but committed its location to memory. Before nightfall, the military withdrew. As the helicopters ascended, the commander cast one final glance at Jiang Jin, neither ordering his apprehension nor leaving any further instructions. Wang Hu stood rooted to the spot, his face ashen, the sealed box taken away, yet he did not intervene. The camp returned to silence. Jiang Jin returned near the isolation chamber, leaning against the wall. He retrieved the newly acquired crystal from his inner pocket, placing it against his chest. The pulsing of the star markings immediately connected with the residual warmth of the crystal, as if 2 currents had found their circuit. He did not glance back towards the storage chamber, nor acknowledge Wang Hu's frozen figure in the distance. The wind and snow continued to swirl, yet the peculiar footprints remained partially visible, extending westward into the edge of the radiation zone. He stepped forward, following their path. The deeper he ventured, the more acute the stinging sensation in the air became. Particles pricked his skin like fine needles. An ordinary person would not survive beyond 10 steps before succumbing to blood loss. The energy within Jiang Jin began to fluctuate, the star markings beneath his skin warming slightly. As if awakened by something, he gripped the crystal tighter, the warmth flowing down his spine, gradually calming his agitation. This crystal was now not merely evidence. It was an anchor, capable of pulling him back from the brink of chaos. The footprints vanished before a dilapidated oil storage tank. The tank leaned precariously, half buried in the snow, its corroded metallic surface riddled with cracks. He circled to the back, discovering freshly disturbed snow, revealing a segment of metal ladder that led underground. The entrance was unlocked, merely covered by a movable panel, weighed down by a fragment of a torn tactical glove identical to the one seen outside the storage chamber. Its fingertips charred black, as if subjected to extreme heat. He did not touch the glove, bending down to conceal the crystal within his collar, nestled beneath his clavicle. Descending the ladder, the passage was narrow, the walls lined with old cables. The overhead lights flickered erratically, the infrared sensors still connected to power, slowly scanning the area. As he stepped forward, the lights blared suddenly. An alarm erupted in the empty conduit, and a mechanical voice began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Jiang Jin raised his hand, pressing his palm against the circuit box along the wall. The crystal's patterns illuminated in sync with the star markings. Energy surging into the circuit board. It overloaded instantly, sparks erupting from the connections, extinguishing all light. The countdown halted abruptly at 5. In the darkness, he edged forward along the wall. At the end of the passage, a glimmer of light shone through a slightly ajar door. The sounds of metal scraping echoed, accompanied by hushed voices, low and controlled. The Council's cleansing procedure has been initiated. Your remaining nodes cannot withstand 72 hours. A male voice, tinged with a mechanical timbre. Who sent you? Inquired another voice, cold, steady, devoid of emotion. Jiang Jin paused behind a container at the door's edge, recognizing the rhythm of this voice. The navigator aboard the helicopter, a woman with an emblem visible on her left breast, now stood inside, a blade pressed against the speaker's throat. He hesitated before entering. Through the crack of the door, he glimpsed a compact control room, its walls adorned with several darkened screens and an antiquated signal receiver, the antenna askew. The woman faced away from him, her black hair tied up in a high ponytail, the shoulder of her exoskeleton armor bearing signs of wear. In her right hand, she gripped the knife, while her left hand pressed against the man's left eye, where a mechanical prosthetic gleamed with a dark blue sheen. The man, pinned to the chair and bloodied, still managed to smile, proclaiming, "Do you think hiding in the wasteland will allow you to escape? The abyss has already opened its eyes." With a tightening of her wrist, the blade sank into his skin. "This is your last chance. Where did you obtain the crystal sample?" "Sample?" He coughed blood. "That isn't a sample, it's a key." Suddenly, he twisted his head, his gaze piercing through the door's crack toward the location of Jiang Jin, the person behind you. He is the true anomaly. Jiang Jin remained still. The woman sensed the shift, her eye twitching, yet she did not turn. With a sudden surge of strength in her left hand, the mechanical prosthetic emitted a piercing hum, causing the man to grunt as sweat beaded on his forehead. At that moment, the man violently struggled, the chair scraping against the floor, causing the woman to lose her balance and the blade to slip back slightly. Jiang Jin seized the opportunity. 3 bullets discharged silently from his suppressed pistol, striking the man's knees. The sound of bone fracturing was nearly drowned out by the gunfire. As the man cried out in agony, collapsing, Jiang Jin rushed inside, kicking the pistol away while pulling off the man's goggles, revealing the mechanical eye beneath. Its surface was marred by cracks, yet its core continued to function, the blue light flickering erratically. Jiang Jin fixed his gaze upon it, raising his right hand to allow the star pattern to spread from his sleeve to his palm. As the pattern began to emerge, the mechanical prosthetic suddenly flickered violently, its frequency synchronizing perfectly with the star pattern. The woman swiftly redirected her dagger, its tip aimed at Jiang Jin's throat. "Who are you? How could you elicit such a response?" Jiang Jin stood his ground. He pressed his palm against his chest, stabilizing the warmth of the crystal's energy within him, then spoke. "The question you asked him, I too wish to know the answer. I do not need a partner." The woman's tone remained unchanged, yet the knife's tip ceased its advance. "I am not here to partner with you." Jiang Jin continued to scrutinize the mechanical prosthetic. "I am here to understand the connection between it and myself." The woman fell silent for 2 seconds before unexpectedly relaxing her grip, sheathing the dagger at her waist. She crouched down, prying open the man's eyelid to examine the interface of the mechanical prosthetic closely. "Your shot just now was quite precise. I did not intend to kill him." Jiang Jin holstered his gun. "He still holds value." The woman raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the star pattern in his palm before returning to the mechanical prosthetic. This device was salvaged from an abandoned listening post, designated LX7. "We searched for a long time. It is the only one that can still be activated." "LX7? Jiang Jin echoed. "You know?" The woman squinted. "The backup signal tower of Aurora Station, codenamed LX7. He paused. "Where did you find it?" Instead of answering, the woman inquired. "Where does the energy within you originate?" "From the same place you discovered this prosthetic," Jiang Jin replied, the depths of the wasteland. The two locked eyes for several seconds, the air thick with the intermittent ticking of the mechanical prosthetic. Finally, the woman spoke. He mentioned the abyss. Do you know what that is? Jiang Jin shook his head. But I have seen it. She retrieved a micro-storage card from her tactical pack and inserted it into the receiver. The screen flickered, displaying a blurred image from deep within the earth, where a colossal structure was awakening, its surface adorned with patterns akin to the star pattern, pulsating slowly, like a heart buried within the rock layers. Jiang Jin's spine tingled as he fixated on the patterns. The image played for only 5 seconds before abruptly cutting off. The woman withdrew the storage card, stowing it in her pocket. This entity is spreading. 3 of our people entered. Only 1 emerged, driven mad. It can read memories and even mimic them. Jiang Jin glanced down at the unconscious man. His left cheek had begun to darken, as if some entity were corroding him from within. He won't last much longer, Jiang Jin stated. Then we must act while he still breathes. The woman grasped the man's collar, dragging him toward the exit. Are you coming? Jiang Jin did not move. He bent down, retrieving a metallic fragment from the man's waist, inscribed with a sequence of numbers, 719306. He tucked the fragment into his pocket, then picked up the handgun from the ground, checking the magazine. I will accompany you, he affirmed. The woman ceased her conversation, pulling the man toward the exit. Jiang Jin followed, glancing back at the receiver just before stepping out. The screen had gone dark, but a scratch in the corner aligned with the trajectory of the star pattern. They retraced their steps. The alarm in the corridor had ceased, the circuitry thoroughly burned out. As they emerged onto the surface, the wind and snow had lessened, yet the sky had grown even darker. Jiang Jin hoisted the man onto his shoulder, while the woman led the way, her gun at the ready. They had not traveled far, less than 200 meters, when Jiang Jin abruptly halted. What is it? The woman turned back. He did not reply. Instead, he lowered the man to the ground and reached into the collar at the back of his neck. His fingertips brushed against a hard object embedded beneath the skin. With a forceful tug, he extracted a microchip, its surface marred by burn marks. Yet the data section remained intact. The woman approached, taking the chip and examining it. This is not military standard. Nor is it from the parliament, Jiang Jin remarked. What is it? Jiang Jin scrutinized the markings on the chip's edge. They were not a serial number, but patterns identical to the initial form of his star pattern. Just as he was about to speak, a low-frequency vibration emanated from the distance. It was not the wind or snow. The ground was trembling. The woman immediately raised her hand, signaling silence. They crouched down, staring into the depths of the radiation zone. In the snow, a fissure was slowly extending, as if something beneath the surface were pushing upward. Jiang Jin tightened his grip on the chip. Chapter 6. The Crimson Choice. Energy backlash. The tremors from the ground splitting persisted for 7 seconds before returning to silence. Jiang Jin clutched the chip, his knuckles turning white. Ling Zhao stood ahead of him, her gun lowered, her gaze scanning the charred edges of the crack. It was not a natural fracture of frozen earth, but rather the remnants of high temperatures evaporating instantly. Let us go, she urged. They hastened their pace, carrying the unconscious man back to the camp. The wind and snow closed behind them, burying the fissure as though it had never existed. The searchlight atop the camp's watchtower swept across the snowy expanse, the beam halting upon them. The sentry recognized Ling Zhao's armored silhouette and refrained from firing. The barbed wire gate swung open from within, Chun Lan standing at the entrance, draped in a coat, holding a portable detection device. Bring him in, quickly, her voice was tense. Inside the medical bay, the lights were harsh and pale. The man was secured to a stretcher, the mechanical prosthetic on his left cheek still flickering, though erratically. Chun Lan pressed the detection probe against his temple, and the screen instantly displayed 3 red alerts. Foreign objects implanted in the cerebral region. She pulled up a tomography scan. It was not an ordinary chip, but a quantum-level compression device, its energy source resonating with the stellar core. This is a bomb. Jiang Jin stared at the red dot on the screen, positioned where the pineal gland resided within the skull. Can it be removed? No. Chun Lan shook her head. The triggering mechanism is unknown. Any physical interference could detonate it. The countdown had already commenced. She pointed to the timestamp in the corner, 32 seconds. The air in the chamber grew taut. Jiang Jin ceased his inquiries. He tore open the sleeve of his left arm, the star pattern crawling from his wrist to his shoulder, the dark red lines writhing like living creatures. He retrieved the crystal from his collar, pressing it against his chest. A surge of warmth coursed through him, brightening the star pattern. He placed his hand on the man's forehead, aligning his palm with the interface of the mechanical prosthetic. Energy surged through the contact point. As the countdown on the screen ticked to 28 seconds, Jiang Jin's star pattern began to pulse in reverse, its frequency synchronizing with the intracranial device. He closed his eyes, sensing the energy within him flowing toward the bomb, resisting like a locked gear, refusing to be reversed by external forces. He intensified his output. The star patterns shifted from dark red to deep purple, his arms' veins bulging, and a crystalline sheen emanated beneath his skin. 20 seconds passed, and his fingertips began to tingle, as if countless fine needles were piercing out from his marrow. At 15 seconds, the man's throat emitted a gurgling sound, and his eyeballs rolled violently beneath his eyelids. Jiang Jin gritted his teeth, compressing the energy within him into a beam, forcefully penetrating the opponent's brain domain. In that instant, he glimpsed the bomb's structure. 3 nested rings, each rotating, and a collapse would trigger an explosion if the rotation speed became unbalanced. He employed the crystalline energy flow to simulate a stabilizing field, layer by layer offsetting the deviations. 10 seconds remained. His left arm had fully crystallized, the transformation spreading from the elbow upwards, the skin cracking and oozing blood with a metallic luster. The pain was excruciating, yet he did not let go. 5 seconds. The red dot on the screen began to shrink. 3 seconds. Blood trickled from Jiang Jin's nostrils, sliding down the corner of his mouth. He maintained his output. The energy flow nearly depleted. 1 second. The countdown reached 0. The screen flashed a green indicator. Suppression successful. Jiang Jin abruptly withdrew his hand, and with a soft crack, a piece of crystallized skin fell away, revealing the bloodied flesh beneath. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, cold sweat soaking his back. Chunlan immediately rushed over to check the man's brain domain, and only after confirming the bomb was in a dormant state did she breathe a sigh of relief. "You did it," she said, looking up at Jiang Jin, "but the cost is too great." Jiang Jin did not respond. He lowered his gaze to his arm, where the blood pattern continued to spread slowly, as if a living creature was crawling beneath his skin. He pressed the crystal back against his chest, warmth surging back, alleviating some pain. Just then, the crystal suddenly emitted light of its own. It was not a faint flicker, but a violent oscillation, as if activated by some remote signal. Jiang Jin instinctively tried to retract it, but it was too late. A beam shot out from the crystal's center, projecting a star map onto the cabin's ceiling. Countless luminous dots unfolded in the air, the spiral arms of the Milky Way clearly discernible. A red line traversed Orion, Sirius, and Centaurus, ultimately pointing towards the solar system. Where the red dot flickered, a string of characters was marked. Anomaly sample 01, location, blue star, latitude 687, longitude 1342 status, active awakening. Pollution fusion degree 87 command, reclaim or eliminate. Below the star map, another line of small text read, purification program initiation countdown, 71 hours 42 minutes. The beam lasted for 10 seconds before extinguishing. The medical cabin fell into silence. Chunlan stared at the spot where the projection had appeared, her face paling. She opened her mouth, but could not produce any sound. Jiang Jin slowly raised his hand, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Ling Zhao. She was staring at the blood pattern on his left arm, her expression unchanged. Yet her hand rested on the grip of her gun at her waist. "Do you know what this is?" she asked. "Now I do," Jiang Jin replied hoarsely. "I am not the first." "Then what are you?" He did not answer. Instead, he raised his right arm, exposing the star pattern to the light. The lines were deeper than before, nearly covering his entire arm, the edges slowly expanding. "They are coming for me," he said, "not the camp, not the crystal, but me." Chunlan suddenly spoke. "That star map cannot be generated by any human database. The coordinate precision reaches 6 decimal places. Even our most advanced deep space positioning system cannot achieve that." Jiang Jin nodded. "Their ability to lock onto me indicates they have been watching for a long time." Ling Zhao fixed her gaze on him for 3 seconds before suddenly turning toward the cabin door. "Where are you going?" Chunlan asked. "Adjusting the defense parameters." She replied without looking back. "Since they can locate us, they can surely come. The current firepower of the camp cannot withstand an orbital strike." Jiang Jin propped himself against the wall, standing up, the blood pattern on his left arm seeping more of the metallic liquid as he moved. He pulled out the chip he had taken from the back of the man's neck, the edges pattern visible in the light, identical to the initial form of his star pattern. He said nothing but placed the chip on the detection table and gently touched it with the crystal. The surface of the chip illuminated, resonating with the star pattern. The data interface beneath the table suddenly activated, an old printer clattering to life, spitting out a piece of paper. It bore only one line. Sequence 719306. Synchronization rate 987. Confirmed as primary carrier matching sample. Jiang Jin stared at the line, his pupils narrowing. Chunlan picked up the paper, glanced at it, and looked up to ask, but found Jiang Jin had already exited the medical cabin. In the snow, Ling Zhao was directing the sentries to reinforce the electric grid. Jiang Jin approached, his left arm hanging at his side, the blood pattern glimmering faintly in the night. "The camp cannot last 3 days," he said. "I know," she replied, not pausing in her work. "What do you plan to do?" Finally, she stopped and turned to face him. "Do you have a plan?" Jiang Jin raised his right arm, the star pattern shimmering in the cold wind. "They want to reclaim me, and they must pay a price," he said. "I can lure them down." And then, he lowered his gaze to the blood pattern on his left arm. "Let them see what a true anomaly is." Chapter 7. Watchful Eyes, Camp Division. Jiang Jin leaned against the iron wall outside the medical cabin, the blood pattern on his left arm still crawling slowly, as if something were writhing beneath his skin. He remained still, merely placing the chip back into his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the crystal surface, causing a slight tremor. The broadcast system suddenly blared. "All personnel below Dustbound Realm, proceed to Area B immediately. Repeat, proceed to Area B immediately." It was Wang Hu's voice, unnaturally calm. Jiang Jin closed his eyes. This order came too swiftly, too abnormally. Ling Zhao had just confirmed the countdown for the positioning by the Star Empire, and he promptly began mobilizing the lower-tier forces. His actions clean and decisive, as if he had been prepared for this. He glanced at his left arm, where the blood pattern had spread to the back of his hand, the skin taut, threatening to tear with the slightest movement. Forcing the star pattern now would equate to self-destruction of his meridians. Yet he had no other choice. He removed the crystal from his chest and gently pressed it against the data interface of the printer. The old machine clicked once, the screen flashing a line of garbled text before falling silent again. Jiang Jin remained patient, pressing the chip against it, allowing both items to make contact with the metal panel. Suddenly, the broadcast channel shifted frequencies, a fragment of encrypted communication breaking through the noise. Coordinates confirmed. Sample recovery priority elevated to S level. Ensure internal cleansing program synchronization executed. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted. Cooperative party. He sprang up abruptly, crashing through the medical cabin's rear window, tumbling into the outside drainage ditch. The snow was soft, and as he landed, his left arm throbbed painfully, nearly causing him to kneel. He gritted his teeth, holding himself up, and crept forward along the camp's perimeter. Lights illuminated the direction of Area B, and the distant hum of a gathered crowd could be heard. Halfway there, he halted. On the ground lay a trail of footprints extending from the B Area Command Center toward the northwestern radiation zone. The edges of the footprints were speckled with fine shimmering powder, reflecting faint light in the snow. It matched the color of the powder from the Fenglang crystal in Chapter 4. Jiang Jin stared at the trail of footprints, no longer hesitating, and followed the marks. Half an hour later, he crouched at the edge of the oil storage area. 30 meters ahead, Wang Hu stood beside an abandoned engineering vehicle, facing a man clad in a black tactical suit, his face obscured by a hood. Between them lay a hand-drawn map marking the camp's defensive points. "When will your people make their move?" Wang Hu asked. "After you secure Jiang Jin," the man replied hoarsely. "The council only requires a living sample. The rest can be cleaned up. I need assurances." Wang Hu stated that once the task was accomplished, my personnel must be included on the evacuation list, which is determined by the council. The opposing party smirked, reminding him that he was merely an executor. "Do not forget, we possess footage of your pilfering supplies at the polar station." Wang Hu's expression shifted, yet he remained silent, retrieving a small cloth pouch from his boot and pouring out a few crystalline fragments. "This is the final transaction. Next time, we shall interface directly. Do not compel me to risk exposure again." The individual accepted the pouch and vanished into the storm. Jiang Jin slowly retreated, leaning against the frigid metal wall. Bloodstains crept from his hand to his neck, a searing pain coursing through him. He disregarded it, his mind reverberating with one phrase. The collaborator ensures the internal purge procedure is executed in synchrony. It appeared that since Chapter 4, Wang Hu had intended more than merely hoarding crystals. He took out the crystal, pressing it back against his chest. The warmth barely subdued the spread of bloodstains. Yet his left arm had grown numb, his fingers nearly unable to clasp. He had to return before the assembly in Zone B concluded. Otherwise, should Ling Zhao discover his absence, the situation would spiral further into chaos. On his way back, he took a detour behind the watchtower, slipping into the communications room under the cover of night. Chunlan's detection device was still connected to the main console. He inserted the chip into the auxiliary port and manually retrieved the last 3 hours of communication records. A single encrypted frequency had been marked 3 times, originating from Wang Hu's command post. The content had been automatically erased, but the system retained the recipient code, STA-7. Jiang Jin recalled this designation. It was the same sequence as the shoulder insignia on the military helicopter in Chapter 4. He yanked out the data line and turned to leave. Before the medical cabin, the atmosphere had reached a breaking point. Wang Hu stood with 6 guards at the entrance, weapons lowered but fingers resting ominously on the trigger guards. Ling Zhao remained inside the cabin, still armored, her right hand resting on her gun, her gaze as frigid as ice. "Where is Jiang Jin?" she inquired. "He is under investigation for leaking the camp's coordinates," Wang Hu replied. "We have reason to believe he is the source of external influence." "What evidence do you have?" Ling Zhao pressed. The energy readings within him perfectly matched the Imperial signal, Wang Hu asserted, gesturing towards Jiang Jin, who had just left the medical cabin without authorization. "His whereabouts unknown. Would you allow such a person to remain in the camp?" The crowd began to stir restlessly. "I saw him bleeding from his arm. That is not how a human should appear. If he truly led the enemy here, we are all doomed." Ling Zhao did not turn around. Yet her voice pierced through the clamor. "Do you know what lies on the far side of the moon?" The crowd fell silent. 3 hours ago, I accessed the residual data from the Deep Space Listening Station. She withdrew a thermal imaging map from the inner side of her tactical armor, revealing human equipment continuously transmitting coordinates of Blue Star, the encryption protocol aligned with the military's Cleanser project. This project was overseen by the Polar Logistics Department where Wang Hu once served. She affixed the image to the cabin door. In the picture, a base half buried in lunar soil was emitting pulse signals, the number clearly visible, PLS-9. This was not orchestrated by Jiang Jin. Ling Zhao fixed her gaze on Wang Hu, accusingly stating, "You have been aiding them in pinpointing our location." Wang Hu's complexion paled. "You are talking nonsense. That data has long been destroyed." "Destroyed?" Ling Zhao scoffed. "Have you forgotten that I worked at the listening station for a decade? Once a signal is sent, a residual trace remains. You began transferring crystals in Chapter 4 to activate devices on the moon, did you not?" Jiang Jin stepped forward from the crowd. All eyes turned to him. His left arm hung at his side, bloodstains glistening darkly in the night, like embers consumed by fire. He did not look at Wang Hu. Instead, he raised his right arm, exposing the starry pattern to the light. "You believe I am the anomaly," he declared. "But the true traitor who brought the enemy here wears a human military uniform." Wang Hu suddenly raised his hand, issuing orders to the guards. "Seize him." 2 team members aimed their weapons and advanced. Ling Zhao stepped forward, pressing her gun against one man's forehead. "If anyone moves, they shall die." In that tense moment, Jiang Jin abruptly threw the chip towards Ling Zhao. "Check the STA-7 communication records. He has had 3 encrypted contacts with external parties." Ling Zhao caught the chip, her expression sharpening. Wang Hu recoiled. "You are committing treason. Everyone in the camp, listen. These 2 have colluded with external enemies, intending to dismantle our command structure." "Then tell me," Jiang Jin advanced a step, bloodstains creeping from his neck to his jaw. "Why is there crystalline powder on the soles of your boots? How can you be so certain that the Empire will come?" His voice was low, yet it silenced the entire gathering. "You are not preparing for the enemy." Jiang Jin stared at him. "You are waiting for them." Wang Hu's lips quivered, but no words escaped. Jiang Jin raised his hand, pointing towards Zone B. "You gathered the people below the dust-bound realm, fearing their rebellion, or preparing to take them as hostages when the purge begins." The crowd began to retreat. Some discarded their tools, while others whispered amongst themselves, and some gazed up at the night sky. Jiang Jin looked up. The stars shone in quietude. Suddenly, the bloodstains on his left arm pulsed violently, as if sensing something. Ling Zhao noticed the anomaly and immediately raised her hand to signal caution. Jiang Jin remained still, fixated on his arm. The trajectory of the bloodstains shifted, no longer aimlessly spreading, but beginning to form a patterned sequence, akin to some form of encoding. Chapter 8. Gravity Awakens. Iron weights enter the fray. Jiang Jin stood atop a pile of rubble at the outskirts of Zone B, the bloodstains on his left arm still pulsating. But the rhythm had changed, no longer chaotic, but rising and falling like a signal. He fixated on the entrance to the underground pipeline leading to the granary. The metal cover half-turned, its edge smeared with slick, dark red viscous fluid, as if something had just emerged from within. He had no time for hesitation. 3 minutes ago, the bloodstains had trembled violently, not from pain, but from a resonance of low frequency, heavy, imbued with the sense of compressed earth. This sensation lasted but 2 seconds before fading, yet Jiang Jin knew it was not an illusion. The energy fluctuations were of the same origin as the starry pattern within him, yet more primal, as if it had been violently torn from the depths of the earth. He moved forward, keeping close to the wall, his left arm tightly wrapped in tactical cloth, the crystal pressed against his chest. With each step, The bloodstains seemed to be subtly tugged by an invisible hand, guiding his path. At the granary's entrance lay the remains of two mutated rodent beasts, their heads completely crushed, as if trampled by a weight of 10,000 tons. The ground surrounding the corpses had sunken in, fissures radiating outward, the concrete layer curling like paper. Jiang Jin crouched down, his fingers gliding over the edges of the crack, the temperature normal, yet a faint sense of gravitational distortion hung in the air, as if the space had been momentarily compressed. A sound of impact echoed from within. He slipped through the ventilation window, landing awkwardly. His left arm, tingling as blood, trickled up to his shoulder. The interior of the warehouse was dimly lit, emergency lights casting a red glow. Over 30 mutated rats formed a circle, their sharp teeth bared, tails raised high, creating an encirclement. In their midst knelt Tai Tuo, his back turned to a pile of burlap sacks, cradling two unconscious comrades, with a third slumped against his shoulder, bloodied. The rat swarm surged forward. The first rat leapt, only for the ground to suddenly concave beneath it, its body seemingly struck by an invisible hammer, embedding it into the concrete, its skull shattered. The second and third followed suit, not struck, but rather their bodies unexpectedly weighed down, limbs unable to support them, their spines cracking audibly. The entire scene unfolded silently and bizarrely, as if gravity had doubled in that localized area. Tai Tuo lifted his head, sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes bloodshot, veins protruding from his neck, as if he were enduring immense pressure. He braced himself against the ground, knuckles whitening, the earth beneath his knees collapsing into a pit. As he gritted his teeth and raised his head, ripples visibly spread through the air, and all 30 rats simultaneously collapsed, their flesh bursting under the tremendous weight. Innards spewing forth from their mouths and nostrils, a mist of blood enveloping the space. Jiang Jin rushed in. He yanked Tai Tuo away, slamming his back against a shelf. Tai Tuo immediately lost consciousness, his body going limp, yet the gravitational field remained, the overhead light fixtures beginning to fall, a steel beam creaking as it slowly bent. Jiang Jin knelt on one knee, pressing the crystal against the area of his left arm where the blood pattern was most concentrated. A warm flow surged in, the pulsation of the blood pattern slightly slowing, yet still spreading towards his neck. With his other hand, he reached for the nape of Tai Tuo's neck. Pushing aside the soaked collar, dark red star patterns emerged. Their position, shape, and directional lines were nearly identical to the star patterns on his chest, albeit lighter in color with blurred edges, as if just activated. As Jiang Jin's fingertips brushed against that patch of skin, the blood pattern abruptly recoiled, as if struck by an electric current. He did not withdraw his hand, but instead pressed down harder at the center of the star pattern. In that instant, he heard it, not a sound, but a deep, sluggish frequency, akin to vibrations emanating from deep within the earth, imbued with primal, untamed power. This energy did not belong to any known branch of the turbid energy system, yet it surged forth from the star pattern, creating a faint resonance with the energy within Jiang Jin, the awakened from the native blue star. Not an implantation, nor an infection, but a true talent birthed from this land. He withdrew his hand, swiftly tearing off his tactical jacket to wrap around Tai Tuo's neck, tying it in a tight knot. The blood pattern continued to pulse, yet the frequency began to decline, resembling aftershocks following a resonance. Footsteps echoed outside. Jiang Jin looked up, observing the loudspeaker emitting static. In the next moment, Wang Hu's voice rang out. All personnel below the dust-binding realm, proceed to Area B immediately. Repeat, proceed to Area B immediately. He did not move. This command was the same as half an hour prior, yet the content had changed. Previously, it was simply to proceed immediately. Now, it specified those below the dust-binding realm. Precise and graded, as if sifting through. He glanced down at Tai Tuo. Newly awakened, unregistered, the system wouldn't automatically recognize him. However, if he appeared at the assembly point, the exposure of the star pattern would undoubtedly draw Wang Hu's attention. He hoisted Tai Tuo over his shoulder. Feeling the blood pattern surge anew due to the added weight, skin splitting open along a fine line, blood dripping through his fingers. He passed through the warehouse's back door, entering an abandoned drainage tunnel. At the tunnel's end lay a maintenance room, the door lock rusted shut. He kicked it open, stuffing Tai Tuo into a tool cabinet. The broadcast continued. He stood at the doorway, staring in the direction of Area B. The lights were on, the crowd began to move, some carrying bags, others assisting the injured, all orderly. Yet Jiang Jin knew this was not an evacuation, it was a trap. Wang Hu sought not control, but eradication. He retrieved the chip, pressing it against his palm. Earlier in the warehouse, he had casually extracted a half segment of a metallic probe from a rat's brain. Its surface engraved with a miniature serial number, STA-7. This matched the communication source code locked within the chip. This was no coincidence. The rat swarm carried a high concentration of radiation, capable of damaging ordinary weapons, yet their appearance in the granary was not accidental. They had crawled in through underground pipelines, and that pipeline led directly to the starting point of the theft of the crystal from the 4th chapter of the abandoned laboratory at the camp's lowest level. Wang Hu had not acted directly. He was driving them away, using mutated beasts to clear the granary, forcing hidden awakeners out, using the assembly order to concentrate lower-tier personnel for a single decisive action. And Tai Tuo's awakening coincided perfectly with this juncture. Jiang Jin looked down at his left arm. The blood pattern had spread to his jawline, the edges beginning to harden, as if crystallizing. He stuffed the chip back into his pocket and reached to twist off the ventilation duct screws on the tool cabinet. As the metal piece fell, he heard Tai Tuo emit a muffled groan from within the cabinet. He did not turn back. The broadcast sounded again. Personnel below the dust-binding realm who do not arrive within 10 minutes will be treated as deserters. Jiang Jin grabbed a metal rod from the ground, inserting it into the ventilation duct, applying force to pry it open. The rusted metal tore apart, revealing a narrow passage leading to the second underground level. He dragged Tai Tuo from the cabinet, hoisting him onto his shoulder and descending through the broken ladder. Upon landing, the blood pattern in his left arm convulsed violently, rendering the entire limb numb. He leaned against the wall, taking a brief moment to recover, then pulled out the crystal and pressed it against his chest. The warmth barely maintained the nerve conduction, yet the trajectory of the blood pattern had altered, no longer a jumble, but beginning to form a circular pattern. One loop encircling another, resembling a form of encrypted identification. He raised his gaze. At the tunnel's end stood an iron door, a pale blue glow seeping through the crack. That was the old energy chamber, which should have been powered down, yet it was evident that equipment was operational inside. Jiang Jin set Tai Tuo down, unfastening his tactical knife from his waist and inserting it into the door crack. As the blade penetrated halfway, a low-frequency hum resonated from within, as if some gravity device was charging. Chapter 9. Under currents flowing, the scavenger emerges. Jiang Jin leaned against the wall, the blood pattern on his left arm now crawling to the edge of his ear, the surface of his skin developing fine cracks, resembling a parched riverbed. He remained still, his breathing minimal, his ear pressed against the crack of the iron door. Inside, the hum of mechanical arms at work resonated, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of liquid dripping, each drop striking at his nerve endings. He pressed the crystal against his chest, the warmth spreading along his ribs, barely stabilizing the nerve signals. With his left hand, he gradually withdrew the tactical knife, its tip probing into the door crack, gently lifting it. The rusty hinge emitted a faint creak, soon swallowed by the noise of the internal machinery. The door opened slightly. Blue light spilled from above the experimental table, illuminating a section of metallic flooring. Jiang Jin squinted, using the reflection from the remnants of the tool cabinet to survey the interior where mechanical arms were connected to a conduit, injecting dark red liquid into a mutated gorilla restrained on a support frame. That creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging, the skin torn in multiple places, revealing glistening, metallic fascia beneath. Its eyes had entirely transformed to a silvery blue, pupils constricted to pinpoints, occasionally twitching, causing its entire body to tremble. This was not a natural mutation. Jiang Jin withdrew his gaze, gently pushing on the door frame, slipping inside. The ground retained faint gravitational fluctuations, each step feeling as though he treaded upon soft sand, any deviation in rhythm threatening to topple him. He moved along the wall, avoiding the blind spots of surveillance cameras, his gaze fixed on the officer beside the experimental table. The man had his back to him, inputting commands. The cuffs of his sleeves were speckled with a light red powder, identical to that on Wang Hu's boots. Lines of code scrolled across the screen. The final entry reading, Scavenger Model 5, Activation Progress 87. Jiang Jin crouched down, twisting a screw off the ventilation duct, his wrist flicking as he tossed it towards the distant pile of equipment. The metallic clang resonated through the air. The adjutant abruptly turned around. Jiang Jin had already lunged forward. With his left hand, he restrained the adversary's wrist that held the firearm, while his right hand swiftly drew a tactical knife across the throat, executing the action with precision and efficiency. The adjutant struggled momentarily, a gurgling sound escaping his throat, before his body convulsed twice and collapsed. Jiang Jin did not release his grip. Instead, he dragged the body beneath the experimental platform, extracting the encrypted terminal from the man's waist and stowing it in his pocket. Suddenly, the gorilla emitted a low growl. Its eyes darted wildly, a silver-blue light sweeping across Jiang Jin's chest. In the next instant, two restraining chains snapped, producing a piercing metallic screech. Jiang Jin immediately retreated, raising his firearm to aim at the gorilla's head. The bullet was fired at a distance of 3 inches from its face. The air seemed to distort as if an invisible barrier had intervened, causing the bullet to deflect and embed itself into the ceiling. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted as he sensed the cleansing energy membrane, an energy layer that repelled the tainted aura completely. He barely had time to reload when the gorilla unleashed a powerful punch, causing the concrete wall to collapse and debris to fly. Jiang Jin rolled sideways, his left arm twitching violently from the exertion, nearly losing all sensation in it. He crashed into the control panel, the screen flickering briefly before displaying a segment of encrypted logs. STA-7 sequence bound. Remote activation authority transferred to the council. The chip's clues aligned. This was not a personal endeavor of Wang Hu. Rather, someone was manipulating him, transforming the camp into a breeding ground for the cleaners. The gorilla turned its head, its silver-blue eyes locking onto Jiang Jin with relentless intensity. A low-frequency vibration emanated from its throat, akin to a recognition signal, as muscle fibers began to swell, revealing a ring of luminous patterns at the spinal joints. Jiang Jin knew he could not afford to wait any longer. He raised his gun, aiming at the spinal junction. And just as he squeezed the trigger, the sound of shattering glass erupted. A shadow descended from above, spinning in midair and thrusting a dagger directly into the gorilla's neck nerves. The creature convulsed violently, its silver-blue pupils narrowing dramatically, yet it did not fall. Instead, it let out a sharp roar and swung its arm downwards. Ling Zhao leaped aside, her boots leaving 2 scorched marks on the floor. She hurled a black capsule, which struck the ground beside the gorilla, exploding into a cloud of gray mist. The haze seemed to interfere with some signal, causing the gorilla's movements to momentarily lag. "This is the 5th-generation cleaner," she shouted. "Its core is at the spinal fusion point. Do not allow it to synchronize." Jiang Jin did not respond, his gaze fixed on the ring of light patterns. He recognized that they bore an almost identical circular structure to his own blood patterns, albeit with opposite rotational directions. One consumed, the other released, as if designed to counteract each other. He inserted the crystal into his holster and placed both hands on the gorilla's back. The moment their skin made contact, his blood patterns surged violently, traveling from his ear to the back of his head. He sensed a cold energy converging at the spinal junction, akin to a countdown for some activation procedure. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully directed the absorption circuit, attempting to sever the energy flow. The gorilla struggled fiercely, its muscles tightening like steel cables, causing the ground to crack. Ling Zhao rushed forward, delivering an elbow strike to its temple, compelling it to lower its head, while simultaneously launching a second capsule that embedded itself precisely at the core of the spinal light patterns. The gray mist spread, disrupting the core's rhythm. Jiang Jin seized the opportunity to press the crystal forcefully into the junction. A surge of heat flooded into his body, his blood patterns wildly expanding, causing the skin on his cheeks to begin cracking. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his grip, forcibly drawing the energy back. The gorilla emitted a shrill, inhuman scream, its chest swelling as the silver blue and dark red energies clashed within, forming a miniature vortex. "Fall back." Ling Zhao yanked him away. Just as Jiang Jin withdrew his hand, the gorilla's chest exploded. The shockwave swept through the laboratory, warping metal frames, igniting equipment, and sending both of them crashing against the walls. Jiang Jin's back slammed against the ground, a metallic taste flooding his mouth as blood trickled from the corner. He attempted to push himself up, only to find his left arm completely stiff, the blood patterns crystallizing and spreading beneath his collarbone. The lights in the entire camp extinguished abruptly. The alarms ceased, the surveillance screens blacked out one by one, and the hum of the protective shield vanished. The emergency power failed to activate, plunging the underground level into an eerie silence, with only the remnants of the experimental platform emitting wisps of smoke, occasionally sparking with fire. Ling Zhao leaned against the wall, panting, clutching the empty shell of the interference capsule. She looked up at Jiang Jin, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you absorb its core?" Jiang Jin did not reply. He cast his gaze down at his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed something beyond mere images, an array of codes embedded deep within the energy flow, aligning perfectly with the signal source in the chip. That number was not just a communication code. It resembled a form of identity verification. He retrieved the encrypted terminal, its screen shattered, yet still displaying partial content. The final line of the log flickered. Cleaner activation failed. Self-destruction protocol initiated. Coordinates uploaded. awaiting recovery. Recovery? He shot his head up. Ling Zhao had already risen, examining the adjutant's corpse. She turned his wrist over, revealing a small branding on the inner side, an inverted triangle with the number 5 engraved in its center. Jiang Jin recognized that mark. The stolen crystal box from Chapter 4 bore the same branding, obscured by dust at the time. He had initially thought it was a batch number. Only now did he realize it was a classification identifier. Cleaner Model 5. Not an experimental code, but a model number. This implied that there were 4 previous generations. He braced himself against the wall to stand, the crystal in his left arm slowly degrading, albeit at a lethargic pace. He glanced toward the ventilation duct. The passageway led to Area B. The countdown for the assembly order had concluded, and the head count outside must have commenced. The iron hammer remained in the toolbox. He took a step toward the exit, but as he lifted his foot, his ankle suddenly felt heavy. Looking down, he saw a slender metal wire protruding from a crack in the ground, ensnaring his boot. He crouched down, tugging at the wire until it snapped, the end dangling a small chip inscribed with STA-7, identical to the probe number in the rodent's brain. He held the chip tightly, refusing to discard it. This was no coincidence. It had been deliberately left behind. Someone was using these miniature devices to mark targets, and the cleaner's mission was to eliminate those marked. Ling Zhao approached him, glancing at the chip, her voice subdued. Wang Hu has no idea what he is nurturing. Jiang Jin nodded. He understood. Wang Hu was merely a pawn. The true orchestrator behind it all was the recovery system that uploaded the coordinates. The cleaners were merely the blades executing the commands. He tucked the chip into his pocket, stepped over the broken ladder, and ventured deeper into the passage. The lights had all gone out, leaving only faint voices echoing from afar in Area B. He walked slowly, his left arm still tingling, yet his steps did not falter. At the end of the passage, the door to the maintenance room stood ajar. He reached out to push it open. Chapter 10. Gazing at the starry sky, projecting the pupil. Jiang Jin's hand rested on the doorframe, his fingertips brushing against a fresh scratch, the metal edge still warm. He refrained from pushing the door, instead peering through the crack in the wall. The emergency lights flickered above the iron hammer's head, illuminating the triangular chip embedded in his tactical vest, identical to the one he carried in his pocket. He reached out and gently pulled the person down. The iron hammer opened his eyes to speak, but Jiang Jin pressed down on his shoulder, pointing at the chip, then at his left arm. The crystal was still degrading, but a wave of heat surged beneath his skin, as if something had swept past him. "Do not move," he whispered. He pulled out the STA-7 chip from his pocket, pressing it against the residual crystalline energy. The moment the 2 chips made contact, a layer of faint golden patterns emerged, extending like a circuit diagram before vanishing. The signals synchronized. It was not a clearance command. It was a tracking signal. Jiang Jin tore the chip from its place, crushing it in his hand until it crumbled into powder that warmed against his palm. He lifted his gaze towards the ventilation duct's exit, which connected to the main control room of District B. If the signal source had not been severed, the next wave of markers could arrive at any moment. "You conceal yourself and wait for my signal before proceeding," he instructed, turning to delve deeper into the passage. As he lifted his foot, a sudden jolt seized his left arm. The crystalline patterns began their ascent, creeping from his collarbone to his neck. Leaning against the wall, he slowed his breathing, sensing a frequency pressing down from above, not sound, nor energy wave, but rather a direct gaze landing upon his nerve endings. The storm clouds above remained unbroken. The electromagnetic tempest persisted, yet a void split through the clouds, allowing a silvery beam of light to descend, suspended in midair without touching the ground. Within the beam, a silhouette began to take form. First fingers, then an arm, and ultimately a complete figure, slowly solidifying. Silver hair, void of pupils, with a face resembling a smooth stone, devoid of expression. Jiang Jin remained motionless. He understood this was not a corporeal entity. However, the frequency intensified, resonating with the crystal in his left arm, causing his skin to heat and the star-like patterns beneath to sting. The entity was scanning him, not his body, but his memories. He shoved the remaining crystalline fragments into his palm, preparing to forcibly sever the neural connection. Yet, just as he exerted his will, the figure raised a hand, its fingertip pointing directly at his brow. Darkness enveloped him, not blindness, but a forced magnification of his vision. He saw his pupils stretching into a flat plane under some higher dimensional projection, within which fragments of a star map emerged, lines intertwining like a coordinate code. The fingertip moved along the edges of the star map, beginning to decipher it with a series of runes. A splitting headache erupted, akin to a drill rotating within his skull. He clenched his teeth, tasting blood, while his right hand pressed down on the crystal of his left arm. reversing the consumption circuit and directing the invasive consciousness toward the extremities. The crystal heated rapidly, turning red, cracks spreading across its surface. He could not allow it to reach the core. He fixed his gaze on that fingertip. His consciousness hazy, yet recalling that the last time his pupils flashed silver blue was at the moment of the scavenger's self-detonation. At that time, he had glimpsed the coding. Now, the entity was also after that. Memory data. He was not defending against an attack. He was guarding a gate. The fingertip was but 3 inches from his brow. A low growl escaped his throat as he forced all the murky energy toward his left arm, sealing that intrusive consciousness within the crystal. With a crack, the crystal's surface formed a layer of dark red frost. Just then, a bullet sliced through the rain curtain. It did not originate from the ground, but rather descended from above, striking the heart of the projection with precise accuracy. The energy structure twisted instantaneously, and the silver-haired figure's finger halted midair, the runes disintegrating. Jiang Jin felt a release. The star map's remnants receded, restoring his vision. He looked up. At the end of the bullet's trajectory stood the lookout tower of District B. Ling Zhao stood at the edge of the tower's summit, her gun still smoking. She did not glance at him, but focused on the projection, her fingers rapidly tapping on her communicator. The projection began to dissipate, yet it did not vanish. It shattered into countless motes of light, each reflecting a small fragment of the star map. Jiang Jin gasped for breath, forcing his eyes wide open. One of the fragments clearly unfurled, revealing the blue planet's orbital plane, locked in by 12 intersecting energy beams, their sources scattered across different quadrants. Converging at the coordinates of their camp, the map bore a line of text, Anomaly Sample 01, localization confirmed, awaiting harvest. This was not a trial. It was a targeted elimination. He pressed his right hand against his left eye, the murky energy surging through his meridians to suppress the residual frequency of the clear energy. His vision wavered momentarily before stabilizing. The star map lingered, like a brand suspended in the air. This is not a trial, he murmured, it is execution. Ling Zhao jumped down from the lookout tower, rolling to dissipate her momentum before striding toward him. She held a disruptor in her hand, the display flickering with signal intensity. The shielding layer had activated, yet that previous beam had penetrated 3 layers of filters. It did not rely on electromagnetic waves for transmission. It directly projected consciousness. Jiang Jin remained silent, his attention fixed on the star map, observing the positions of the 12 beams shifting as if adjusting their angles. Suddenly, he realized something. The beams were not activating simultaneously. They were charging in succession, with a discernible pattern. The first, the third, the 7th, with increasing intervals. He mentally calculated the timing for the next activation. Just as he reached the halfway point, the crystal in his left arm cracked open with a loud snap. Heat surged forth, racing through his veins toward his heart. His knee buckled, collapsing to one knee. You can't hold on any longer. Ling Zhao crouched down, placing a hand on his shoulder. That thing was reading your memories, and in turn, you dragged it into your system, effectively suffering a backlash. Jiang Jin pushed her away and braced himself against the ground to stand. He gazed at the fragments of the star map. His voice steady. It did not complete its reading. It only glimpsed fragments, unaware of the complete path. Yet it knows where you are. Therefore, we cannot remain on the surface. He stated, beneath District B lies an old energy well, 200 meters deep. The rock layers can block signals. We must withdraw everyone inside. Wang Hu will not agree. We do not need his consent. Jiang Jin raised his gaze. How many shots can you fire? Ling Zhao glanced at her gun's chamber. 3 disruptor rounds. The last is a directional pulse, capable of temporarily incapacitating the high-dimensional projection interface, but it requires time to charge. Jiang Jin nodded. That will suffice. When the next wave of beams charges, you will fire. I will divert its attention. What will you use to draw it? It already knows you are the target. Precisely because it knows. Jiang Jin lifted his left hand, the crystal slowly rotating in his palm. That is why I will serve as the bait. He stepped forward, positioning himself directly beneath the remnants of the projection. Rain pattered against the crystal, producing a faint sound. He felt that frequency returning, colder and more focused than before. It was confirming whether he still lived. He did not flinch. Instead, he spread his arms wide, exposing the crystal to the beam's path. The fragments of the star map began to tremble. One fragment suddenly magnified, displaying Jiang Jin's silhouette, designated as Sample 01. Alongside a countdown, 031722. Ling Zhao murmured, it is calculating the harvesting window. Jiang Jin remained unmoved, fixated on the digits. 3 hours and 17 minutes. Enough for them to evacuate half the personnel. The shot you just fired struck its heart, he remarked. That was the anchor point of its consciousness. This time, aim for its visual cortex. He raised his right hand, drawing a line with a tactical knife across his palm. Blood dripped onto the crystal, absorbed instantaneously. The crystal darkened, exuding a deep golden hue. He felt the star-like patterns beneath his skin pulse, as if something was awakening within him. The beam above began to coalesce. The silver-haired figure reemerged, this time devoid of fingers, only hollow eye sockets staring directly at him. Jiang Jin raised his left arm, directing the crystal toward the beam. "Come and see clearly," he declared. Ling Zhao stepped back 2 paces, opening the gun chamber to load the final pulse round. She aimed at the projection's head, her finger resting on the trigger. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted slightly. At the instant the beam made contact with the crystal, he perceived that it was not merely eyes observing, but a higher dimensional awareness. He glimpsed the path of the signal source extending from above, traversing the atmosphere, entering low Earth orbit, and ultimately vanishing at a still point. Something awaited there. He opened his mouth to speak, but his throat felt as if it were locked. Ling Zhao pulled the trigger. Chapter 11. The Blade of the Betrayer. Blood Red Dawn. The reverberations of the gunfire still trembled in the air, while Jiang Jin's left arm had succumbed to disobedience. Cracks crawled from his palm to his elbow, each heartbeat akin to shards of glass scraping through his veins. He leaned against the wall, standing upright, as raindrops trickled down his forehead, seeping into his collar, cold as blades gliding over his skin. When Ling Zhao landed, she did not glance at him, directly stuffing the jammer into her tactical waist pouch, her fingers gliding over the control panel twice. The signal strength bar flickered momentarily, then returned to 0. It was not severed, she stated, merely retreated. Jiang Jin nodded. His throat parched. He could sense that frequency still lingered, hidden at some stationary point beyond the atmosphere, like a nail wedged in its orbit. The shot fired moments ago had interrupted the projection but had not destroyed the signal source. The countdown continued. 031641. He stepped towards the main control room, each stride pressing against the pain in his left arm. Ling Zhao followed closely, the two of them traversing the passageway, in Area B side by side. The iron door stood ajar, the emergency lights flickering, casting shadows of movement within. Wang Hu stood before the control console, flanked by 6 guards with their weapons aimed outward, forming a fan-shaped blockade at the entrance. He held a communicator, issuing commands. All personnel below the Qinfu realm are to evacuate the main area immediately. Those who disobey will be treated as rebels. Jiang Jin halted at the doorway, refraining from entering. "Are you issuing orders amidst the chaos?" His voice was low, yet each word seemed to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. Wang Hu turned around, his expression unreadable. "This is not chaos, it is maintaining order. The beam that just penetrated the protective shield has been classified as an external intrusion by the system. According to military regulations, those who leak intelligence must undergo scrutiny." His gaze fell upon Ling Zhao. "You fired to disrupt the main control signal and destroyed the high-dimensional projection interface. Now the campus communications are crippled, the surveillance incapacitated. How do you intend to take responsibility?" Ling Zhao scoffed. "And how do you plan to explain the crystal in your office?" Wang Hu did not blink. "The seized spoils are undergoing reverse analysis." "Analyzing until 3 in the morning, you mean?" Jiang Jin interjected, referring to the positioning beacon of STA-7, the 7th scavenger team. "The powder on the soles of your snow boots is consistent with the composition of that crystal." Wang Hu's expression finally shifted. He neither denied nor moved, his fingers slowly drifting toward the remote control at his waist. Jiang Jin knew he could not afford to wait any longer. He raised his left arm, forcing the residual energy of the crystal to coalesce, emanating a dark red aura. He understood this could only last 10 seconds. The cracks were too deep, and a surge of murky energy would cause it to shatter. Yet he still raised his hand. "Hand her over, and I will let you leave," Wang Hu said. "Put down the remote control first," Jiang Jin replied. The two faced each other, the tension in the air taut as a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, Jiang Jin sidestepped half a step. Wang Hu instinctively followed his movement with his gaze. In that instant, Tai Tuo burst forth from the side corridor, his tactical vest torn. Clutching a fragment of a chip, he hurled himself against the control console, slamming the fragment onto the main screen. "This is what you hid in the office partition," he shouted, his face flushed with rage. "I found it last night." The screen illuminated as the fragment made contact with the main control system. Intricate patterns emerging on its surface, identical to the piece Jiang Jin had held earlier. Immediately after, a dark red crystal was flung from Tai Tuo's other pocket, crashing onto the surface. The two items glowed simultaneously, their patterns extending in unison, forming a closed loop. The main control room fell into a profound silence. Wang Hu's complexion changed entirely. "This number is not a spoils label." Jiang Jin's voice was as cold as frozen iron. "It is a response beacon." Each time you activate it, you send a confirmation signal to the mothership in orbit. That beam of light was not a random scan. It was lured by you. Wang Hu remained silent. His right hand slowly pressed down on the remote control. Jiang Jin made his move. He charged forward, the pain in his left arm exploding. The cracks in the crystal instantly spreading to his shoulder. But he directed all the murky energy towards his right hand, his fist striking out with a whoosh. Just as Wang Hu pressed the button, his wrist was struck. The sound of shattering bone was crisp. The remote control flew away, crashing against the wall. Yet the alarm at the control console blared. On the holographic map, the blue protective shield began to distort, its color shifting from light blue to deep red, then to a dark crimson resembling congealed blood. Pulsating patterns emerged along the edges, reminiscent of pulsating veins beneath the skin. He activated the reverse protocol. Ling Zhao rushed to the control console, her fingers frantically tapping the panel. She was not shutting down the system, but converting it into a signal amplifier. Jiang Jin gasped for breath, kneeling on one knee. The crystal in his left arm began to heat up, its internal energy flowing backward. He understood what this meant. The protective shield was no longer a barrier. It had become a target, illuminating the entire camp's location like a beacon into space. Can we still cut it off? He inquired. Ling Zhao shook her head. The signal has already been sent. The amplification array is fully operational. Unless the core is physically destroyed, it cannot be halted. Wang Hu leaned against the wall, his right hand hanging limply, yet his left hand slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You do not understand. He laughed. I am not a traitor. I am a cleaner. You people cling to this broken planet, surviving by consuming the mutated, never even touching the edge of pure air. The Starry Sky Empire will provide Blue Star with a new order, pure, efficient, and untainted. Jiang Jin looked up at him. So you consider your fellow countrymen as sacrifices? The weak are merely fuel. Wang Hu's voice was calm. Once the harvest begins, you will thank me for providing you with a swift conclusion. Jiang Jin fell silent. He pushed himself up from the ground, the knuckles of his right hand still dripping blood. He strode over, stepping on Wang Hu's chest, bending down to pick up the remote control that had fallen on the ground. The casing was cracked, exposing the chip within. At that moment, Tai Tua charged forward, delivering a punch to Wang Hu's face, knocking him unconscious. I have endured this bastard for too long. He gasped for breath, wiping his nose of blood. Jiang Jin ignored him, focusing on the remote control. The chip was still operational, the signal light flickering weakly. He attempted to reverse inject the residual crystal energy, hoping to block the transmission. However, as soon as he made contact, the crystal in his left arm trembled violently. A surge of heat erupting from the depths of the cracks, rushing toward his mind. His vision darkened, and he saw the signal path originating from the remote control, passing through the underground energy well, connecting to the old orbital base station, and finally ascending to the geostationary point. There was something receiving it. Neither a satellite nor a spacecraft, but rather a structure embedded in space. He abruptly released his grip. No, he whispered, the signal source is not on the ground. We cannot shut it down. Ling Zhao approached, taking the remote control from his hand, directly dismantling the casing and crushing the chip. Yet she knew this was futile. The signal had already been sent out, like water spilled from a cup. What now? Tai Tua asked. Jiang Jin gazed at the holographic map. The blood-red protective shield enveloped the entire camp, its edges beginning to tremble slightly, as if some force were pushing from the outside. We must relocate, he declared. Everyone down to the energy well. The rock layers can isolate the signal, buying us at least some time. Wang Hu's men will not allow it, Ling Zhao replied. Then it is no longer a request. Jiang Jin straightened, pointing towards the control console. Can you still hack into the system? Ling Zhao nodded. Give me 3 minutes. I will give you 2 minutes. Jiang Jin turned and strode towards the doorway. Tai Ta, go summon everyone capable of moving. Prioritize the injured. We start evacuating in 10 minutes. And you? I will go close the door, he stated. He exited the main control room, the rain still pouring. The clouds above remained torn, the silver beams of light had vanished, but that nail still lingered in orbit. He looked up for a few seconds, then raised his hand, drawing a line with his tactical knife across his palm. Blood dripped onto the crystal in his left arm, which rapidly absorbed it. The crystal darkened, the edges of the cracks shimmering with a dark gold hue. He knew this would accelerate the backlash, but he also understood that there were no other options now. He needed just a little time to hold on, a moment to withstand the first wave of attack. He advanced toward the main energy valve on the eastern side of the camp, connected to the core of the protective shield. If he could not shut down the system, he would have to cut off the power. Even a brief blackout of the crimson membrane would afford them a window for evacuation. The rain intensified. As he traversed the corridor, he heard the distant sound of footsteps. Wang Hu's guards were beginning to assemble. He did not look back. His right hand tightened around the tactical knife, while his left pressed against the searing crystal, step by step approaching the entrance of the energy well. The blood on the hilt had yet to dry. Chapter 12. The 7th Level Wind Wolf. A display of might in the first battle. Raindrops coursed down Jiang Jin's knife handle, plummeting onto the iron mesh at the well's mouth. Each impact a sharp sting akin to a heated needle piercing the ear. He stood beside the fire wall, waves of heat enveloping him from behind. The oil pipes crackled and popped, reminiscent of a dying serpent writhing and spewing dark smoke, staining the sky with filth. The guards had fallen, not by his blade, but rather roasted alive. The last flicker of flame extinguished, leaving behind a charred mass. The well's mouth was exposed, not a metal cover, but an ancient artifact embedded in the earth. Its edges inscribed with incomprehensible symbols, now gnawed at by the light of blood. A pulsating red glow seeped from the well's walls, as if the very structure were breathing. This was not mere light. It was liquid, alive, a thing that had been dormant for a millennium, slowly awakening. Jiang Jin fixed his gaze upon it, his throat tightening. To leap down? This was not the completion of a mission, but a descent into greater darkness. Yet he had no alternative. Behind him lay ruins. The sounds of people gasping in the crevices. Ahead was Wang Hu's harvest, a web woven by the 9 sovereigns, intent on transforming all minds into crimson lights, rendering them obedient shells. He did not jump. Come morning, there would be no living souls left on this land. He ceased to contemplate, propelled himself forward, and leaped. The air grew dense with cold, and in the mere 3 seconds of descent, it felt as though he had lived a lifetime. His right hand grasped a cracked bronze disc of the main control valve in the darkness, its surface coated with a writhing blood membrane. Upon contact with his fingertips, the entire well shuddered violently, as if rousing a slumbering beast. Bloodlight surged up the metal, ensnaring his hand. A viscous substance oozed from the well walls, its stench akin to rotting flesh, instantly enveloping his forearm, searing him to the core. This was not mere heat. It was a gnawing hunger, a living entity yearning to consume him, to transform him into one of its kin. Jiang Jin gritted his teeth, feeling as though his roots might shatter. The crystal embedded in his left arm suddenly radiated heat, the relic he had retrieved from the icy caverns 3 years prior, which should have perished, would leap to life whenever he neared death, much like an additional heartbeat. Now he forced the last vestiges of warmth within him to surge into that sticky liquid. The clash of blue-white light and blood-red gel produced a sizzling sound, the acrid scent filling the air. The viscous substance receded half an inch, only to thicken again. Inching upward, nearing his elbow. He could not hold out much longer. Outside, an explosion erupted. The ground trembled, and debris fell. 3 wells detonated simultaneously, the shockwave reverberating through the conduits, causing the well walls to crack, the fissures expanding like spider webs. He had to sever the energy before the collapse, lest the entire crust explode, burying everyone in the Earth's core. However, the main control valve had been devoured by bloodlight, red patterns appearing on its surface, pulsating like a heartbeat. It was no longer a switch but a terminal, a link to the 9 sovereigns and the living mouthpiece of the Star Dome Council. He drew his knife and plunged it into the crevice of the casing. Just as he exerted force, an immense pressure pushed back from within, as if kicked. He was flung backward, colliding with the wall, his ribs cracking. A sweet taste filled his mouth as he swallowed blood, his gaze growing colder. At that moment, the blood shield above tilted. The iron membrane suddenly swelled, splitting open with dozens of fissures, akin to a birthing membrane rupturing. In the next instant, hundreds of 3-meter-high wind wolves leaped in. Their gray-black hides, muscles twisted like steel cables, shimmered with a metallic sheen beneath their fur. Their teeth, sharpened from meteoric iron, gleamed with a cold light. Their eyes were empty, yet their movements were frighteningly synchronized, spreading out upon landing, blocking all exits, forming a circle. The lead wolf was larger, nearly 3 meters at the shoulder, with a dark red stone embedded in its forehead, a light that bore an uncanny resemblance to the crystal on Jiang Jin's left arm. It let out a low growl, causing the wall to crumble, its front paws lifting off the ground, lunging for his throat with astonishing speed, leaving behind only a shadow. Jiang Jin remained still. As the wolf pounced before him, he raised his left arm, positioning the crystal toward the wolf's maw. Upon contact, silence enveloped the air. The wolf halted mid-leap, its claws hovering an inch from his throat. It bowed its head, kneeling on its forknees, its snout gently brushing against the tip of Jiang Jin's boot, reminiscent of ancient totems of submission. The other wolves paused in unison, all eyes fixed upon it. Before they too lowered themselves, their spines quivering slightly, as if responding to an unseen call. Jiang Jin closed his eyes. The murky energy within him followed the star patterns, evolving from a curse into a key. For the first time, he intentionally pushed it outward, without restraint or fear. The dark red vortex emanated from him, sweeping over each wolf, resonating with the stones within them. Over 100 wolves emitted ancient syllables from their throats, their vacant eyes transforming to gold, all fixating upon him as if stars were realigning. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The lead wolf stood, turned, and faced the main district of the camp. There, Wang Hu was being dragged away by 2 surviving soldiers, bloodied and battered, his right arm bone protruding through his clothing. Half his face collapsed, yet he still laughed, his voice grating like metal scraping against the ground. "You cannot stop him," he coughed. "The purity must be achieved for humanity." His words remained unfinished as Jiang Jin raised his hand. The lead wolf surged forward, covering 100 meters in 3 strides, its claws tearing through 2 guards, blood exploding forth. It lunged for Wang Hu's throat, swift and decisive. The other wolves formed a circle, bracing against the explosive shockwave, unwavering. The heat wave forced them back, singeing their fur, yet not one retreated. Ling Zhao's voice echoed from above. "Do not let him die too quickly." She stood atop the ruins of the control room, her gun primed, aimed at the chip embedded in Wang Hu's nape. Yet she hesitated to pull the trigger. She needed information. Wang Hu possessed the key to the 9 sovereigns and the ultimate code for the purification protocol. He could not be allowed to die too soon, nor could he escape. Wang Hu was tackled to the ground, the lead wolf's paw pinning him down, its teeth an inch from his throat. He continued to struggle, his left hand reaching towards another remote control at his waist, his fingertip just grazing the button when Jiang Jin's expression darkened. He raised his right hand, signaling. The lead wolf lowered its head and swiftly severed Wang Hu's neck. Cleanly, without hesitation. Blood gushed forth as Wang Hu convulsed twice, the madness in his eyes extinguished. At the moment of his last breath, the chip in his nape popped out a hologram. The 9 sovereigns sat upon the star dome throne, encircled within the assembly hall. The backdrop a distorted star map. Some appeared human, others were luminous or geometric forms, all wearing identical masks. 9 faces, 9 expressions, sharing a singular pair of eyes, cold, lofty, devoid of emotion. The image was so vivid it seemed unreal. Every strand of hair, every symbol was discernible, as if they were watching him from across the cosmos. Wang Hu's corpse twitched as the chip's light dimmed. Ling Zhao descended, her gun still aimed at the fading figure. It was not a delay. Her voice was cold. It was real time. Jiang Jin remained silent. He approached, crouched down, his hand resting atop the lead wolf's head. The star patterns crawled from its neck to its ear, radiating heat. He could sense not only this pack of wolves, but also countless dormant entities far below, beneath ice caps, in desolate cities, and oceanic trenches, all awakening in response to him. They were not obeying commands. They were resonating. A figure emerged from the collapse, covered in grime and ash, with a torn vest and a deep gash on his left leg. "Well, 3 is sealed. We've all entered the energy layer. We survived." Jiang Jin nodded and rose. Fragments of the blood shield drifted from above, like tattered skin, landing upon the scorched earth with a soft hiss. The pack of wolves lay behind him, the lead wolf resting at his side, the stone on its forehead pulsing in rhythm with the crystal on his left arm, a heartbeat shared. Ling Zhao lowered her gun and gazed skyward. The clouds parted, yet the silver beam did not descend again. The nails on the orbital track remained vigilant over the 9 sovereigns, codenamed Silent Eye. They did not speak, yet they had never left. "They have seen us," she remarked. Jiang Jin turned his gaze to the distance. He understood that this battle was not the end. It was merely the beginning. He raised his right hand. A fresh wound oozing blood from where he had struck the wall with the iron casing. Blood dripped down, landing upon the head wolf's stone, seeping into it, transforming the stone into a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a gem imbued with lifeblood. The head wolf raised its gaze, a low growl reverberating within its throat. The other wolves stood, baring their teeth, muscles taut, as they sensed something amiss. Jiang Jin closed his eyes, then reopened them. Within his field of vision, 9 points illuminated across the continent, buried beneath the earth or the sea, each resonating gently with the star patterns within him. These were signals from the remaining energy wells, anchors left by the 9 dominators. They awaited him. He understood then that he was not the savior but the key, the one destined to awaken. The individual who would step into the star dome throne and tear asunder the divine edict. Chapter 13. Fragments of truth. Jiang Jin's palm rested upon the forehead of the head wolf, the tremors between the crystals lingering, akin to 2 hearts beating in synchrony. He slowly withdrew his hand, the star patterns retreating an inch from his ear, the crystal on his left arm cooling down, yet the pulsing remained. Like a clock embedded within flesh. Ling Zhao leaped down from the ruins, landing with her gun pointed toward the ground, not lifting it again. She glanced at Wang Hu's corpse. The chip's light had extinguished, leaving only a half-buried piece of metal embedded in his neck, resembling a severed thorn. It's still usable, she remarked. Jiang Jin did not turn back, first seeking the control console. Tai Tua emerged from the collapse, dragging a wounded leg. The injured individual on his back having changed to an engineer, bloodied and clutching a charred databoard. He handed the engineer over to the approaching medical team. Stumbled 2 steps and collapsed before Jiang Jin, gasping. While number 3 is sealed, the energy layer is stabilized, but the control room has exploded, leaving only one terminal. Its functionality unknown. Jiang Jin nodded and stepped forward. The door frame of the control room leaned askew, the wall peeling, wires dangling and sparking intermittently. Half of the central control console had caved in, the screen shattered like a spider's web, with only one silver-gray terminal in the corner still glowing red. As if intentionally preserved, Chun Lan had already crouched there, her white coat covered in dust, her fingers swiftly manipulating the interface. Upon seeing Jiang Jin enter, she lowered her voice. The biological lock remains intact, but it requires live authentication. Wang Hu's key is broken. The system does not recognize external commands. Jiang Jin said nothing, striding directly to the interface. Blood continued to drip, sliding from his palm to the bottom. A flash of red light ignited, and the terminal hummed to life. The screen displaying a blood-colored progress bar. Your blood activated it? Chun Lan furrowed her brow. It's not blood. Jiang Jin focused on the screen. It's the star patterns. Data began to flow. Folders unfolded automatically, with the top layer marked as an encrypted package labeled Project Huazhong. Chun Lan's fingers hesitated. This naming convention is not from launching. Open it, he commanded. It requires a secondary key. The system is on a countdown. Before she could finish, the screen abruptly blackened. The progress bar regressing, 3 minutes until data self-destruction. Jiang Jin raised his left arm, pressing the crystal against the terminal's side. The dark red star patterns crawled up his skin, spreading to his wrist and enveloping the screen's edge. The terminal trembled, the red light shifting to blue. Vascular authentication successful. A mechanical voice announced. A holographic projection emerged, slowly unfurling a star map, with densely packed coordinates resembling a web, the center marked as launching. Accompanied by a line of text, Container Selection Experiment Round 7. Selection? Tai Tua inquired. Leaning closer, selection of what? Humans, Chun Lan's voice tightened. The target individual must possess fragments of the primordial human emperor gene, with a match rate of 98. She looked up at Jiang Jin, sample 01, Jiang Jin. Gene sequence comparison result, match rate 987. Jiang Jin stared at the string of numbers, remaining motionless. The star map rotated, shifting to another perspective, revealing a fragmented star domain. With a broken stargate suspended at its center, its frame inscribed with runes identical to those in his memory. This was the scene he had witnessed during his unconsciousness in Chapter 6, like a dream, yet undeniably real. This is not a plan, he stated, it is a reclamation. Reclamation of what? Of us. Jiang Jin withdrew his hand, the star patterns receding from his skin. They had known all along that he would awaken. Ling Zhao, who had remained silent, suddenly turned. Tai Ta, go deep into the ruins and find any usable recorders. Bring back anything with a number. Do you suspect there are other markers? I do. She pointed to her shoulder insignia. This is not merely decorative. 20 minutes later, Tai Tua unearthed a metal plaque from the collapsed storage area, half buried in concrete, its surface scorched black. He pried it loose with a knife, wiped it clean, and read aloud the inscribed words, 12th floor town. He froze, looking up at Ling Zhao. Is this the same as yours? Ling Zhao took the plaque, her fingertip barely brushing the character for town, when her shoulder insignia suddenly heated, as if struck by an electric current. She recoiled sharply, but upon touching it again, the heat surged anew. It's alive, she murmured. Jiang Jin took the plaque, flipping it over to examine the back. The material was neither alloy nor ceramic, but a type of crystallized mineral, the texture identical to the crystal on the forehead of the Wind Wolf. It was not manufactured, he declared, it grew naturally. What does that mean? It means the 12th floor is not an organization. Jiang Jin lifted his gaze. It is a bloodline chain, a system that marks identity with crystals. Wang Hu can control the Wind Wolves because he possesses a synchronous signal source within him. And these individuals, he gestured toward the plaque, could be the earliest guardians or the first batch of failed containers. Chun Lan interjected suddenly, wait. There's a passage in the Huazhong plan about a log I didn't pay attention to. Residual unit codes, guard, town, patrol, guard execute disconnection protocol, awaiting restart signal. Ling Zhao's expression darkened. Jiang Jin focused on the plaque, then glanced at the star map on the terminal. The coordinates of that broken stargate coincided precisely with the marking point of 12th floor guard. We are not the only ones alive, he said, merely the first to be awakened. Outside, the wind had ceased. Ash floated over the scorched earth, resembling a fall of dead snow. The terminal suddenly emitted an alarm. All channels connecting automatically. The broadcast system buzzed to life, followed by a woman's voice, devoid of emotion or inflection, as if transmitted from a great distance. Lower civilization. Surrender abnormal sample 01. Experiment phase concluded, purification protocol initiated. Tai Tua abruptly looked up. Who? It's not a local signal. Qianlong dashed to the control console. All communication modules are shut down. This voice is projected directly into the air. Ling Zhao rushed to the window, gun raised toward the sky. The clouds were thick, yet the light of the silent eye flickered, pulsing like a response. It's not a satellite. Jiang Jin stood beside her. It's a higher dimensional transmission method. They can see us, but we cannot see them. You mean they? Qianlan's voice trembled. There's more than one? It has never been just one. Jiang Jin fixed his gaze upon the flickering light, realizing that from the very beginning, this had been an observation. Wang Hu was a pawn, the 9 dominators were executors. And the true controllers, he paused, resided above the star dome. The broadcast echoed again, this time closer, as if pressed against the eardrum. Surrender the sample to preserve the flame of civilization. Resistors, be eradicated. Ling Zhao forcefully slammed down the switch, cutting the main power, halting the broadcast. Yet that voice lingered, etched in the air, echoing persistently. It's not an electronic signal. She gritted her teeth, it's spatial resonance. Jiang Jin raised his left arm, the crystal slightly trembling. He closed his eyes, sensing the turbulent flow within him, the star patterns crawling slowly beneath his skin. The resonance of the wind wolf persisted, but from a greater distance, other entities also vibrated. 9 points, at the continent's ends, the abyss of the sea, deep within the ice caps, and synchronously pulsating with the star patterns within him. They believed I was a container. He opened his eyes, but I am truly the key. What do you intend to do? Tai Tua asked. Jiang Jin did not respond. He approached the terminal, tracing the star map with his bloodied finger. Pausing at the marking point of 12th floor town. Find the next marker. Qianlong suddenly shouted, wait. The final page of the Huazhong plan has automatically unlocked. She summoned a new interface displaying a message. Warning, the Qingqi purification officer has intervened. The experimental zone is now under mandatory harvesting countdown. Remaining time, 71 hours and 42 minutes. Harvesting? Tai Tua exclaimed, eyes wide. How do we harvest? Aren't they here to capture us? Jiang Jin fixated on the countdown. Realizing the truth, they were here to kill. Ling Zhao seized her weapon and turned to leave, reinforce the defenses, and awaken every capable fighter. Tai Tua, take your team to dig the shelters and transfer all the injured underground. And you? I'll bring down the Silent Eye. Jiang Jin intercepted her. No? That is not a physical satellite. It is a projection anchor point. We cannot destroy it. Then are we to await our demise? No. Jiang Jin gazed at the terminal. We must first ascertain what Huazhong truly is. Qianlong swiftly operated the controls, calling forth the last segment of the encrypted logs. The image flickered, resembling an aerial view of a blue planet, which then zoomed in to reveal a group constructing facilities beneath the polar ice. Their leader marked with the words 12 Floors Patrol. The log's text emerged. The final Huazhong is not technology, nor genes, but memory. When the vessel awakens and the star map is restored, the battle song shall resound once more. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted. Within the fragments of memory, an ancient battle song, incomprehensible to him, suddenly resonated in his ears. Ling Zhao felt her shoulder emblem heat up again. She looked down to see a faint red glow seeping from the edge of the character's shoe, as if activated by something. Jiang Jin pressed his hand against the terminal. The crystal on his left arm connecting to the interface, star patterns spreading across his neck. He whispered, let them see who the true anomaly is. The broadcast echoed for the third time, now tinged with a hint of disturbance. Sample 01, you have been marked. Escape is impossible. Jiang Jin lifted his gaze, staring into the sky. He raised his right hand, the unhealed wound in his palm, oozing blood. The droplets fell onto the terminal interface, being absorbed. The screen flickered, and the star map reloaded. 9 points illuminated. Chapter 14. The emergence of Qingqi oxygen was dissipating. As Jiang Jin's fingertips grazed the terminal screen, his throat tightened abruptly. The air felt as though drawn into an invisible void. His lungs expanded, yet grasped nothing. He glanced down to see the star patterns on the back of his hand darkening, as if light was being siphoned from within. His breathing became labored. Tai Tuan knelt on the ground, hands braced against it, veins bulging at his temples. He attempted to uphold the gravitational field, but as his body lifted slightly, it crashed back down heavily. Ling Zhao burst through the half-collapsed doorway, smoke billowing from the shoulder interface of her tactical exoskeleton. She aimed her weapon skyward, but the bullet disintegrated into iron dust before exiting the chamber. It's not physical. She gritted her teeth, tearing off her shoulder guard to reveal the 12 floors emblem. The symbol was glowing, bright red as if about to bleed. Chunlan slumped before the control panel, fingers still trapped in the data interface. Her voice trembled. The atmospheric oxygen content is decreasing by 62 within 37 seconds. This is not a leak. It is being stripped away. The curvature of space has changed. Something above is siphoning. Jiang Jin looked up. The clouds had split open, not torn or exploded, but as if an invisible hand had grasped the corners of fabric, slowly pulling apart a gash. Silvery blue light seeped through the fissure, neither warm nor bright, yet sending a chill through one's bones. A strand of hair fell. Not hair, but flowing stardust, coalescing into chains of runes that ensnared the entire sky. They rotated gently, like the commencement of a ritual. Purification program, initiate. A woman's voice echoed directly within everyone's minds, devoid of direction or echo. Jiang Jin's left arm suddenly throbbed with pain. Within the cracks of the crystal, murky energy began to flow backward, as if forcibly retracted by some entity. His knee buckled, and he steadied himself with one hand to avoid collapsing. She is cleansing your energy. Ling Zhao lunged to his side, grasping his wrist. Your star patterns are reseeding. Jiang Jin remained silent, fixated on the rift and that strand of stardust. The murky energy within him wailed, akin to a beast encountering its nemesis. Yet, deep within, a peculiar perception emerged. That silvery blue light was not energy. It is order, he murmured. Before he finished, the strand of stardust quivered violently. 3 chains whipped down from the rift, piercing towards the center of the camp. Jiang Jin raised his hand, his palm-esque crystal glowing dark red, a bloodlight colliding with the chains, producing a jarring sound of friction. Tai Tuan seized the moment to leap up, pressing both hands to the ground, briefly expanding the gravitational field into a hemisphere. Yet the rune chains merely coiled lightly, and the gravitational field crumbled as if made of paper. Blood trickled from his lips as he was pressed into the ground. Useless. Ling Zhao bit her lip, biting down on her last piercing star bullet. This entity does not exist in the same dimension. Jiang Jin closed his eyes. He recalled the number sequence within the terminal, a compatibility of 987. He remembered the broken star gate at the heart of the star map. He remembered the resonance between crystals when the wind wolves knelt. He was not a vessel. He was a key. A key can unlock, but can also jam the lock core. He bit his tongue, a spray of blood mixed with star pattern energy splattering into his palm. The instant the blood touched the crystal, the dark red hue shifted to deep black, as if ignited oil. He pressed his hand hard against the ground. The bloodline spread across the surface, crawling over Tai Tuan's shoe, winding around Ling Zhao's gun barrel, seeping into the crevices of the control panel. The star pattern exploded from his palm, racing up his veins to his neck, and then surging up to his cheek. With a thunderous boom, the bloodlight surged skyward. The silvery blue rift was forcefully held back, the stardust strand contorting as if encountering an undesired resistance. At the rift's edge, particles of silver blue light began to overflow, akin to sand flowing backward through an hourglass. You have touched the taboo. The woman's voice wavered for the first time. Jiang Jin ignored her. He felt the murky energy within him reversing, his veins feeling as if repeatedly sliced by a heated blade. Yet at the edge of that numbing pain, he saw it. Qingqi was not a flow of energy, nor a particle beam, but a form of order. It was erasing chaos, eliminating mutations, obliterating all existence that did not conform to the definition of purity. His murky energy was thus defined as pollution. Therefore, he could withstand it, for he should never have existed. Ling Zhao, he rasped, can you still hit the high-dimensional projection? I don't know. She tightened her grip on the gun. But I do know that thing is in lunar orbit. Not orbit. Jiang Jin opened his eyes. It's in the interstice, within the rift of folded dimensions. He raised his left arm, aligning the crystal with the fissure. The star pattern crawled along his skin to his fingertips, resonating with the residual wind wolf crystals on the ground. A halo of dark red light expanded from beneath him, forming a circular energy shield. The shield's surface resembled a mirror, reflecting the scene on the other side of the rift. A silver-haired woman floated in the void, devoid of eyes or mouth. surrounded by drifting stardust runes. Her hair connected to the entire rift, as if she were a puppeteer manipulating strings. She is not on the blue planet, Jiang Jin stated. She is crushing us with dimensional disparity. Then let her bow. Ling Zhao raised her gun, the star bullet inscribed with the 12 floors emblem. She pressed the barrel against Jiang Jin's shield. With your mirror, I shall strike her eyes. Jiang Jin remained motionless. He understood that firing this shot would instantaneously shatter the shield's resonance. He knew Ling Zhao's weapon could not harm such an existence. Yet he also knew her intent was not to hit, but to disrupt. The gun fired. The rune bullet collided with the shield, refracting a distorted light beam that pierced towards the rift's center. The silver-haired woman's hair trembled abruptly, and subtle ripples appeared at the edge of the rift. Now, Jiang Jin tore open his garment, the dagger slicing into his chest. Blood gushed forth, not dripping, but being absorbed by the crystal. The dark red crystal expanded in the palm, transforming into a deep blackish red after absorbing blood, and then emanating a faint silver-blue edge. He pressed the crystal into the ground. With a thunderous roar, the crystal cluster shot skyward, resembling a colossal pillar sprouting from the earth, forcefully prying open a stable passage. Silver-blue particles intertwined with dark red murk, creating a fleeting amalgamation of clarity and obscurity. Jiang Jin's consciousness began to blur. The star speckles had spread to his collarbone, and it felt as though countless needles were pricking beneath his skin. He heard Ling Zhao calling out, the sound of Tai Tua coughing, and Chun Lan's terrified screams as the fissure began to close. Yet, he fixated on that passage. The clarity was astonishingly bright. He raised his hand, yearning to extend further. As his fingertips grazed the edge of the passage, a tremendous force erupted from within. The crystal pillar shattered, the fissure constricted, and the stardust strands entwined once more. Stitching the sky together, the silver-blue light vanished. The air resumed its flow. Jiang Jin collapsed to the ground, the wound on his chest still bleeding. Shards of crystal embedded in his palm. He looked up to see the clouds converging, as if nothing had ever occurred. But he knew something had transpired. Ling Zhao approached, crouching down to tear open her outer garment and press it against his chest. Her hands trembled. Did you see it? She inquired. Jiang Jin remained silent, staring at the fragments of crystal in his palm, watching the last wisp of silver-blue light retract from the fissure. The passage had closed, yet the key remained. Chapter 15. The trial commences. Oxygen had not fully returned. Jiang Jin's fingertips were buried in the mud, the crystal shards caught on a half-broken stardust rune. Blood dripping down the fissure in tremors. He could feel that thing still vibrating, its frequency exceedingly low, akin to a pulse resonating from the depths of the earth. Ling Zhao's tactical exoskeleton had powered down, leaving only the wristband connected to the remnants of the terminal. She knelt beside him, twisting her wrist to funnel the last remnants of electricity into the interface. A spark flickered at the connection, the screen illuminating for a brief moment before extinguishing. The frequency persisted. Her voice was hoarse, like sandpaper grinding against iron. That shard of crystal is still transmitting a signal. Jiang Jin did not raise his gaze. The wound on his chest pressed against her garment, the blood seeping slower, yet each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. He lifted his uninjured right hand, the fingertips brushing against the crystal fragments. As the blood touched the crystal, it suddenly heated up, the entire shard vibrating as if something had pulled its strings from afar. Chun Lan was crouched at the edge of the control panel, her fingers still inserted into the data interface. Her complexion was ashen, beads of cold sweat on her forehead, yet her eyes were fixed on the screen. It connected. She bit her lip, but it's not an attack signal. It's a broadcast. The encryption layer has been bypassed. Tai Tua leaned against the wall, the gravity field at its limit, his entire being feeling as if it had been drained of its bones. He heard the word broadcast, and a laugh escaped his throat. Still airing a program? Now, the title. Chun Lan stared at the text that popped up, her voice trembling. Sample 01. You have passed the first stage of screening. The air fell silent for a moment. Ling Zhao suddenly looked up at Jiang Jin. He was fixated on the crystal shards in his palm. A faint silver pattern emerging on the surface, reminiscent of a circuit activated by blood. They know your name, she stated. Jiang Jin did not respond. He sensed the murky energy within him, but it felt frozen, sinking deep within his meridians. The star speckles retreated from his cheeks to his neck, then began to slowly ascend once more. He closed his eyes, the familiar sting returning, not from the wound, but as if some nerve in his brain had been gently prodded by an unseen force. The decoding continued. Ling Zhao turned to focus on Chun Lan, urging her to spill all the contents. Chun Lan bit her lip, inserting her other hand into the interface. The terminal emitted a sharp alarm, and the screen flickered with a series of alien characters, twisting like serpents. Tai Tua attempted to rise, but as he moved, a sharp pain exploded in his head, causing him to slide back down to the corner. Don't push it. Ling Zhao pressed down on his shoulder. This isn't something you can break with sheer strength. Jiang Jin raised his hand, his fingertips breaking the surface once more, blood dripping onto the crystal fragments. The dark red liquid seeped into the cracks, and the entire crystal suddenly glowed, as if responding to something. The wristband screen jolted violently. The alien text began to disappear line by line, replaced by clear translation. Welcome to the Star Path Life and Death Race. The victor shall receive qualification for Civilization Leap. The words were stark, devoid of embellishment or tone. Yet each felt like a nail, driven into the minds of all present. Tai Tua gasped. Race? Competing for a life score? Ling Zhao scrutinized the line of text, her fingers gliding over the edge of the wristband, attempting to sever the external connection. But at the moment she disconnected, those two lines of text abruptly vanished from the screen, only to reappear on the control panel as if burned into it, profoundly deep. The rules had been established. Chun Lan's voice trembled. This isn't data. It's a materialized command. Jiang Jin slowly lifted his gaze. He could feel the murky energy, once suppressed by the clarity, slowly beginning to flow back. It was not restoration, it was redefinition. He was no longer a source of pollution, but a participant. He closed his eyes. Fragments of memory poured in. A massive cathedral floated at the center of the star sea, 12 towers encircling it, their peaks connected by a fractured star chain. A song echoed in the wind, not in words, but a battle hymn, roaring from countless throats, shaking the nebulae. A figure stood atop the tower, back to the camera, grasping a sword that gleamed in darkness. In the moment he swung the sword, the star chain shattered, and the entire star domain collapsed. The scene shifted. Amidst flames, 12 cathedrals burned simultaneously. Someone was shouting, not a plea for help, but an oath. The voice drowned in the explosions, yet Jiang Jin heard the final word, hibernation. He abruptly opened his eyes. The star speckles crawled from his collarbone upward, a faint glow emanating from beneath his skin, as if something were swimming within his veins. He raised his hand, palm facing up, the patterns of the star speckles converging at his fingertips, momentarily forming a symbol with 4 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line. A dot in the center, resembling an ancient character for building, or perhaps some form of insignia. It lasted less than a second before dissipating. What's wrong? Ling Zhao sensed his abnormal state, gripping his wrist tightly. Jiang Jin did not resist. He lowered his gaze to his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not extinction. What? The human race. He raised his head, his eyes as cold as ice. It hasn't been destroyed. It has merely hidden away. Tai Tua, leaning against the wall, gasped. What did you see just now? Jiang Jin did not reply. He slowly stood up, his knees still trembling, but he did not kneel again. He approached, retrieving the chip from beside Wang Hu's corpse. The surface of the chip was already cracked, yet it still radiated heat. He touched it with the star speckles. The chip vibrated as its internal data was refreshed remotely. A new line of text appeared. Sample 01 confirmed received. Loading the first checkpoint. Ling Zhao immediately summoned the star map. The backup terminal barely functioned, the coordinates of the blue planet lighting up, surrounded by 12 beams of energy that reactivated in a circular formation, resembling some countdown device. Yet there were no attack commands, no fissures of clarity. Only a mark, participating Civilization 001. They have marked us. Ling Zhao stared at the star map, not to destroy, but to register. Jiang Jin clenched the chip tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. He recalled the string of numbers from the terminal, 987. He remembered the resonance of the wind wolves as they lay in wait. He remembered the moment the rules of clarity descended and the mournful wail of the murky energy within him. He was not the target. He was the qualification. The trial, he stated, is not punishment. It is selection. Ling Zhao looked at him. How do you plan to respond? Jiang Jin lowered his head, gazing at the crystal fragments in his palm. The last trace of silver pattern had vanished, yet he knew that thing was still operational. The system of the Starry Empire had already registered him, and the rules had taken effect. There was no escape. He could only confront it. He raised his hand, pressing the crystal fragments into the fissure of the control panel. Blood flowed from his fingertips into the crevice, the star speckles spreading as if making a connection. Let them know. He stated that the key would not rust by itself. Suddenly, Chun Lan spoke up. The second signal has arrived. A hush fell over everyone. The screen of the wristband lit up again, displaying no text, only a segment of audio encoding. Ling Zhao connected to the decoding program, and 3 seconds later, a melody resonated. It was brief, cold, devoid of instruments, resembling the sound produced by countless metal fragments colliding. Yet, as the melody emerged, Jiang Jin's star pattern abruptly contracted, then surged. He comprehended it. It was not language, it was the prelude to a war song. The first phrase echoing through the starry sea when the first human emperor severed the star chain. They utilized this as a notification. His voice lowered, not as a warning, but as a summons. Tai Tuo leaned against the wall, grinning. Damn, quite the refinement. Ling Zhao gazed at the star map. The 12 energy beams remained illuminated, motionless. Yet the blue star had been encircled within a certain system. She turned off the terminal and looked up at Jiang Jin. What shall we do next? Jiang Jin did not glance at her. He approached the control panel, his fingers tracing the 2 lines of charred text on the metal plate. Star path life and death competition, civilization leap qualification. He raised his hand, the star pattern gathering at his fingertips, resembling a drop of blood about to fall. Then, with force, he slashed down. A deep scratch appeared beneath the word qualification, revealing a profound depth. It was not an answer, it was a response. The wind outside continued to blow on the remnants of the camp. A piece of iron sheet was lifted and then smashed down again. Jiang Jin stood before the control panel, the star pattern spreading from his neck to his ears. Slightly warm, he lifted his eyes. Where the clouds had once cleaved, now only a grayish-white expanse remained. Yet he knew that fissure would eventually open again. And this time, he would not be crushed by the rules. He would trample the rules into the ground. Ling Zhao approached him, her hand resting on the gun barrel. Do you remember that star chain? She inquired. Jiang Jin remained silent for several seconds. I remember. It was severed. So, she regarded him. We must reconnect it. Jiang Jin said nothing. He raised his hand, observing the star pattern meandering beneath his skin, as if searching for a particular frequency. In the distance, Wang Hu's chip suddenly vibrated. The last line of text on the screen quietly updated. First checkpoint. Countdown initiated. Chapter 16. The Ember Camp. Reconstruction of Power. The scratch on the metal plate of the control panel still emitted wisps of smoke as Jiang Jin withdrew his finger from the edge of the fissure. The blood had congealed, and the star pattern flowed slowly beneath his skin, akin to a hidden current after the tide recedes. Ling Zhao stood to his side. The energy indicator light of her tactical exoskeleton completely extinguished, with only the shoulder emblem faintly glowing red. She no longer spoke, merely unloaded the magazine from her handgun and gently placed it on the wreckage of the control panel, the barrel facing herself. Tai Tuo leaned against the wall. Gravity field dissipated, his entire being feeling as though it had been drained of strength. He took a couple of breaths, bracing himself on his knees to stand, and walked up to Jiang Jin, looking up at him. You decide which way to go, he stated. Jiang Jin did not look at him or the gun. He bent down and extracted a twisted circuit board from beneath the control panel, its edge still attached to a half-damaged data cable. He touched the interface with the star pattern. The fragmented crystal quivered slightly, and projection spots began to rise from the fissure. A three-dimensional topographic map gradually unfolded. In the polar ice fields, thousands of meters underground, a colossal structure was embedded within the rock layers, surrounded by 12 symmetrical energy nodes, perfectly aligning with the surface star map. Here, Jiang Jin's finger pointed at the center of the structure, capable of shielding external detection, with an independent energy supply system. It was not a camp, it was a sanctuary. Chunlan leaned against the wall as she approached, her face pale and her hands trembling. She stared at the projection for 3 seconds, her voice dry. How do you know it's still alive? It is not that I know, Jiang Jin replied. It recognizes me. He raised his left hand, the star pattern spreading from his palm to his fingertips, gently pressing it against the projection. The light suddenly brightened, and the internal circuits of the structure gradually illuminated, resembling a slumbering giant awakening. We depart in 3 days, he declared. Everyone, inventory supplies, transfer the injured. Prioritize dismantling heavy equipment, take everything we can. No one moved. A man dressed in an old combat uniform stepped forward from the crowd, a scar running across his face. Wang Hu's former deputy. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Jin, his voice low, yet each word struck the ground. You expect us to trust you because you can fight? Because your blood can illuminate the machines? The Starry Empire regards you as a contestant. What about us? Have we become your sacrificial offerings? Jiang Jin did not respond. Ling Zhao took a step forward but was halted by his raised hand. You are correct, Jiang Jin said. Looking at the man, I am not a leader. I have no right to earn your trust. The man scoffed. But I have no choice. Jiang Jin continued. You have even less choice. The rules are already in place. We have been marked. There is no escape, no hiding. We can either wait for death or move forward. He paused for a second. I choose to move forward. You may remain. The crowd stirred. Chunlan suddenly spoke. If the energy system of the underground city is indeed a remnant of the human race, it requires a matching genetic sequence to activate. You possess it, we do not. If you enter, and the door closes, what shall we do? Jiang Jin looked at her. Then he turned, walked to the control panel, and placed his palm against the fragmented crystal. Blood seeped out, the star pattern spread, and the projection abruptly switched. A segment of audio loaded. A brief, cold, metallic collision-like melody echoed. The war song. The moment everyone heard that sound, their bodies stiffened. The star pattern surged beneath Jiang Jin's skin, and Chunlan's headset automatically activated, displaying that her brainwave frequency synchronized with the melody. This is not a command. Jiang Jin stated, it is a response. It has awaited this sound for an unknown number of years. He withdrew his hand, and the projection dimmed. The door will not close, he asserted. It will only open once. Whoever can stand firm when the melody plays may enter. Tai Tuo suddenly moved. He walked to the scrapped transport vehicle, pressing his hands against the ground, momentarily activating the gravity field. The vehicle lifted 3 inches off the ground. Slowly moving to the center of the camp, he released his hands, and the vehicle crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. I trust him, Tai Tuo proclaimed. He has never deceived me, nor abandoned anyone. He turned to Wang Hu's old subordinates. If you believe it's safer to follow a dead man, you may leave now. I will not stop you. No one moved. Ling Zhao bent down, picked up the handgun, reloaded the magazine, and returned it to Jiang Jin, the barrel facing outward. Jiang Jin did not take it. You come, he said. She hesitated. The camp needs a commander. Jiang Jin gazed at her. I am not adept at giving orders, but I shall determine the direction. She stared at him for 3 seconds, then tucked the gun back into her waistband. I will be responsible for vigilance and coordination. She said, you will lead the way. Jiang Jin nodded. The crowd began to disperse. Some went to inventory the medical supplies. Others dismantled the generator. And the injured were transferred onto makeshift stretchers. Order was being restored, not due to commands, but because of that projection, that melody, and the unspoken promise from Jiang Jin. Tai Tuo did not wander far. He circled to the northern district of the camp, where Wang Hu's original base was located. The walls half collapsed, exposing steel bars. He crouched down, his fingers tracing the ground, discovering signs of disturbed earth. He stood up, walked around in a half circle, and finally halted in front of a loose metal plate. With force, he pried it open. Beneath lay a 2-meter-long alloy plate, its surface etched with patterns. The star map. It was neither modern nor from the Starry Empire, but depicted the 12 towers surrounding the star chain, with a broken line in the center, as if cleaved by something. Tai Tuo's pupils constricted. As he was about to reach out, footsteps echoed nearby. 3 men emerged from behind the ruins, all former subordinates of Wang Hu, wielding cutting tools. Don't touch it, one of them said. This is our property. Tai Tuo remained unmoved. Did you excavate it? What does it matter to you? What is inscribed upon it? None of your concern. Tai Tuo chuckled lightly and stood tall. Very well, he replied. Let us see whether your speed surpasses the force of my gravitational field. As he pressed down, the ground cracked beneath him, causing the 3 men to plummet, their knees crashing into the concrete. He approached, effortlessly lifting the alloy plate and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Jiang Jin, he said into his communicator, something has been discovered in the northern district. You should come and see. By the time Jiang Jin arrived, the alloy plate had been placed in an open area. He approached silently, reaching out to touch the star map. The moment his fingertip made contact with the engravings, fragments of memory surged forth. The temple was ablaze. The star chain was severed. 12 beams of light shot from the tower into the sky, forming a circular array. A figure stood at the center, wielding a black sword, its tip directed toward the sea of stars. He spoke, though no sound emerged, yet Jiang Jin could hear it. Reboot. The vision vanished. Jiang Jin withdrew his hand. The star patterns beneath his skin pulsating violently, extending from behind his ear to his neck. Seal off the northern district, he commanded. No one is to approach. Tai Tuo nodded and turned to organize a patrol. Chunlan approached, gazing intently at the alloy plate for an extended time. The compatibility of these engravings with the underground city in trance exceeds 90%, she remarked. It is not a map, it is a key. Jiang Jin offered no response. He lifted his gaze to the projection device at the center of the camp. The wreckage still emitted smoke, yet the core module remained intact. He moved closer, activating the backup power with the star patterns. The 3-dimensional star map unfurled once more. He scanned the engravings of the alloy plate into the projection. After a few flickers, a line of text suddenly appeared. Access verification successful. Target coordinates locked. Migration path being planned. Chunlan gasped. It recognizes this plate. Jiang Jin observed the text, his voice barely above a whisper. It does not merely recognize, it is waiting for it. In the distance, Ling Zhao stood beside a modified vehicle, inspecting the ammunition box. She looked up and saw Jiang Jin standing before the projection, the star patterns flowing gently across his face, resembling ancient script awakening. She approached him. 3 days hence, she stated, can we truly reach it? Jiang Jin scrutinized the star map, his finger tracing several red points along the path. Some will perish, he replied. Yet some will remain. As long as the melody continues to resonate, the path shall not be severed. She fixed her gaze upon him. What did you see when you touched that plate? He paused in silence for several seconds. I saw a door, he finally said, but it remains unopened. She refrained from pressing further. The wind swept through the ruins, lifting a sheet of metal that struck the wall with a dull thud. Jiang Jin raised his hand, the star patterns coalescing at his fingertips like a droplet of blood poised to fall. He then pressed down forcefully on the projection's confirmation button. Ignition, he declared. Reignite the flame. Chapter 17. Ling Zhao's fury. The wind had barely brushed past the metal eaves when it produced a brief scraping sound. Jiang Jin's hand lingered on the confirmation button of the projection, the star patterns at his fingertips forming a dark crimson point, akin to embers that had yet to cool. He did not lift his gaze, but his ears detected a dissonant gravitational wave emanating from the northern district. It was not the stable amplification commonly employed by Tai Ta, but rather a sudden, localized collapse. Almost simultaneously, a muffled explosion erupted from Barak No. 3. The tremor from the ruptured steel beam reverberated through the ground beneath his feet, prompting Jiang Jin to spin around abruptly. He saw Tai Ta standing outside the Barak, arms outstretched, muscles taut. As the concrete ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, a beam hung suspended in midair, less than half a meter above the heads of 2 injured personnel. Barak No. 3 in the northern district. There are intruders. Tai Ta roared, his throat already raw. Jiang Jin no longer regarded the projection. He dashed outside, the star patterns extending from his neck to his collarbone, the energy beneath his skin surging. The camp's alarm system had yet to be restored, but flames were already leaping from the damaged rooftop. The air warped, as if sliced by an invisible blade, a triangular gap slowly forming in the roof. Cold winds carrying radioactive dust streaming in. Ling Zhao did not wait for orders. She leapt down from the ventilation duct, although her tactical exoskeleton had exhausted its power. Her movements remained swift. Upon landing, she flung a crossbow bolt from her right hand, the tip trailing a faint electric arc. An assassin was descending through the fissure, their mechanical eye locking onto Jiang Jin's position just as they were struck by an electromagnetic pulse, plunging them into a 3-second blind spot. A protective shield of clear energy unfolded before the assassin, taking on a semi-transparent spherical shape, its surface shimmering with stardust runes. Conventional bullets disintegrated upon impact. Yet, at the moment the shield wavered, Ling Zhao had already switched her tactical backpack, stowing the crossbow bolt and drawing out a high-frequency military knife, followed closely by a shockwave gun. Her first strike targeted the upper left corner of the shield, where the energy nodes converged. The blade embedded itself, causing the shield's patterns to tremble. The assassin raised their hand, transforming their hair into blades of clear energy, severing communication lines and causing sparks to erupt from the cables. Ling Zhao sidestepped, her left cheek scar twitching slightly from the tension in her muscles. She did not pause. Withdrawing her knife, she pressed the shockwave gun to her face and fired. The high-frequency shockwave penetrated the layer of clear energy, forcibly distorting the shield's resonance frequency. With a crack, the shield shattered. The assassin retreated, their mechanical eye relocking onto the target, pupils narrowing to pinpoints. They raised their hand, preparing to scan the crystalline sample in Jiang Jin's palm. Jiang Jin had arrived. He said nothing. The star patterns crawled up his left arm to his fingertips, and with a swift motion, he struck out. The energy shockwave collided with the scanning beam, shattering it instantly, as if glass had been struck by a heavy blow. He seized the assassin by the throat with his left hand, the pressure crushing their trachea. The assassin did not struggle. They stared at Jiang Jin, a smile curling at the corner of their mouth, their mechanical eye flickering with streams of data. Jiang Jin's pupils contracted. The model matched precisely with the one he had seen in the Polar Base's secret chamber in Chapter 5. The man who had been corroded to death by clear energy had this very type of mechanical eye embedded in his eye socket. You cannot escape the Council's assassins. Their voice faltered in their throat. They self-destructed the mechanical eye. A micro-explosion erupted from the eye socket, the shockwave throwing Jiang Jin's hand away. The assassin's body disintegrated in mid-air into remnants of clear energy, scattered like ashes in the wind, leaving only a metallic core that landed on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Jiang Jin crouched down, enveloping his fingers in star patterns as he picked up the core. The temperature was exceedingly high, yet it did not burn him. He recognized that this object was not an ordinary recorder, but a directional signal transmitter capable of penetrating dimensional barriers. Ling Zhao approached, her tactical visor scanning the remnants. She bent down and crushed the metallic core beneath her military boot, the internal circuitry sparking one final time. "They have been watching us for quite some time," she remarked, her voice as cold as water beneath ice. Jiang Jin did not reply. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the moon. The last position connected by the Core S signal was the far side of the moon, coinciding with the location of Qingming's descent. Tai Tuo approached, panting heavily, sweat beading on his brow. He glanced at the rescued injured personnel and then at Jiang Jin. The assassin penetrated from a higher dimension, not through physical means. "Our current defenses cannot withstand a second incursion." Jiang Jin stored the fragments of the metallic core in his tactical bag. He returned to the projection device, the star patterns touching the interface. The three-dimensional star map unfurled once again, the red points along the migration path still flickering. "We depart in 3 days," he announced. Ling Zhao stood beside him, her gaze sweeping across the cut rooftops of the northern district before settling on the star patterns spreading across Jiang Jin's neck. Suddenly, she spoke, "We must leave now." Jiang Jin's finger hovered above the confirmation button. Half of the camp remained in a state of unconsciousness, and the dismantling of heavy equipment had barely reached 30%. "Then take those who are able to walk," he stated. Ling Zhao's voice remained steady, yet each word struck the ground like a hammer. If the assassins could come once, they could certainly return. In the next encounter, they might directly breach the entrance to the underground city. They coveted that piece of alloy as well. Jiang Jin fell silent. The star patterns beneath his skin writhed violently, spreading from the base of his ear to his shoulder. He recalled the fleeting image that crossed his mind when he touched the alloy, a temple ablaze, a star chain severed, and the figure standing at the center proclaiming, "Reboot." This was not the first time he had been pursued. However, this time, the entire camp was at stake. "Prepare for relocation," he finally declared, prioritizing the injured and core equipment. All weapon systems were activated immediately. Tai Tuo was responsible for the gravity alert network, establishing a monitoring point every 30 meters. Tai Tuo nodded and turned to leave. Ling Zhao remained still, fixated on Jiang Jin, the tactical sight reflecting the star patterns pulsating on his neck. "What did you see?" she inquired, recalling the moment she had gripped his throat. Jiang Jin did not shy away. "I saw Chapter 5, he replied. "The man who perished in the chamber was also controlled by this kind of artificial eye. They have not sent people to Lanxing for the first time. It is not assassination, it is reconnaissance." Ling Zhao interjected, "In their eyes, we have always been mere subjects for experimentation. From the moment Qingming descended, it was no longer a question of whether to eliminate us, but rather when." Jiang Jin raised his hand, the star patterns coalescing in his palm like a drop of blood poised to fall. "Then let us not keep them waiting," he asserted. Ling Zhao turned towards the armory. She opened her tactical backpack, retrieved 3 shock grenades, and stowed them in the side pocket of her exoskeleton. Then she drew a high-frequency military knife, checking the blade's resonance frequency. The blade hummed, emitting a sharp metallic sound. Jiang Jin approached and handed her a data chip. "This contains the signal records from the core fragments," he stated. "Decode it and send it to me." Ling Zhao accepted it, inserting it into the tactical sight interface. The data stream began to load, and she squinted her eyes. "The signal connects not only to the moon," she murmured. "There are also 2 relay points in near-Earth orbit. They are already deploying a net of encirclement." Jiang Jin focused on the star map. The red dots along the migration path suddenly illuminated, as if activated by some external signal. "They know we intend to leave," he remarked. "Then do not take the original route." Ling Zhao raised her gaze. The entrance to the underground city lay beneath the polar ice sheet, but the ice had shifting fault lines. "We can detour through the eastern Rift Valley, avoiding the primary detection zone. The rift is fraught with toxic gas storms. Better than having the clearing agents slice our heads open." Jiang Jin glanced at her. She neither smiled nor wavered. 3 minutes later, the camp's alarm system rebooted. Tai Tuo erected gravity monitoring stakes in the northern sector, each connected to a star pattern resonator capable of capturing dimensional fluctuations. Shun Lan was awakened, receiving signal decryption, her eyes bloodshot. Jiang Jin stood at the center of the camp, observing as people resumed their frantic activities. Some dismantled generators, others transported medical supplies, and the injured were moved to sealed transport pods. Order had returned, but this time not out of hope, but rather because the threat loomed over them like a noose. Ling Zhao approached, wielding a modified sniper rifle. The barrel was lengthened, and the scope was connected to the tactical sight, capable of locking onto high-dimensional fluctuations. "I will guard the first night," she declared. Jiang Jin nodded. He raised his hand, the star patterns dancing at his fingertips, and then pressed the projection confirmation button. Firebrand. He said, do not wait 3 days. The star map shifted, revealing a new path that circumvented the eastern Rift Valley, entirely avoiding the near-Earth detection zone. Ling Zhao positioned the sniper rifle at a vantage point, the muzzle aimed at the night sky. She spoke no further. The wind swept through the ruins, lifting a sheet of metal that crashed against the wall with a dull thud. Jiang Jin stood before the projection, the star patterns flowing across his face like some ancient script awakening. He lifted his hand, a drop of blood falling, landing precisely at the starting point of the path. Chapter 18. Crystallization Crisis. As the blood drop touched the projection's starting point, the ground trembled. Jiang Jin's hand remained suspended in the air, the star patterns still intact, resembling the remnants of a galaxy frozen in his palm. Suddenly, he looked up. All the red lights of the northern sector's warning stakes exploded within 3 seconds. Cracking and popping, glass shards scattering like droplets of blood into the wind, leaving a stinging sensation as they grazed his cheek. Tai Tuo's voice erupted from the communicator. Distorted by static, beast horde. Over 300. Breaking through the isolation wall. The eastern defense line has collapsed. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted. He should have anticipated that the moment the star patterns activated, the energy fluctuations would beacon to those mutated creatures tainted by the star core. They were not mere beasts. They were hunting machines driven by a higher consciousness. As the first mutated bear crashed into the camp, the dark red crystal on its forehead vibrated at a high frequency, resembling a beating heart. Its limbs twisted grotesquely, muscles bulging like tightened steel cables, and the ground quaked upon its landing, cracking the earth. Suddenly, Jiang Jin felt a tightness in his left arm, the sound of grinding stones echoing beneath his skin as the crystallized tissue fractured. A familiar, chilling sensation crept along his nerves, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at his marrow. He paid it no mind. With a swift motion, he raised his right palm, and the crystallization storm erupted from his hand, tearing through the air and forming a spiral vortex of energy. The entire bear was reduced to dust mid-air, its bones disintegrating before they could touch the ground, scattered like stardust. Yet before the dust settled, the second wave and third wave surged forth. They did not rush chaotically. They encircled him, advancing from the east, west, and north in unison, their movements synchronized as if guided by an invisible awareness. Jiang Jin pushed with his right palm again, the storm sweeping across, toppling 2 rows of barracks, the steel frames twisting as they crashed into the ground, igniting sparks. He slipped, his back colliding with the rubble, debris scraping his cheek and leaving a trail of blood. Crystallization spread from his shoulder, creeping upwards, already enveloping his clavicle. He looked down, the patterns beneath his skin resembling a parched riverbed, cracks multiplying and emanating a bizarre, silvery blue glow. One more movement, and his entire arm might explode. But he could not stop. A bear leaped into the air, its claws aimed directly at the injured transport pod. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Jin forced his left arm upward, the pain searing like a knife, as the star patterns forcibly coalesced within the fractures, and he slammed his palm onto the ground. The earth instantaneously crystallized, spiderweb-like crystalline spikes erupting from beneath, impaling the bear mid-air, its blood flowing down the crystalline spikes, solidifying into a dark red ice column. The crystalline spikes continued to spread, blocking the advancing horde and forming an irregular barrier. The storm ceased. Jiang Jin knelt, breathing as if his throat were sanded, each inhale laced with the taste of rust. He felt the crystallized area in his chest expanding. With each heartbeat, the cracks deepened, as if his heart were ensnared within a tightening iron cage. Jiang Jin. Ling Zhao leaped down from the vantage point, the tactical exoskeleton emitting a low-energy alert as red lights flickered at the edges of her shoulder armor. Ignoring it, she dashed into the ruins, grabbing him by the waist and throwing a tactical rope that wrapped around a nearby steel pillar. Jiang Jin attempted to shake her off. As he raised his hand, the shield automatically deployed. The energy wave knocked Ling Zhao back 2 steps, her knee striking the ground, the military knife slipping from her grasp. Her fingertips mere inches from the hilt. The shield remained, radiating unstable light, its edges beginning to warp, as if it could explode at any moment. You cannot hold on much longer, Ling Zhao insisted, rising with difficulty, her gaze fixed on the crystalline patterns spreading across his neck, her voice lowered to a whisper. At this rate, you will be completely petrified within 3 hours and become a statue. Jiang Jin remained silent. He knew he was losing control. Yet the camp was still under siege. He raised his hand, intending to gather energy once more. Suddenly, Ling Zhao drew a tactical dagger. Slicing open the embedded serum pouch in the rope, the needle piercing the side of his neck. At the instant the liquid was injected, Jiang Jin's pupils contracted. His nerves electrified, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, mixed with black crystalline fragments, his consciousness returning. Do not use it anymore. Ling Zhao tugged him towards the safe zone, urging him onward. You cannot withstand another blow. As Jiang Jin was pulled from the ruins, the last mutated bear was crushed into the ground by the gravitational field of the iron weight, creating a deep pit as the earth collapsed, swallowing the bear's carcass in a torrent of mud and debris. The northern sector of the camp had already caved in significantly, with the transport pod leaning precariously as injured personnel struggled within. Iron Weight came running, panting heavily, his back burdened by the unconscious Chen Luan, his face smeared with blood and ash. My lab was destroyed, he gasped, setting Chen Luan down, his voice hoarse. I unearthed this. He extended a data pad. Its screen cracked yet still glowing, the feeble light reflecting off his shattered goggles. Jiang Jin reached out to accept it. The serum can suppress crystallization, Iron Weight spoke rapidly. But it requires blood from a source with the same stellar pattern, calibrated according to the genetic sequence. Otherwise, it could lead to a backlash. Before he could finish, the sky split apart. 12 starry warplanes broke through the clouds, engines roaring louder than any sound, causing the ground to tremble slightly. They did not descend but hovered, their bellies opening as 12 beams of locking light simultaneously descended, all aimed at Jiang Jin. The beams pierced his skin, delivering a sharp, tingling sensation. Ling Zhao yanked Jiang Jin behind her, gripping her high-frequency blade tightly, its edge humming ominously. Iron Weight shoved Chen Luan into the transport pod, spreading his arms to shield them, as the gravitational field expanded anew, causing the ground to sink, forming a circular depression in an attempt to disrupt the targeting. They're not here to kill us. Jiang Jin leaned against the crumbling wall, his voice low and raspy, as if emerging from the depths. They've come to collect samples. Then you are the sample, Ling Zhao replied, her gaze fixed on the sky, quickly scanning the aircraft's models through her tactical goggles, the 7th recovery unit of the Shanghai project. They require a living specimen to extract the stellar core fusion intact. Jiang Jin looked down at his hands. The crystallization had crept up to his chest, with increasing fissures beneath his skin. Each breath brought a faint sting, as if shards of glass flowed through his veins. He raised his right hand, the star pattern dancing at his fingertips, but his left arm hung limply, like a lifeless stone. The serum requires homologous blood. He echoed Iron Weight's words, his eyes resting on Ling Zhao. She did not flinch. She understood his thoughts. I am not a star-patterned individual, she said. My genes do not match. But you are the only one who has survived close to the stellar core device. Jiang Jin's gaze lingered on the scar on her left cheek, an old wound that slashed from her brow to her jaw. Your body has a tolerance to stellar energy. It may be close enough. Ling Zhao fell silent for a second before tearing open the shoulder armor of her tactical exoskeleton, revealing skin beneath her collarbone. There lay an old scar, a remnant of the stellar core incident, radiating outward, its edges faintly silver, resembling a mark scorched by stellar energy. Make it deeper, she urged, do not waste time. Jiang Jin drew his military knife, the tip pressing against her skin. Ling Zhao did not blink. The blade sliced through, blood gushing forth, dripping into the sampling slot of the datapad. The screen flickered, calculations beginning as the progress bar slowly ascended. The locking beams from the high-altitude warplanes began to constrict, converging into a brighter blue light. They are about to make their move. Iron Weight shouted. Ling Zhao seized the knife, plunging it into her own wound, blood flowing more rapidly down her arm. She extended her arm towards Jiang Jin now. He grasped her wrist, the star pattern crawling up her skin, her blood drawn away swiftly as if by an unseen force. The data pad emitted a notification. Ratio complete, serum can be produced. But just then, a beam of clear energy descended from above, striking the center of Iron Weight's gravitational field. At the moment of impact, the air exploded, the ground collapsing instantly, sending Iron Weight flying into the transport pod. Chen Luan tumbled inside, the data pad slipping from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air. Ling Zhao lunged to seize it, but the second beam had already locked onto her. She raised her hand to block, the military knife shattering into 3 pieces under the pressure of the clear energy, fragments embedding into her arm. Jiang Jin attempted to rush forward, but as he took a step, a sharp pain seized his chest, crystallization spreading towards his heart. He fell to one knee, his breath nearly ceasing, the edges of his vision darkening. The data pad lay 2 meters away, still illuminated, the serum ratio clearly displayed. The 12 warplanes simultaneously adjusted their angles, their belly weapon systems charging, a ghostly blue light gathering at their muzzles, resembling 12 miniature stars on the verge of detonation. Ling Zhao rose, blood trickling from her mouth, her right arm barely able to lift. She glanced at Jiang Jin, then towards the sky. She knew they could not withstand another wave of attack. Iron Weight, she cried. Can you hold on? Inside the transport pod, Iron Weight struggled to raise his body, the gravitational field expanding once more, but with half the strength as before. The ground sank only 30 centimeters before it halted. Veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth clenched until they bled. I can't hold much longer, he gritted out. At most 30 seconds. Ling Zhao bent to pick up the half of the military knife, positioning herself before Jiang Jin, her back to him, like a wall. 30 seconds is enough, she declared. Jiang Jin raised his hand. The star pattern condensed one last time as his fingertip neared the data pad. But just as he was about to make contact, a crisp crack resonated from his chest. The crystallization fissures pierced through the area around his heart. His vision darkened, and his body leaned forward. Ling Zhao swiftly caught him, shoving him into the emergency shelter of the transport pod. She snatched the data pad, inserting it into the synthesizer interface, pressing the start button. With the serum injected, a 10-second countdown commenced, mechanical sounds filling the air. The warplane's beams had fully charged. Ling Zhao stood tall, removing her tactical goggles to reveal eyes once scorched by the stellar core, where a faint silver glimmer flowed in their depths. She raised the remaining blade, pointing it skyward. Come, she whispered, I am not dead yet. The ground began to tremble. Not from the aircraft, but from deep beneath the earth. The remnants of the stellar core within Jiang Jin resonated, triggering a chain reaction with Ling Zhao's blood. 30 seconds may not be enough to escape, but it was sufficient to ignite a counterattack. Chapter 19. Energy resonance. At the moment the crystallization cracked, Jiang Jin's fingers twitched. The sound emerged as though squeezed from the marrow of his bones, brief, crisp, followed by a deeper sense of pressure radiating from his chest. He leaned forward, his knees crashing onto the rubble, his fingertips mere half an inch from the data pad. Blood dripped from Ling Zhao's wound, pooling dark red spots at the edges of the screen. He did not reach for the pad, but instead, with his last strength, flipped his palm to direct the star pattern towards the ground. The residual energy seeped from his palm like a fine thread, ensnaring the edge of the data pad and pulling it back bit by bit. The motion was so slow it was almost imperceptible, yet it was indeed in motion. Ling Zhao's gaze was fixed on his back. The tactical exoskeleton had powered down, yet she stood tall, unwavering. Blood from her mouth dripped down her chin, staining her shoulder armor in a small, dark splotch. She did not wipe it away. Her eyes locked onto the 12 beams of locking light that were contracting, the charging sound rising from low to high, throbbing against her eardrums. Iron Weight, she shouted. A muffled thud came from the transport pod as Iron Weight burst through the deformed hatch, arms pressed against the ground, the gravitational field expanding anew. The ground sank less than 20 centimeters before it halted, weak ripples forming at the edges of the fissures, as if energy were struggling. 15 seconds left. He gritted through clenched teeth, veins bulging at his temples. Finally, the data pad was dragged to Jiang Jin's palm. He raised his right hand, his fingertip tracing the bloodstains left in the sampling slot, merging the serum with his own essence, forcing it through his veins towards his heart. At the moment of liquid infusion, it felt as if a fissure had exploded within him, all crystallization patterns spasming simultaneously, the cracks beneath his skin glowing crimson. His throat tightened, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Yet as the blood struck the ground, it evaporated into a dark red mist. Then, his chest illuminated, not an external light but one emanating from beneath his skin, as if lava flowed within his veins. The starry patterns came to life, spreading along the collarbone, spine, and limbs with a speed surpassing crystallization. The entire crystalline area began to vibrate, the frequency escalating rapidly until a low-frequency hum emanated from within him. The targeting beam of the high-altitude aircraft quivered momentarily. The first aircraft's energy ring flickered twice before extinguishing. The second attempted to adjust its angle but veered sharply, colliding with a nearby craft. The sound of tearing metal pierced the sky as a fireball erupted, debris tumbling toward the ground. The navigation systems of the remaining aircraft malfunctioned en masse. Some spun in place, while others nosedived uncontrollably. 6 aircraft collided in midair, the shockwave from the explosion toppling the remnants of the camp. A few others managed to hold on for mere seconds before one crashed into the northern ice sheet, creating a massive crater and dislodging a silver sphere. The surface of the sphere was smooth, inscribed with intricate patterns, identical to the metal plate unearthed by Tieta. Jiang Jin lay on the ground, his breath intermittent. He sensed the energy within him roiling, not in chaos, but in an unprecedented synchronicity. All the crystals resonated. The frequency stable, the pulses clear. He could not lift his head, yet his right hand remained propped on the ground, the starry patterns still intact. Ling Zhao cast him a glance before rushing toward the silver sphere. She picked up a half-broken military knife, its tip gliding over the sphere's surface. There was no response. Pressing down harder yielded no effect. The wreckage of the aircraft still burned, the heat washing over her face, yet she did not retreat. Fixating on the patterns. A sudden realization struck her. She pressed the knife tip against her wound, allowing her blood to flow down the blade and drip onto the sphere's seam. The silver sphere trembled slightly. The surface patterns began to illuminate segment by segment, as if awakened circuits. The moment the lock disengaged, a beam of light projected outward, revealing a star map suspended in midair, not of the blue planet, nor of any known star domain. The map marked a point surrounded by 12 arcs, forming a circular defensive array, the coordinates of the human race's star domain defense matrix. She whispered the text that appeared beneath the projection. Before her words faded, the ground began to tremble. This was not a residual wave from an explosion, but a rhythmic pulse emanating from deep within the earth. The ice sheet cracked in a web-like pattern from the point where the silver sphere fell. A cold wind carrying stardust surged forth, imbued with the scent of rust and a low-frequency vibration. The fissure widened rapidly, extending over 100 meters in mere seconds, unfathomably deep. With a faint blue light flickering at the bottom, Ling Zhao seized the silver sphere and stuffed it into her tactical backpack. Turning back to Jiang Jin, she found him attempting to lift his body, his left hand trembling, yet the starry patterns now extended to his neck, their brightness more stable than before. "Can you walk?" she inquired. Jiang Jin did not respond. He looked down at his hand, the starry patterns on his palm pulsing slightly in sync with the vibration from below. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed it against the ground, the energy probing into the fissure as if searching for something. 3 seconds later, he spoke. "There is something responding below." "What?" Ling Zhao stepped closer. "It is not a machine," he said, "but a structure, akin to a building." Ling Zhao crouched down, extending her hand toward the edge of the fissure. The chill was piercing, yet she sensed a faint pull, as though something below was drawing her in. She quickly withdrew her hand, glancing toward the transport pod. "Tieta, bring Chunlan and prepare to retreat. Target the entrance to the polar ice expanse immediately." Tieta had already hoisted Chunlan onto his back and, upon hearing the command, turned to run. The gravitational field was reduced to sporadic fluctuations, and he barreled through the ruins with sheer force, nearly slipping and falling, but not stopping. Ling Zhao assisted Jiang Jin to his feet. He rose slowly, each movement a struggle against an unseen resistance within. Yet she noted that his breathing had steadied compared to earlier. The starry light no longer flickered but shone continuously, as if embedded within his skin. "Can you hold on?" she asked. "Yes," he replied, "as long as I do not exert explosive energy again." "That is good," she said as she pulled him toward the transport pod. "We do not have time to wait for your recovery. The star hole has opened, and we do not know what lies behind us." They had barely moved 20 meters when a deafening crash resounded behind them. The ice sheet fractured completely, revealing a black hole over 50 meters in diameter, its edges with clean cuts, unlike anything formed by nature. Blue light surged from the depths, illuminating the surroundings as if submerged underwater. The wind intensified, whipping the stardust against their faces like countless fine needles. Ling Zhao cast a backward glance. At the bottom of the black hole, a metallic structure was faintly visible, resembling a tower's apex or a doorframe. "That is the entrance," Jiang Jin stated. "How do you know?" "It is calling to me." As soon as he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand, directing the starry patterns toward the black hole. A red beam shot into the depths, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, the blue light at the bottom of the black hole flickered, as if responding. Ling Zhao refrained from asking further. She understood that this was not the time for inquiries. She simply asked, "Is the coordinate set?" Jiang Jin nodded. "Then let us go." They quickened their pace toward the transport pod. Tieta had already activated the engines, the hatch half open, with Chunlan lying inside, still clutching the fractured data board. Ling Zhao pushed Jiang Jin into the vehicle, leaping in last. As the transport pod ascended, the ice sheet at the edge of the black hole began to collapse again. The entire ground sank, the fissures spreading like living entities in pursuit of them. Ling Zhao crouched at the hatch, watching as the black hole was gradually consumed by swirling dust. Jiang Jin leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. The starry patterns still glimmered, but the frequency had slowed. As if completing a connection, his fingers twitched slightly, seemingly wanting to touch his chest, yet he did not raise his hand. The transport pod soared into the heights, its engines roaring above all other sounds. Below, the remnants of 12 aircraft were scattered, flames flickering chaotically in the cold wind. At the original point of the silver sphere's fall, deep within the ice, a faint blue light continued to flicker, maintaining the same rhythmic pulse as Jiang Jin's starry patterns. The tail flame of the transport pod pierced the clouds, the ground below continuing to crack, new fissures revealing more blue light. Chapter 20. The Awakening of the Lone Swan. As the transport pod burst through the clouds, Jiang Jin's fingertips remained pressed against the wall of the cabin. The tremors persisted, drilling from his palm into his bones, as if something was keeping time beneath the earth. With his eyes closed, the starry patterns beneath his skin grew warm, synchronized with the blue light from the depths of the black hole. It was neither a command nor a threat, but rather a form of confirmation. Ling Zhao sat opposite him, her tactical backpack pressing against the silver sphere, the blade wedged in the seam. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jin's face. He had just spat out black blood in the cabin, and his complexion was ashen, resembling frozen soil, yet the light of the starry patterns remained steady. This was unusual. Tieta laid Chunlan flat in the seat, instinctively draping a thermal blanket over her trembling form. Sweat beaded at his temples. The gravitational field had barely lasted half a minute before failing, and now he dragged his left leg while walking. Ahead lay the entrance to the ice expanse. He focused on the navigation screen, knowing that in 20 minutes they would reach the shelter zone. Jiang Jin suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his right hand, palm facing the ceiling of the cabin. The starry patterns pulsed, and a red beam shot forth, penetrating the metallic wall, directly targeting the black hole below. The red light merged with the blue light, the two frequencies gently colliding, creating a ripple of invisible waves. "This is not a trap," he asserted. His voice was raspy, akin to sandpaper against iron. It was a summoning. Ling Zhao sprang to her feet, her shoulder colliding with the cabin ceiling. She fixed her gaze on him. "Can you still move?" "Yes," he replied. 10 minutes. She turned and pounded the control panel. "Tieta, turn around. We have only 10 minutes for reconnaissance." She glanced back at Jiang Jin. "If you collapse again, we will all be buried beneath." The transport pod made a sharp turn in midair, the engines emitting a piercing wail. The descent was slower than their ascent. The fissures at the edge of the star hole continued to widen, the cold wind swirling with stardust rising, as if something was inhaling from below. Jiang Jin was the first to leap down. As his foot landed on the edge of the ice layer, the entire ground trembled slightly. He knelt on one knee, pressing his left hand against the icy surface, allowing the starlight energy to seep into his palm, briefly suppressing the chaotic gravitational field. He moved forward, steadying himself to walk deeper into the crevice. Tai Tua, carrying Chunlan, followed closely behind, sliding with each step. With the gravitational field completely failing, he relied solely on his weight to stabilize his footing. Ling Zhao brought up the rear, gripping his military knife, occasionally tapping the blade against the ice wall to gauge its structural integrity by the echo. The metallic scent grew stronger as they descended. Embedded components began to emerge within the ice, resembling remnants of some ancient edifice. Jiang Jin's hand remained pressed against the ice wall, the starlight fluctuating with his movements, as if responding to something. Suddenly, Ling Zhao halted, his knife tip gliding over a bare metal plate, identical to the patterns on the silver sphere. Jiang Jin did not answer. He was fixated ahead. At the end of the ice layer, a circular control console rose from the ground, its surface blanketed in a thick layer of frost. A beam of light slowly ascended from the central pillar, an azure hue akin to blood seeping from veins. He approached and reached out to touch it. Ancient script emerged on the surface of the console, as if etched in blood. "No bloodline, do not approach." He bit his tongue, letting drops of blood mixed with serum fall onto the interface. Instantly, the beam of light surged, the ice layers shook violently, and the sound of machinery stirred from beneath, reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening. A sharp pain shot through Jiang Jin's heart, as if countless needles were piercing from beneath his skin. He stumbled, his knee crashing onto the ice, and everything went momentarily dark. Fragments of memory surged forth, blood. Large flakes of snow descended from the sky, not rain, but streams of stars. A heart was pierced by a long sword, blood transforming into a cosmic map, enveloping the entire star domain. 12 arcs circled the center, resembling both a shield and a prison. A voice resonated in his ear, as fuel for the fire, only to leave behind embers. He gasped sharply, cold sweat trickling down his brow. From the center of the beam, an elderly man in a gray robe emerged slowly. His white hair cascaded like stardust, and his left eye was a mechanical prosthetic, emitting a cold glow. He stood before Jiang Jin. his mechanical eye scanning his face before resting on the starlight in his palm, murmuring, "The 12th floor's reserve has finally arrived." Silence enveloped the group. Tai Tua instinctively stepped back half a pace, shielding Chunlan behind him. Ling Zhao held his military knife across his chest, his knuckles turning pale. The old man paid them no heed. He raised his hand, and a roll of metallic blueprints soared from his sleeve, landing on the ice. The blueprints unfurled, revealing intricate structural designs, with the core labeled as the Star Remnant Forge. "Using the energy core from the wrecked aircraft," he stated. "It can create a device to shield the council." Jiang Jin steadied himself against the ice, staggering forward to grasp the blueprints. Just as his fingertips brushed the metallic surface, memories erupted once more. The first emperor stood before the Star Gate, with a burning fleet behind him. He plunged his sword into his heart, blood gushing forth, instantly transforming into a crimson cosmic map that enveloped the entire star domain. 12 arcs illuminated, as if some defensive array had been activated. His lips moved, but the voice came from Jiang Jin's throat, as fuel for the fire. "Jiang Jin." Ling Zhao lunged forward, injecting a stabilizer into his neck. At the same time, Tai Tua activated the gravitational field, suppressing the chaotic energy within him. The starlight flickered erratically, as if it might extinguish at any moment. He knelt on the ground, his breaths quickening, fingers gripping the edge of the blueprints. Was that a sacrifice? He looked up, staring at the gray-robed elder. The elder remained silent. After a few seconds, he nodded, as fuel for the fire, only to leave behind embers. Jiang Jin's fingers loosened, and the blueprints slipped from his grasp. Ling Zhao quickly snatched them up, stowing them in her tactical backpack. She fixed her gaze on the elder. "Who are you?" "Gu Hong," he replied, "the commander of the First Emperor's personal guards." The air thickened momentarily. Tai Tua swallowed hard. "How do we create the forge?" "You have aircraft wreckage," Gu Hong responded, looking at Jiang Jin. "The energy core is intact, sufficient to activate a shielding field." "Why help us?" Ling Zhao inquired. "I am not helping you," he replied, his mechanical eye scanning Jiang Jin. "I am waiting for him." Jiang Jin finally stood tall. He looked down at his hand. The starlight still pulsed, but its frequency had altered, no longer in sync with the tremors from below. But rather, it was a beat ahead. "What does the forge require?" he asked. "The core, the blueprints, and—" Gu Hong paused, "a person capable of withstanding the backlash." Jiang Jin did not press further. He bent down to retrieve the blueprints, and as his fingers brushed the metallic surface, the starlight suddenly flared. Ling Zhao stared at him. "Can you still move?" "Yes." "Then let us proceed." She turned. "Tai Tua, carry Chunlan. We are returning to the crash site." Gu Hong did not move. He stood in the center of the beam, his mechanical eye slowly scanning the surrounding ice, as if confirming something. When Jiang Jin walked past him, he suddenly halted. "Was that memory," he asked, "real?" Gu Hong turned to look at him. "The starlight within you is not awakening. It is inheritance." Jiang Jin's breath caught for half a second. "What do you mean?" "You are not the first," Gu Hong said. "You are the last." Jiang Jin fell silent. He followed Ling Zhao upward, his steps steadier than before. The starlight flowed against his skin, as if it had come alive. Gu Hong remained where he was until their figures vanished at the edge of the ice. He raised his hand, and a stream of data flickered in his mechanical eye. The tremors from below hastened suddenly. When Jiang Jin exited the star cave, his left arm had already grown too weak to lift. The starlight spread to his shoulder, the cracks beneath his skin glowing red, as if they might burst open at any moment. He leaned against the transport cabin, gasping for breath before stuffing the blueprints into his tactical backpack. Ling Zhao activated the engine. Just as the cabin door closed halfway, he abruptly raised his hand, pressing it against her arm. "Wait." He turned to glance at the black void. The blue light continued to flicker, its frequency altered from before. It was no longer a call, but a warning. Chapter 21. Bloodline Resonance. As the transport cabin came to a halt, Jiang Jin's hand reached for the door handle. The metal was scorching, not due to the engine's residual heat, but because the starlight in his palm was pulsating. The frequency was no longer in sync with the blue light from beneath, yet it felt as though it was being tugged forward by some unseen force. He remained silent, pushed the door open, and jumped down. As his right foot touched the ground, his knee buckled, but he managed to hold himself up. Ling Zhao emerged from the rear cabin, her tactical backpack pressing against her shoulder, the silver sphere and blueprints contained within. She glanced at Jiang Jin's left arm, now stiff, with the cracks beneath the skin glowing red, akin to a circuit board pushed to its limits. "Can you use your right hand?" she asked. "Yes." "Then let us not waste time." She pointed ahead. The wreckage lay 300 meters away. Half the ice layer collapsed, but the energy core remained intact. Tai Tua, carrying Chunlan, maneuvered out from the rear of the cabin, the veins in his temple pulsing. The gravitational field had only held for less than 10 seconds before failing, making every step feel as though he were walking on oil. He said nothing, lowering his head as he moved forward, each step leaving shallow impressions on the ice. Jiang Jin trailed behind. The crash site was quieter than he had anticipated. 12 aircraft remained as twisted skeletons, energy conduits dangling like severed veins in the snow. The central core device still glowed, a ghostly blue light seeping from the crevice, subtly resonating with the blue light from below. Ling Zhao crouched down, peeling away the outer armor. The mechanical arm of the tactical exoskeleton clamped onto the conduit interface, snapping it off with a sharp sound. She dragged out 3 main energy conduits, laying them on the ground. According to the blueprints, these 3 must connect to the base of the forge. She looked up, asking, "Who will channel the energy?" No one answered. Jiang Jin approached, kneeling before the core. He pressed the palm of his right hand against the interface, the starlight pulsing. Red light tracing along the patterns into the metal. The conduits vibrated with a hum as energy began to flow. Steady. Ling Zhao fixed her gaze upon the back of his hand, urging him not to let the backlash surge forth. He remained silent, his internal energy swirling chaotically like a tempest. The heat from the starlight surged from his right arm towards his heart, while his left hand felt as if it were frozen, the cracks deepening with each passing moment. Gritting his teeth, he focused his consciousness into his right hand, gradually channeling the energy towards the conduits. The first was connected. The second was just about to engage when a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his left hand. His entire arm jerked violently, as if the crystals beneath his skin threatened to explode. He stifled a groan, his right hand trembling, causing the energy flow to abruptly cease. Jiang Jin. Ling Zhao rushed over to support his shoulder. He shrugged her off, gasping for breath, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The left hand was incapacitated. He stated that he could only complete the task using his right hand. Ling Zhao scrutinized him for 2 seconds, then turned to align the 3 conduits side by side in the connection slot. "You just focus on outputting," she instructed. "I will handle the synchronization." Jiang Jin nodded. He reached out once more, his palm pressing against the main interface. The starlight flared to life, dark red patterns spreading across his skin, akin to a heated wire piercing through flesh. He closed his eyes, compressing all the energy he could muster into his right hand, inch by inch. The first conduit connected, then the second. At the moment the third engaged, the core device trembled violently, and a surge of blue light erupted. The forge's base illuminated, and an annular structure rose from the wreckage, ancient patterns shimmering on its metallic surface, as if awakened by the energy. Jiang Jin's hand remained on the interface, the starlight and forge patterns pulsing in unison, their frequencies gradually aligning. "Is it done?" Tai Tua asked quietly. No one responded. The center of the forge was empty, devoid of fire. Ling Zhao fixed her gaze on the furnace's heart, her brow furrowing in concentration. She drew her military knife, the tip slicing into her palm, and let her blood drip inside. There was no reaction. She attempted once more, using her tactical exoskeleton to channel the residual starlight energy. Yet it remained inert. "This is wrong." She looked up at Gu Hong. The elder stood 5 meters away, his white hair cascading down, his mechanical eye slowly scanning the forge. He did not move or speak, merely observing Jiang Jin. After a few seconds, he spoke. "Those who are not of blood lineage cannot ignite it." Jiang Jin looked up. "What resides within you is not merely starlight." Gu Hong stepped closer. "It is bloodline. Use it to ignite the fire." Jiang Jin fell silent. He raised his right hand and pricked the tip of his finger. Blood dripped into the heart of the furnace. 1 drop, 2 drops. When the 3rd drop fell, flames suddenly erupted from the base. Not blue, not white, but dark red, like blood drawn from the earth. As the flames surged, the forge patterns illuminated, synchronizing perfectly with the starlight on his skin. It worked. Tai Tua breathed a sigh of relief. The fire surged dramatically, reaching 3 meters high. Jiang Jin remained still, his eyes locked on the flames, their color identical to the starlight within him, their pulsing frequency in perfect harmony. He slowly pressed his hand against the furnace wall. The heat from the starlight flowed into the forge. The interior began to tremble. The flames remained unchanged, but a deep rumbling emanated from the furnace's base, akin to the sound of chains in motion. Jiang Jin kept his hand there, continuing to channel energy. The starlight brightened, nearly overshadowing the flames. Gu Hong stood nearby, his mechanical eye scanning Jiang Jin's face before resting on the forge. "Your bloodline is guiding it." His voice was soft, reminiscent of the first humans igniting the forge 200,000 years ago. Jiang Jin did not respond. He felt something stirring within him. It was neither energy nor starlight, but something deeper, akin to a rhythm seeping from his bones. This rhythm gradually synchronized with the furnace's vibrations, a steady pulse, like a heartbeat. Suddenly, the flames dimmed. Then they surged violently. A cracking sound echoed from deep within the forge, as if a seal had been broken. The molten liquid began to churn, something rising beneath its silvery surface. Guhong took a half-step back. Jiang Jin's hand remained pressed against the furnace wall, the starlight almost forming a continuous stream. He did not move, fixated on the heart of the forge. The molten liquid parted. A bronze plaque slowly emerged, engraved with the 4 characters, Shire Lu Qi. A flash of golden light flickered and vanished. The plaque hovered in midair, untouched, not falling. Tai Tuo swallowed hard. What is this? Ling Zhao did not answer. She stared at the plaque, her fingers tightening around her military knife. Guhong regarded Jiang Jin, data flowing through his mechanical eye in a brief flash. It recognizes you, he stated. Jiang Jin finally withdrew his hand from the furnace wall. The starlight dimmed momentarily before stabilizing. He looked up at the hovering bronze plaque. Qi. He pronounced the character aloud. The flames danced behind him, the dark red light reflecting on his face. Guhong fell silent, turning to walk towards the opposite side of the forge, a metallic rod slipping from his sleeve as he gently tapped the furnace's body. A muffled sound resonated. The forge patterns suddenly accelerated, their frequency doubling from before. Jiang Jin's brow furrowed sharply. The rhythm within him shattered. The starlight throbbed painfully, as if it had been violently yanked. He pressed his hand against his chest, breath hitching. What is happening? Ling Zhao stepped forward. The frequency has changed. He gritted his teeth. It is not the rhythm I was maintaining. Guhong stood beside the furnace, the metallic rod still pressed against the wall. His mechanical eye swept over Jiang Jin, then back to the flames. The forge has awakened, he announced. It is waiting for you to catch up. Jiang Jin took a deep breath and pressed his hand back against the furnace. The starlight flared once more, seeping along the patterns into the furnace wall. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness in that rhythm, gradually re-establishing the synchronization. The flames slowly receded. The forge patterns returned to stability. The bronze plaque remained suspended, its golden glow faint but persistent. Jiang Jin opened his eyes. He focused on the plaque, his right hand still pressed against the furnace wall. The starlight pulsed steadily, harmonizing with the forge. Guhong stood 3 steps away, his mechanical eye slowly closing. The ember has been ignited, he declared. The next step is for you to sustain it. Jiang Jin remained silent. He sensed the rhythm within him, clearer than before. It was not a passive acceptance, nor fragments of memory flooding in. Rather, he had actively grasped something profound. The flames burned quietly behind him. The dark red light reflected on his face. He raised his right hand, his fingertips brushing against the edge of the bronze plaque. The golden light flickered suddenly. Chapter 22. The Scavenger Strikes Again. The golden light flickered at his fingertips before subsiding into silence. Jiang Jin remained still, his hand hovering at the edge of the bronze plaque. The starlight beneath his skin gradually fading. The rhythm, emanating from the depths of the forge, persisted, akin to a drumbeat buried within his marrow, pressing against his breath. Just as he contemplated withdrawing his hand, a sudden tightness gripped his left arm. The cracks widened. A thin line crept from the back of his hand towards his elbow, crystals forming beneath his skin, glowing faintly. He glanced down, remaining silent, and slowly withdrew his right hand from the furnace wall. The flames of the forge remained steady, dark red, flickering gently, yet the speed at which the patterns flowed was slightly quickened. No one noticed, except for Guhong. The elder stood 3 steps away, his mechanical eye flickering slightly, the metallic rod gently pressed against the furnace body, testing the frequency. He said nothing, merely tucked the rod back into his sleeve, his brow furrowing slightly. The ember has been ignited, he reiterated. Whether you can sustain it is your concern. Jiang Jin exhaled deeply and nodded. Tai Tuo leaned against the wreckage, Chen Lan still on his back, half conscious from the heat. He wiped his face, the gravitational field stabilizing just as his legs began to tremble. Can you walk? Ling Zhao approached, her military knife sheathing back into its scabbard, her tactical exoskeleton emitting a low hum, the power dwindling to 30%. I can, Tai Tuo grit his teeth, but it will be slow. Ling Zhao glanced at Jiang Jin. He stood firm, yet his left arm had stiffened, the starlight cracks seeping faint light, resembling fragments of stars coursing through his veins. You cannot do it, she asserted. I can hold on. It is not a question of endurance. She stepped closer, the forge just ignited. Your balance is unsteady, and so is its. Now, the greatest fear lies in external disturbances. Jiang Jin did not refute. He recognized the truth in her words. However, he was also aware of another fact. They could not linger in this place. Wang Hu's men were not entirely annihilated, and the core of the cleansing robber remained intact. Just as he contemplated speaking, Gu Hong suddenly looked up. "They are coming." The voice was soft, akin to the wind rustling through rusted iron. Jiang Jin abruptly turned his head. In the distance, a black line was swiftly approaching across the ice field. It was not a person, but the vibrations of mechanical treads traversing the ice. 3 modified battle vehicles, adorned with silver-blue apparatuses etched with twisted runes, unmistakably the core of the second-generation cleansing robber. The vehicle bodies bore the battered insignia, Polar Expedition Team 7, Wang Hu's banner. They had returned with the core. Ling Zhao drew her blade. The exoskeleton was low on power, causing a half-second delay in activation. The target was the forge, Gu Hong whispered, intending to suppress the human fire seed with the cleansing robber. Jiang Jin fixed his gaze on those 3 vehicles. The cleansing robber core had already begun to charge. Silver-blue arcs of electricity dancing atop the apparatus. He raised his hand, wishing to summon the star pattern. As his left arm jerked, the fissures widened abruptly. Crystal shards piercing the skin, a stream of starlit energy seeping out. It hurt, but not sharply, like bones being ground slowly. He did not hesitate. He pressed his right hand against the edge of the forge. "Do not touch it," Gu Hong suddenly shouted. "You cannot even contain yourself now. If you draw energy, the forge will retaliate." Jiang Jin did not release his grip. He was aware of the risks. Yet he also understood that if he waited for the cleansing robber to activate, everyone would be incapacitated. The battle vehicles were 200 meters away, 150 meters. The hum of the cleansing robber core reached a peak. The silver-blue arcs exploded, forming a spherical pulse field. Jiang Jin closed his eyes, funneling all remaining star pattern energy into his right hand, forcefully pushing it toward the forge. Boom! Dark red flames surged, crawling along the forge's patterns. The forge was not a weapon, but in this moment, he treated it as a source of energy. With a powerful grasp, he lifted the entire forge from its base and hoisted it onto his shoulder. "Jiang Jin," Ling Zhao shouted. He did not look back. With a push of his left foot, he charged forward. 50 meters. The cleansing robber core released its energy. An electromagnetic pulse swept across the ice field, resembling an invisible net. The gravitational field of the iron weight collapsed instantly, and he knelt down, Chun Lan sliding off his back. Ling Zhao's exoskeleton lost power. Her blade was only half drawn when her arms stiffened, collapsing into the snow. Gu Hong's mechanical eye dimmed momentarily, his body swaying, falling to one knee. Everyone had fallen. Only Jiang Jin continued to run. His crystallized left arm shielded him from the neural shock. The star pattern energy enveloped his nervous system like a layer of armor. He felt no pain, only an increasing heaviness in his left arm, as if it had been frozen solid or filled with lead. 30 meters. He raised his hand, swinging the forge overhead. The flames traced an arc in the air, the dark red light reflecting off the battle vehicle. The driver of the first vehicle looked up just as the flames engulfed him. The cleansing robber core was struck. Silver-blue arcs flared wildly, the device's casing exploding. The second vehicle slammed to a halt, its cannon swiveling, but Jiang Jin had already surged forward. He forcefully smashed the forge into the cockpit of the second vehicle. Metal twisted, flames rushed in, turning the interior into a furnace in an instant. The third vehicle turned to flee. Jiang Jin did not pursue. He stood in place, panting. The fissures in his left arm now extending to his shoulder, crystals breaking through the skin, starlit energy flowing down his arm. The forge continued to burn, but a crack had formed in its body. It spread from the bottom upwards, resembling a spider's web. Gu Hong staggered over, observing the fissure, his face ashen. "You used it as a hammer?" His voice was tense. "That is the last forge of human fortune. It is not your battle axe." Jiang Jin did not respond. He was aware of his mistake, yet he had no choice. The cleansing robber core began to self-destruct on the third vehicle, silver-blue arcs jumping erratically, energy waves gathering. He raised his hand, reinserting the forge into the snow, pressing his right hand against its wall, attempting to stabilize the flames. But the energy within the fissures was leaking. The dark red fire flickered ominously. "Step back," he commanded. Gu Hong did not move. Jiang Jin glanced at him, suddenly raising his left arm and plunging it directly into the crack of the forge. "Are you insane?" Gu Hong lunged to pull him back. Too late. The crystallized arm became a conductor, the remaining star pattern energy within coursing into the pulse field of the cleansing robber core. The energy surged back through the arcs into the third vehicle. Boom. The core overloaded, self-destructing. The shockwave overturned the battle vehicle, debris scattering. Silver-blue arcs exploding into a net in the air before extinguishing. Jiang Jin was hurled away, crashing into a snowbank. He did not rise. His left arm had completely crystallized. From fingertip to shoulder, now a transparent crystal through which starlit energy flowed. He wished to move, but his body would not obey. His consciousness felt drained, leaving only a sliver of clarity. Gu Hong approached, crouching down, his mechanical eye scanning Jiang Jin's left arm, then shifting to the forge. The fissure in the forge deepened. The flames reduced to half, yet they still burned. "You have ignited the fire seed," he said, his voice barely audible, and severed the retreat. Jiang Jin wished to speak, but his lips parted without sound. Ling Zhao crawled over, her exoskeleton still rebooting, propping herself up on the snow, gasping for breath. "Can the forge still be used?" she asked Gu Hong. The elder did not reply. He stared at the heart of the forge, where the dark red flames flickered slightly, as if responding. Tai Tua helped Chen Lan to her feet, the gravitational field barely sustaining a thin shield. "Where are the others?" he inquired. "Wang Hu's men have perished." Ling Zhao gazed at the distant wreckage, completely obliterated. Gu Hong slowly rose, approaching the forge, a metal rod sliding from his sleeve once more. He gently tapped the forge's body. A dull thud echoed. The patterns on the forge flickered momentarily, the frequency slowing. Jiang Jin lay in the snow, his eyes half open. He saw Gu Hong's silhouette, the crack in the forge, and his own crystallized left arm. The fire still burned, yet he knew some things had already changed. He raised his functioning right hand, the fingertips brushing against the crystal of his left arm. Cold. Chapter 23 Memory Seal. The snow was aflame. It was not fire that ignited the snow, but the light seeping from the fissures of the forge, transforming the falling snowflakes into a dark red hue, melting upon contact and leaving tiny charred marks, as if someone had gently pricked them with a heated needle. The entire wasteland resembled a forsaken dream submerged beneath ice, so still that one could hear the faint hissing of melting snow, as if the earth whispered, or some ancient mechanism was quietly reawakening. Jiang Jin lay there, his right fingertips resting on the crystal of his left arm, cold as a thoroughly frozen iron. His breath was so shallow it was nearly invisible, his chest rising and falling weakly, as if it could cease at any moment. Yet he knew he was still alive. The sensation of pain was proof. His left arm, from shoulder to hand, had entirely crystallized, with transparent facets coursing with dark red veins, resembling lava flowing in veins. With each heartbeat, a dull sound reverberated deep within that crystal, as if something were striking against its cage. Ling Zhao struggled through the snow, the joints of her exoskeleton emitting intermittent hums. The power not yet restored, her movements stiff like a puppet pulled by strings. She did not look at Jiang Jin. Instead, she reached out to probe the crack in the forge, her fingertip barely grazing the edge when the forge's patterns flickered, then darkened. Like the final convulsion of a dying person. "It is still leaking," she remarked, her voice dry. Gu Hong stood 3 paces away, his mechanical eye veiled in dust. The previous high-dimensional shock damaging his prosthetic, the scanning frequency intermittent. He did not move, merely drew a half section of the metal rod from his sleeve, gently tapping the base of the forge. The sound was deep, like knocking on an empty shell. The fire seed had not been extinguished. He murmured softly, yet could not sustain it for long. This furnace was the wreckage of the 12th floor, not a creation of launching. It should not be burning here. Tai Tua leaned against the debris, with Chen Lan still on his back. Her breathing lightened, but she remained asleep. Her lips were tinged with a blue hue, and her breath carried a slight tremor, as if she were still fleeing in a dream. He raised his hand to wipe his face. The gravitational field had just managed to uphold a thin shield before collapsing again. The energy was depleted, unable to maintain even the most basic form of protection. "We must leave," he declared. "If we do not depart now, none shall escape." The radiation cloud was gathering, the high-dimensional disturbances growing ever stronger. "If we delay further, we shall be torn into streams of data." Ling Zhao did not respond. She fixated on the hovering bronze plaque beside the furnace, where the words Qi Si in gold had faded, yet the patterns still emitted a faint warmth, reminiscent of a slumbering heart still beating. She reached out to grasp it, but the plaque suddenly quivered, as if repelling her touch. Her fingertip pushed back an inch, leaving a burn mark on her palm. "Not everyone can touch it," Gu Hong remarked, his voice as cold as the wind. "Then let us test who can." Ling Zhao turned her gaze toward Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin opened his eyes, but spoke not a word. He understood her thoughts. The plaque awaited blood, not just any blood, but blood marked with starlight. And the starlight only appeared on those chosen by Chen Fu. Before her mother passed, she had looked at him in a similar manner. Her eyes filled with both fear and determination. Ling Zhao tore open the sleeve of his right arm, revealing the starlit marks beneath his skin. Those dark red patterns had faded compared to before, as if their strength had been drained, yet they still lingered under the skin, like a star map, like chains. She drew a tactical dagger and made a cut at his fingertip. Blood dripped down, landing on the heart of the bronze plaque. In an instant, the patterns on the plaque erupted into golden light. The inscriptions surged, revealing a segment of dark red text. Shin Fu Chu Chi, Xingban Wei Yin. Chuchi Rumai, Chi Ribusan. Tai Taoa gasped. Is this a cultivation mantra? The first level. Ling Zhao stared at the text. Shinfu Realm. It was not a technique, but a ritual of awakening. It was teaching you how to unlock yourself. Gu Hong stepped closer, his mechanical eye scanning the inscriptions. Then glancing at Jiang Jin's blood. The droplet of blood slowly spread across the surface of the plaque, moving like a living thing, seeping into every carved groove. Not all blood can activate it. He stated, it is your blood that has awakened it. Your genetic lock should not have been activated on launching. Ling Zhao did not stop. She made a deeper cut to let more blood flow. The blood seeped into the plaque, and the inscriptions stirred once more, revealing a second segment. Rong Jin Jiji, Fengu Wei Xin, Xinghe Wei Ning, Mingtu Ruchen. Following this, a segment of a star map emerged. The lines twisted, yet one could discern the coordinates of a star gate in Orion, one of the 7 gates of the north. Long collapsed during the Star Wars of a millennium ago. This was just as Tai Tuo began to speak. Gu Hong suddenly raised his hand, striking the furnace with the metal rod, producing a dull sound. Do not try any further, he said in a low voice. This plaque is sending a signal. What sort of signal? Dimensional frequency. Gu Hong's mechanical eye locked onto the sky. Someone was tracking the activation traces of the genetic lock. Each time blood was used, it left fingerprints in the high dimensions. They could follow it here. Ling Zhao immediately withdrew, flipping the bronze plaque over and burying it in the snow, covering it with shards of ice. Yet she knew it was too late. The signal had already been sent. Jiang Jin struggled in the snow, trying to sit up. As he exerted his right arm, his left arm's crystals sent a dull pain coursing through him, as though his entire arm had been crushed and then pieced back together. He did not stop, slowly raising his hand towards the location of the bronze plaque. Do not touch it. Ling Zhao pressed down on his wrist. It is not me. He rasped. It is looking for me. What do you mean? Jiang Jin did not answer. He stared at the tip of his right finger, where the droplet of blood still lingered, yet the starlight particles within it were slowly dissipating, as if something were drawing them away. It was not evaporation, nor was it solidifying. It was being read, as if data were being remotely accessed. He closed his eyes, attempting to recall something. His mother's face, the night of the collapsed building, whispers beneath the starlight. Yet the memories felt as if they had been sliced away, leaving only fragments. He only remembered one phrase, do not recognize yourself. Suddenly, Ling Zhao noticed his pupils changing, a hint of silver-blue radiance emerging, like the initial rotation of a star. She immediately withdrew a stabilizer, using a tactical band to secure his wrist and inject it into his vein. You are being read, she stated. Someone is tracing your memories in reverse. Your consciousness is being invaded. Jiang Jin's throat moved, his voice barely audible. The seal is stopping me. What seal? It is not external. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon his crystallized left arm. It is within me. It has sealed my memories and also sealed it. Gu Hong crouched down, excavating the bronze plaque from the snow, covering it with the remnants of the furnace before burying it again. His movements were gentle, as if concealing an unexploded star core. This plaque should not be here, he remarked. The genetic lock of the 12th floor can only be activated within the human star domain. Its appearance on launching is itself an anomaly, unless someone deliberately brought it here. Who placed it? Not the council. Gu Hong gazed at the sky, his mechanical eye continuously recalibrating. It was someone from earlier. They buried it, just like burying a seed, waiting for someone to ignite it. Jiang Jin slowly turned his head, looking at his crystallized left arm. The crystal spread from his shoulder to his chest, as if attempting to encase his entire being. Suddenly, he laughed softly, a light laugh, like the wind brushing over an icy surface. They intend to bury me. The wind ceased. The snow stopped falling. The radiation cloud in the sky began to rotate in reverse, gathering in concentric circles, forming a circular rift. Deep within the rift, a silhouette began to emerge, not a solid form, but a projection, like the shadow of a stargate. The outline was vague, yet it carried an oppressive aura, as if its complete manifestation would cause the entire space to collapse. The flames of the furnace flickered in rhythm with the clouds, brightening and dimming, as if being remotely controlled. Gu Hong struck the furnace once more with the metal rod, 3 times, producing a low-frequency resonance. The rotation of the rift slowed for a moment, temporarily shielded. He stated, but they have already locked onto the frequency. Next time, it will not be so easy. Ling Zhao stared at Jiang Jin. Can your blood activate more? Jiang Jin did not look at her, only gazing at the silhouette of the Stargate. He knew that it was not a door, it was looking back at him. Yes. His voice was hoarse, but with each activation, the seal loosened a fraction. I am uncertain what will be released. Tai Tawa supported Qianlan to stand, the gravitational field barely sustaining both of them. He glanced at Jiang Jin, and in that gaze, there was no reproach, only weightiness. Shall we still attempt it? No one answered. The flames of the furnace dimmed once more. Jiang Jin raised his movable right hand. His fingertip brushed against the crystal of his left arm. Cold. Yet inside, something was stirring, like a heartbeat. Chapter 24. Time Phantom. The flames of the furnace flickered, as if stirred by the wind, yet there was no wind here. A fine crack opened in Jiang Jin's left arm crystal, dark red energy threads seeping from the fissure, entwining around the remnants of the furnace. He remained still, his right hand resting on the furnace wall, his fingertips chilling. The flames were not burning, they were gasping, alternating between brightness and darkness. Like a person on the verge of asphyxiation, Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, her left shoulder armor missing, her skin charred, the edges glowing with the unique silver-blue patterns of clear qi. She did not touch her wound. Instead, she pushed herself forward with her hand on the snow. Her gaze locked onto the sky. The rift had widened, no longer just an outline, but the shape of a door. Its edges shedding luminescent flakes, as if something within was gnawing and enlarging it. Gu Hong stood on the opposite side of the furnace, striking the metal rod for the third time. 3 strikes. His voice was low, the low-frequency resonance could suppress it for another 10 seconds. Jiang Jin closed his eyes, pushing his left arm deeper into the core of the furnace. The crystal scraped against the metal, producing a piercing sound, like bones grinding into gears. A recoil surged through the conductor, crashing into his chest cavity. He tasted blood in his throat, yet he did not spit it out, biting it back. The patterns at the bottom of the furnace illuminated, intermittently, like a malfunctioning circuit. The array is activated. Gu Hong stated, we can proceed. Qianlan, unconscious on the back of Tixi, swayed slightly as the gravitational field became a mere thin layer clinging to the surface of his body, resembling a fragile glass dome on the verge of shattering. He remained silent, merely lifting the person slightly, his knees bending in preparation to charge. Ling Zhao discarded the remnants of her exoskeleton and retrieved 2 thrusters from her tactical bag, tossing them to Tixi. Strap them on. I will detonate them, she instructed. You're out of power, so don't waste your breath. She interrupted, already connecting the fuse to the grenade module. Jiang Jin's fingertip traced the crystalline fissure on his left arm, blood flowing down the facets and dripping into the heart of the forge array. The flames surged violently, illuminating the intricate patterns, extending the duration from 8 seconds to 11. Go. Just as Tixi moved, a tendril suddenly emerged from the edge of the crack, silver-white and semi-transparent, resembling solidified lightning. It did not lunge directly but slashed diagonally, moving with such speed that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. Ling Zhao lunged toward Tixi, pushing him toward the center of the teleportation array. The tendril grazed her left shoulder, instantly vaporizing the armor and exposing the charred nerve bundles beneath. She did not cry out. Instead, she flung the thruster, initiating its detonation. With a thunderous boom, Tixi was propelled into the center of the array, the gravitational field collapsing momentarily upon impact before stabilizing again. The second tendril approached. Jiang Jin pressed his right hand into the forge, blood spreading along the patterns. The flames danced more fiercely as the edges of the array began to warp space, akin to red-hot wire bending into water. Ling Zhao rolled into the array, and as she did, a third tendril descended from above at an angle. She raised her gun, and the bullet struck the surface of the tendril, failing to detonate but momentarily halting its advance. Gritting her teeth, she withdrew her last grenade and smashed it against the ground. The shockwave propelled her into the array, her back colliding with Tixi as they tumbled together. Gu Hong was the last to enter, inserting a metal rod at the edge of the array to stabilize the frequency. Let us go, he urged. Jiang Jin remained still. From the center of the fissure, a voice resonated, not transmitted through the air but directly penetrating their minds. Surrender the remnants of humanity. Jiang Jin looked up. That was not the true form of Qing Ming. It was a projection emanating from the depths of the fissure. With silver hair and no pupils, its face resembled ashes scattered by the wind. You are not the target, the voice continued, but you harbor something that should not exist within you. Jiang Jin withdrew his left arm from the forge, the crystalline fissure widening as dark red energy spewed forth. And he pressed his palm against the heart of the array. Go, he repeated. Gu Hong struck the metal rod against the ground. The teleportation array activated. Space tore open. In the moment the 4 were drawn in, Jiang Jin saw the projection raise its hand, the tendrils of clear energy lunging forth like a net. But it was too late. The chaos was neither darkness nor light. It was a cacophony of fragmented images flashing before his eyes. Jiang Jin understood this was the overload of information typical of higher-dimensional space, a chaotic blend of time and space fragments. He focused intently ahead. His right hand pressed against the core of the array, blood flowing continuously to maintain the stability of the passage. Ling Zhao was beside him, blood oozing from her left shoulder wound, each drop floating backward against the current of chaos. Tixi, cradling Chunlan, felt the gravitational field tremble, threatening to collapse at any moment. Gu Hong knelt partially, his mechanical eye flickering with a faint red light, scanning frequencies intermittently as he tapped the metal rod against the ground, once, twice, as if counting heartbeats. Frequency stable, he said, his voice intermittent. Stay with that point. Jiang Jin followed his gaze. Deep within the chaos appeared the ghostly outline of a warship. It was not a physical entity, but an image, replaying in cycles. The hull of the warship bore the marks of clear energy corrosion, its doors wide open, corpses floating in the vacuum. In the command room, a man stood at the main console, clad in tattered officer's attire, his hand resting on the activation button, turning his head toward the camera as if gazing at them. Jiang Jin's breath caught. The man's face bore a striking resemblance to his own. Suddenly, the warship erupted in an explosion, the phantom resetting and replaying once more. Ling Zhao shuddered unexpectedly. The pocket watch at her chest began to reverse. The second hand moved backward, the minute hand retracing its path, a crack forming in the glass. Time is off, she said, her voice tense. Gu Hong abruptly looked up. Don't stare too long. That's the echo of the dead. Looking too long could draw you in. Jiang Jin did not heed the warning. He voluntarily loosened a portion of the seal. Memories burst forth, colliding with the ghostly image of the warship. In that fleeting moment, he saw it. The instant the man pressed the button, his lips forming a silent phrase. Jiang Jin read the unspoken words. Do not recognize yourself, echoing the last words spoken by his mother. The chaos trembled violently, as if something stirred within. Gu Hong's metal rod emitted a sharp screech, the red light flaring. Something is following us. Jiang Jin whirled around. The fisher's exit loomed ahead, the outline of a silvery white desert taking shape. Yet, just behind them, more warship phantoms emerged from the chaos. More than one, a dozen, arrayed in formation, all repeating the moment of their demise. Suddenly, Tixi's gravitational field collapsed. He became weightless, sliding deeper into the chaos while cradling Chunlan. Ling Zhao lunged forward, grasping his tactical belt, but she too was pulled off balance. Gu Hong drove the metal rod into the spatial node, forcibly pulling the frequency back. Jiang Jin pressed the last of his blood into the array, his right hand nearly numb. Hurry! The silvery desert drew nearer. The exit tore open. The four were flung out as if thrown into a sandpit. When Jiang Jin landed, the crystalline fissure on his left arm shattered completely. Dark red energy tendrils erupting and embedding into the sand. Instantly, the grains glowed, waves of ripples expanding outward as if awakened by something. Tixi crashed to the ground. His left leg twisted at an unnatural angle, yet his first instinct was to shield Chunlan beneath him. Ling Zhao rolled to her feet, blood still seeping from her left shoulder. She scooped a handful of sand and threw it into the air. The grains exploded mid-flight, sparks flying. This isn't blue star gravity, she remarked. The magnetic field is chaotic. Gu Hong leaned on his metal rod to stand, his mechanical eye scanning the ground beneath. There's a pulse, he murmured. Something is operating underground. Jiang Jin struggled to rise from the sand, the fissure on his left arm widening. Dark red tendrils continuously drilling into the sand. He looked down and saw the grains aligning along the energy strands, forming some kind of pattern. It resembled the outline of a door. Ling Zhao approached him, crouching down to touch the pattern. Jiang Jin seized her wrist. Do not. She looked up. He fixed his gaze on the sand, his voice barely above a whisper. It is responding to me. Chapter 25. 12 giant gates. The sand grains continued to shift. Jiang Jin's palm pressed firmly against the fissure on his left arm, the crystalline edges cutting into his flesh, blood flowing through his fingers into the sand. With each drop that fell, the underground pulse quickened. He could feel the energy spiraling out of control, as if something was tugging it from within him, drilling downwards along the shining strands. Ling Zhao knelt beside Tixi, her left hand braced against the ground, her right fingers digging into the sand. She had just attempted to seal her shoulder wound with her tactical belt, but the blood hovered in the air, each drop suspended as if held by invisible threads. She glanced at Jiang Jin, her voice low. You're feeding it. Jiang Jin did not respond. He closed his eyes, gripping tightly with his right hand. forcing the crystal of his left arm back inward. With a crack, fragments flew apart, a sharp pain shooting up his spine, yet he did not relent. The blood flow slowed, and the patterns in the sand paused momentarily. But in that brief stillness, Gu Hong's metal rod trembled suddenly. The old man knelt in the sand. His mechanical eye reduced to a faint red glow, the tip of the rod piercing the spot where Jiang Jin's blood seeped. A low-frequency hum reverberated outward, the sand grains rearranging, forming a complete arc extending into the distance. "Do not push." The solitary voice of Gu Hong emerged hoarsely, not seeking to draw you in, but rather to acknowledge your presence. As the last syllable faded, the ground trembled violently. 12 colossal bronze silhouettes rose from beneath the sand, seemingly thrust upward by an unseen force from the depths of the earth. Each gate towered over 100 meters, their surfaces etched with scars of battle, depicting moments of stars shattering and warriors pierced through the chest by the ethereal energy, alongside the poignant image of a person using their body to block the fissures of the Stargate. Flames spilled forth from the crevices of the gates, burning silently, neither hot nor extinguished. Blood from the iron hammer seeped from its fractured areas, a drop falling into the nearest gate's opening, causing the gate to tremble slightly. And the flames flickered. Ling Zhao gazed intently at that gate, slowly rising to her feet. She staggered closer, reaching out to touch the intricate patterns on the gate, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Lowering her gaze to her palm, she noticed a dark red mark emerging on her skin, identical to the star patterns on Jiang Jin's left arm. Turning her head, she saw that everyone around her was an awakened one. Gu Hong leaned on a metal rod and approached the central gate step by step. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, the metal rod crossing his chest. As if performing a long-lost rite, the 12 colossal gates loomed. His voice was barely audible as he spoke of the original 12, bound by soul and blood, sealing the fissures of the ethereal energy. They were not dead, merely anchored here, guarding the final gate. Jiang Jin fixated on the central gate. Within the battle scenes engraved upon it, a man stood with his back to the viewer, his left arm entirely crystallized, pressing a hand into the core of the Stargate. That figure, that stance, bore a resemblance to him. Just as he contemplated moving, a sharp ripping sound emanated from the earth below. The fissure opened once more, not above them, but behind. A silvery tendril emerged from the void, as if a remnant from a tumultuous transport stream. It did not rush toward them, but lunged at the unconscious iron hammer, whose leg wound continued to ooze blood. Droplets falling onto the sand, only to be absorbed by the gate's crevice. Ling Zhao raised her gun, but the bullet was deflected by the tendril, exploding in midair. She pulled the trigger again, but the mechanism clicked uselessly, having run out of energy. Jiang Jin attempted to rush forward, but as he raised his left arm, the crystal shattered extensively, dark red energy gushing forth, propelling him back 2 steps due to the recoil. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold his ground, but his legs buckled, and he fell to one knee in the sand. The tendril loomed above the iron hammer's head, pressing down. At that moment, the central gate thunderously opened. A phantom stepped through, clad in tattered general's attire, his left arm crystallized to the shoulder. His face etched with the wear of time that Jiang Jin lacked, yet the brow and eye shape bore a striking resemblance, 7 parts likeness, 3 parts fate. He did not glance at anyone. Raising his right hand, a sword of light materialized, blade without a hilt, as if sprouting from his palm. 1 step, 2 steps. He approached the tendril, raising the sword. There was no sound, no explosion of light. The silvery tendril was effortlessly severed, disintegrating into ashes. The phantom did not halt, continuing forward until it stood before Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin looked up, his throat constricting. He wished to speak, but the figure merely cast a glance at him before lifting the light sword, its tip gently touching the wound on his left arm. Intense pain surged through him, not of an external wound, but a pain ignited deep within his bones and veins. Jiang Jin stifled a groan, burying his forehead into the sand, fingers clawing into the earth. He witnessed his blood boiling on the sand, shards of crystal falling away, revealing the newly formed flesh beneath. The star patterns spread from his arm to his shoulder and neck, their color deepening, resembling the marks left by red-hot iron cooling. The phantom sword tip still lingered on his injury, while its other hand slowly rose to press against his forehead. Memories rushed in, not images, but sensations. The moment his mother pushed him away, the stinging dust of collapsing buildings in his eyes, the tactile memory of pressing the control button before a battleship exploded, and countless nights when 12 figures stood before the Stargate, each guarding a gate, their backs to home, facing the void. The phantom withdrew its hand, and the light sword dissipated into its palm. It turned and walked back toward the colossal gate. Jiang Jin yearned to call out, but found no voice. Just before the gate closed, the phantom paused, glancing back at him one last time. In its gaze, there was no admonition, no grandeur, only a sense of affirmation. The gate closed, extinguishing the flames. The 12 colossal gates slowly sank back into the sand, as if they had never existed. Gu Hong's metal rod remained planted, vibrating twice before stalling. He leaned against it, the crimson light of his mechanical eye extinguished entirely, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Ling Zhao approached Jiang Jin, crouching beside him. She noticed that the crystal on his left arm had completely fallen away, and the newly formed skin bore the star patterns, clear as if etched. She reached out to touch the pattern, feeling a faint tremor beneath her fingertip, akin to a pulse. "Do you remember what he just said?" she inquired. Jiang Jin shook his head. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. He said nothing. "But you are bleeding." She pointed to the corner of his eye where a trickle of blood slid down, not from a wound, but seemingly seeping from within. Jiang Jin raised his hand to wipe it away, his fingertips tainted with dark red. He looked down at the sand, where the colossal gates had risen, the grain still trembling slightly, forming a symbol he did not recognize. Suddenly, Gu Hong moved, lightly tapping the ground 3 times with his metal rod. "It is not to ask if you remember," he uttered softly, "but to inquire if you recognize." Jiang Jin stared at the symbol. It was shifting. The grains of sand rearranged one by one, transforming into another shape, resembling the outline of a key. Chapter 26, Star Skeleton Resonance. The grains continued to move. As Jiang Jin's fingers grazed the key-shaped symbol on the ground, the star patterns on his palm surged with heat. Instinctively, he tried to withdraw his hand, but the warmth coursed through the patterns into his veins, colliding with his chest. His throat constricted, rendering him silent, though his shoulder trembled. Ling Zhao immediately looked up. She was scraping energy bars from the exoskeleton debris with a tactical blade when she heard the commotion, pausing momentarily. Without questioning, she plunged the blade into the sand and stood up, bracing herself against her knees. The split in her shoulder reopened, blood suspended at the edge of her armor. Bead by bead, like dew impervious to the wind, Gu Hong leaned against the broken metal rod, his head bowed, his mechanical eye completely dark. Yet his ears twitched, and he abruptly warned, "Do not touch it." Jiang Jin could not retract his hand in time. The sand erupted from the center of the symbol, not in an explosion, but in a surging motion, as if something beneath was crawling. A swarm of silver particles ascended, momentarily hovering in the air, then neatly retreated to the sides, revealing a dense array of metallic seams beneath. As the first mechanical puppet burst forth from the sand, its joints emitted a brief humming sound. It was entirely silver gray, headless, with only a smooth mirrored surface at the front reflecting Jiang Jin's face. Its limbs were elongated, ending in a foldable cannon structure. Upon landing, it did not immediately attack, but performed a full rotation, its back interface opening to emit a blue beam striking a distant sand dune. The second, third, and hundreds of others emerged from various directions in synchronized movements, landing and charging. The blue light formed a net across the sand, swiftly converging towards the center. They were forming ranks. Ling Zhao inserted the last energy bar into the makeshift pulse gun, directing the main cannon towards them. Jiang Jin finally withdrew his hand from the symbol, yet the star patterns continued to burn, as if seared by a branding iron. He glanced at the iron hammer, who remained unconscious, blood pooling in the sand beneath his leg. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, pressing his palm firmly against the wound. The bleeding ceased. However, the tremors from below persisted. The blue light net completed its closure, and thousands of puppets simultaneously raised their arms, cannon barrels aimed at the center. Jiang Jin felt the air grow heavy, not with pressure, but with a frequency tugging at his nerves. He gritted his teeth as the star patterns spread from his arm to his shoulder and neck, an electric current coursing beneath his skin. Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, resting her pulse gun on the broken fragments of armor. Her finger hovered over the trigger, yet she refrained from firing immediately. "Wait," she instructed. Suddenly, Gu Hong stirred. Using a metal rod for support, he struggled to stand upright, while his other hand reached behind his waist, retrieving a piece of a shattered forge fragment. He embedded the shard into the sandy ground and struck it gently. A low-frequency vibration spread outwards, causing the blue light net to flicker momentarily, and the 3 puppets in the front row experienced a half-second delay in their movements. Now was the moment. Ling Zhao pressed the trigger. The pulse gun erupted with a thunderous sound. The energy beam collided with the mirror surface of the first puppet, deflecting off and striking the sand, creating a deep crater. She did not pause, firing 3 consecutive shots, all of which were deflected. The 4th shot struck the joint connection of one puppet, The blue light flickered, and that puppet fell, only for the one behind it to immediately take its place, the cannon's charging progress advancing once more. Ineffective, she murmured, realizing they did not rely on visual targeting. Jiang Jin pressed against the wound from the iron block, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He sensed the heat of his star pattern resonating with the frequency beneath the ground, as though being read by some entity. He abruptly raised his head, gazing at the nearest puppet. In the mirror, it did not reflect his face, but instead symbols. The key-like symbol emanated from the patterns of his star, pulsating like a heartbeat. "They are not coming for us," he said, his voice tense, "but for this." Gu Hong coughed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He fixated on the seams beneath the ground, where sand continued to retreat, revealing more of the mechanical body. "They are testing who can activate the Guardian's Gate." No sooner had he spoken than the blue light in the air abruptly contracted. All the puppets simultaneously aimed their cannons at Jiang Jin. The main cannon's charging was complete. Jiang Jin could feel that the energy was not intended to kill him. Rather, it sought to penetrate him, testing his genetic frequency. He remained still, his hand still pressed against the iron block's wound, while his other hand slowly rose, pressing into the sand. The star pattern aligned with the symbol. "Since we are to be tested," he declared, "let it be thorough." At the moment his palm struck the ground, a dull thud resonated from below. It was not an explosion, it was a resonance. 12 shockwaves surged from different directions, as if 12 points were ignited simultaneously. The sand cracked open, revealing not mechanical seams, but ancient patterns resembling battle scars on the Great Gate. Deep within each crack, a dark red light began to emanate. For the first time, the puppet array fell into disarray. The energy of the main cannon began to fluctuate, its blue light flickering erratically. Several puppets near Jiang Jin suddenly turned, their cannons trained on their own kind, opening fire. A chain reaction commenced. Jiang Jin remained motionless. He could feel the star pattern within him vibrating, not in pain, but in response. That power was not under his control. It surged from the ground, through the symbols and bloodlines, pushing upward layer by layer. The first beam of light shot up from the east, crimson with star-like particles, resembling a melting stellar core. It did not disperse, shooting straight through the clouds, then arcing down towards the center of the mechanical array. The moment it swept through the metallic puppets, their shells vaporized, leaving no residue behind. The second, third, and 12th beams of light followed suit, rising in a circular formation around the battlefield. They converged high above, forming an inverted dome, enveloping all mechanical entities beneath. The heat descended. It was not the heat of flames, but the searing burn of energy overload. Silver grains of sand began to melt, transforming into crimson liquid metal that flowed down along the beams. The puppets collapsed in droves, not from explosions, but from being incinerated from within. The mirror surfaces shattered, revealing a dense network of circuits, all emitting smoke. Ling Zhao was pushed back 2 steps by the heat wave, her shoulder wound bursting open, blood finally dripping down. She attempted to raise her hand to staunch the bleeding, but her consciousness began to blur. Dimensional suppression washed over her, the air feeling like solidified glue pressing against her temples. She saw Jiang Jin still kneeling on the ground, his hand unyielding against the iron block's wound. Yet his head was raised, fixated on the center where the beams converged. His star pattern glowed, not from reflection, but from self-ignition. The bloodstain at the corner of his eye split open again, with blood trickling down his cheek into his collar. Gu Hong stood rooted, the metal rod broken, leaving only half embedded in the sand. He did not fall or move, merely gazing at the 12 beams, his lips moving silently. The beams lasted for 7 seconds before extinguishing simultaneously. The sand was left strewn with crimson metallic debris, resembling puddles of water after rain, steaming. All mechanical puppets had vanished, leaving only molten iron flowing slowly under the intense heat. Beneath the point where the beams converged, a diamond-shaped crystal gradually formed. It was entirely dark red, its surface etched with 3 words, Shire Lu Shou. Jiang Jin gasped, his hand finally lifting from the iron block's wound. He glanced down, noticing that the color of the star pattern in his palm had deepened, the lines resembling the cracks left on red-hot iron after cooling. He slowly reached out, retrieving the crystal. Although light, it pulsed faintly within his grasp. Ling Zhao staggered closer, glancing at the crystal before turning to Jiang Jin. "What have you done?" Jiang Jin shook his head. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and barely audible. "I did nothing." Gu Hong finally moved, pulling out the remaining piece of the metal rod, using it for support as he stepped closer to Jiang Jin. He glanced at the crystal, then looked up at Jiang Jin's face. The old man's mechanical eye was dark, yet his other eye's pupil contracted slightly. "The Guardian," he murmured, having finally awaited the key. Chapter 27. The boundary solidified. Jiang Jin's fingers remained embedded in the sand, his palm pressed firmly against the dark red crystal. The molten metallic debris around them solidified into twisted, arched barriers, as though abruptly cooled after being pushed by intense heat. He did not move, his right arm still pressing against the iron block's leg. The bleeding had ceased, the edges of the wound emanating a faint dark red glow. As if something flowed beneath the skin. Ling Zhao stood 3 paces away, her gun drooping, but her finger remained poised over the trigger. The armor on her left shoulder had shattered, clinging to her skin, the blood no longer dripping or floating, but flowing down her collarbone, leaving a damp trail. She did not wipe it away. Gu Hong, leaning on the half-metal rod, stood straight. His mechanical eye was dark, while the other eye fixated intently on the star pattern on Jiang Jin's chest. The lines continued to shift, not flickering, but writhing, as if a living creature crawled beneath the skin. Jiang Jin swallowed hard, pressing the crystal against his chest. At the densest point of the star pattern, a small indentation shaped like a keyhole formed. The moment the crystal made contact, a soft hum resonated, not from the air but directly from within his bones. His body stiffened abruptly, his jaw clenched tightly, his jawline taut as iron. A searing pain exploded from his heart, not burning or cutting, but tearing apart. Nerves were yanked out and twisted in molten lava. His fingers twitched, digging into the sand, his nails cracking, blood mingling with silver sand, instantly absorbed, leaving no trace. He did not cry out. His head bowed, hair falling over his eyes. A drop of sweat trickled down his brow, mingling with the blood from the corner of his eye, flowing into the corner of his mouth, salty and metallic. His breath paused for 2 seconds, his chest feeling hollow, ribs collapsing inward. Then he gasped sharply, the airflow scraping through his throat, producing a muffled sound. The stellar core began to dissolve. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal, dark red liquid seeping through the fissures, burrowing into the skin along the star pattern. Wherever it passed, the old crystallized marks melted away like snow meeting fire, quickly dissolving and reforming into deeper dark red patches. These patches connected, their edges faintly glowing, as if light from below pressed against the skin, pushing upward. Ling Zhao took half a step forward. Gu Hong raised his hand to stop her, his voice low and urgent. Do not touch him. He is splitting apart. Ling Zhao fixed her gaze upon Jiang Jin's hand, observing something writhing beneath the skin, forming bulges that resembled not blood coursing through veins, but living metallic worms. This was not a fissure. Gu Hong scrutinized the path of the patterns, recognizing it as a process of reforging. Jiang Jin's back arched, his spine protruding in segments as if it were about to pierce through the skin. His right hand finally lifted from the iron weight on his leg, not through a conscious release, but as if it had spasmed free. That hand surged towards his chest. Fingers splayed wide, then suddenly clasped tightly, pressing down on the star core. A low growl escaped his throat, short and abrupt, as if severed by a blade. His pupils contracted sharply, the whites of his eyes fissured with fine blood vessels, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Yet, this blood was not red. It was a dark crimson tinged with silver. When it dripped onto the sand, the grains immediately coalesced into tiny crystalline clusters, blooming and shattering like flowers. Gu Hong's mechanical eye flickered suddenly, activating the remnants of its scanning program. A faint blue glow seeped from the edges of the eye socket, illuminating Jiang Jin's chest. The scanning results did not materialize in his field of vision, but the old man's breathing altered. He understood. This was not merely a bloodline activation, nor was it a fusion with the star core. It was a realignment. The energy from the star core was reconstructing Jiang Jin's meridian structure, clearing away the previously broken, blocked, and crystallized pathways, re-establishing a complete channel of star flow. The endpoint of this channel lay directly at the center of his chest. There, a pinprick of light began to rotate. Initially, it spun slowly, like a top after the wind had ceased. Then it accelerated, drawing in the surrounding dark red energy towards its center in concentric circles. The patterns of star spots formed conduits, guiding the energy into that point of light. The luminous mass began to spin faster, maintaining its size while compressing. A miniature cosmic vortex took shape. Jiang Jin's body suddenly relaxed. It was not a collapse. It was a release of tension. His taut muscles gradually loosened, his breathing restored, shallow yet stable. He slowly raised his head, the blood vessels in his eyes receding. A fleeting glimmer of silver blue flashing within his pupils, as swift as an illusion. Then, his gaze returned to deep black. He gently removed his right hand from his chest. The star core had vanished. His skin remained intact, but the star patterns had entirely transformed. No longer were they the old hues of gray-blue intermingled, but a uniform dark red, reminiscent of iron heated to its peak and then cooled. The vortex spun slowly in his chest, each rotation generating faint ripples of airflow that tousled the strands of hair on his forehead. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's detection device emitted an alarm. She glanced down at the screen. The values had exploded into red, locking down completely. She swiftly rebooted and scanned again, but the results were the same. She looked up. Her voice taut. The power level exceeds limits. The muscle response has reached the early stages of Meteor Realm, yet the energy level remains at Dustbound Realm. He is suppressing it. Gu Hong murmured, locking the realm at Dustbound, but the power has already overflowed. Ling Zhao stared at Jiang Jin, her fingers gliding across the detection device. This is illogical. No one can compress to this extent at this stage. The meridians would collapse directly. Her words remained unfinished. 100 meters away, a heap of molten mechanical debris suddenly erupted. It was not an explosion. It was spontaneous combustion. Fragments instantaneously heated up as if ignited by an invisible flame, then transformed into crimson molten metal, spewing forth in a fan shape towards them. Jiang Jin did not turn back. His right fist lifted slightly and pushed forward. There was no sound, no light. Only a wall of airflow that appeared out of thin air, colliding directly with the metallic rain. All fragments were ground to dust upon contact, leaving no residue. As if they had struck an invisible iron wall. The powder settled on the ground, leaving the sand unmarked. Ling Zhao raised her weapon, not against an enemy, but towards Jiang Jin. Her gaze was taut. What did you just do? Jiang Jin did not respond. He lowered his gaze to his hand. The star patterns on his palms slightly warm, as if he had just completed a recharge. He slowly clenched his fist, then released it. Gu Hong suddenly moved. Using a metal rod for support, he took 2 steps forward. His mechanical eye aimed at Jiang Jin's chest. The remnants of the scanning program activated again. The blue light, faint yet persistent. After 3 seconds, he halted. His voice changed, no longer a hoarse whisper, but trembling. You possess pure energy within you. Ling Zhao turned abruptly. What? The impure energy is from the star core, a legacy of the human race. Gu Hong fixed his gaze on the pathways of Jiang Jin's meridians, his voice lowered significantly. But here, he pointed to the inner side of Jiang Jin's left arm. There are minuscule silver-blue particles coexisting alongside the impure energy. This is not fusion, it is coexistence. You have activated the dual cultivation of purity and impurity. Jiang Jin frowned. He felt nothing. Only the energy from the star core was circulating within him, stable and orderly. He raised his left arm, glancing at the inner side. Beneath the skin, faint pathways of light indeed flickered. But that light was so weak that it was nearly imperceptible without deliberate focus. Gu Hong's breathing became labored. This is impossible. Pure energy is the essence of the divine race. Humans would be incinerated upon contact. Unless, he did not finish his sentence. The sky tore open. It was not a fissure, nor a projection. It was a direct rending. 9 beams of golden light descended from above, each as thick as a colossal pillar, solidifying into a staircase of luminous substance upon reaching the ground. At the staircase's end, 9 phantom thrones gradually emerged, suspended in midair, arranged in a circular formation. Their seats facing inward, gazing downwards. The thrones were unoccupied, yet each radiated an undeniable pressure. The air thickened, gravity doubled, and the sand particles began to sink as if pressed down by an invisible hand. Gu Hong's metal rod plunged into the sand, anchoring his body. Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, the gun's muzzle pressed into the sand to avoid being toppled. The iron weight remained unconscious, but its body twitched slightly, as if bearing pressure in a dream. Jiang Jin stood tall. He neither knelt nor bent. The cosmic vortex in his chest slowed its rotation, yet did not cease. He looked up, gazing at the 9 empty thrones, his expression calm. On the first throne, the light and shadow shifted slightly. A voice resonated, not transmitted through the air, but directly in his mind. Guardian, you have reclaimed the key. Chapter 28. The fury of humanity. Jiang Jin's feet sank into the silver sand, the grain slowly descending as if crushed by an invisible gravity. His body remained still, yet every muscle strained against the pressure from above. The phantom thrones hovered in midair, the golden staircase unmoving, yet the oppressive force continued to intensify, hammering into his very marrow. Qing Ming stepped forth from before the first throne. She made no sound as she moved, her form floating at the edge of the light column, her silver hair unfurling like flowing stardust, enveloping her. Her face bore no pupils, only a pale gray expanse, yet Jiang Jin knew she was watching him. Numbered blue star 07, Jiang Jin. Her voice echoed directly within his consciousness, cold as metal scraping across ice, violating Article 7, Chapter 3 of the Low-Level Civilization Development Restriction Regulations. You have unauthorized activation of human relics, fusion with the star core, and initiated the dual cultivation of purity and impurity. Classified as an anomalous civilization sample, executing retrieval protocol. A symbol of pure energy manifested in her palm, swiftly extending into a chain form, the silver-blue strands twisting in the air like living entities. The chain shot forth. Jiang Jin relaxed his right arm, allowing it to wrap around his forearm. The moment the skin made contact, a sharp pain erupted, as if countless fine needles were piercing through the meridians towards his heart. He did not resist. Instead, he compressed the energy from the cosmic vortex in his chest into a rapidly spinning whirlpool of impure energy, concealing it deep within his palm. The chain continued to spread, wrapping around his left arm, shoulders, and ankles. 4 light chains converged behind him, forming a runic array that began to extract energy from within him. Qing Ming raised her hand, preparing to activate the final seal. Just as her fingertip pressed down, Jiang Jin's palm erupted with a whirlpool of energy. The impure energy burst forth, colliding with the chain's nodes, producing a muffled thud. The light chains trembled violently, cracks appearing in the runic array. Qing Ming's movements faltered, her gaze finally landing on Jiang Jin's face. He stood tall. The chains remained, but no longer tightened. His breathing was steady, his eyes devoid of anger or fear. Only a profound coolness that sank to the depths. "You are not a stranger to launching," he remarked. Qingming remained silent. 3 years ago, beyond the orbit of Mars, you obliterated our transition tower. Jiang Jin's voice, though not loud, penetrated the oppressive atmosphere. 2 years ago, on Jupiter's moon Europa, you eradicated 300 awakened souls. You have consistently thwarted our evolution. Qingming's stardust hairband trembled slightly, as if disturbed. You regard us as a source of pollution. Jiang Jin raised his right hand, and the star patterns beneath his skin glimmered, yet you have never inquired who ignited this fire first. Before he could finish, the ground to his left erupted violently. Gu Hong tore open his gray robe, revealing a dark red star core that burned fiercely, embedded within his flesh like an everlasting heart. Leaning on a broken metal rod, he stepped forward, pointing the star core at Qingming. "Civilization Purification Officer." His voice was hoarse yet clear. "Do you recognize this?" For the first time, Qingming retreated half a step. Without waiting for her response, Gu Hong drove the metal rod forcefully into the sand, pressing his other hand against the star core. A low growl emerged from his throat as the star core suddenly expanded, flames erupting from his chest, coalescing into a translucent forge apparition in the air. The forge was inscribed with 12 intricate patterns, originating from Jiang Jin's star markings. The voice of the star skeleton forge trembled for the first time. "Impossible. This was destroyed 200,000 years ago." "Destroyed?" Gu Hong laughed bitterly, as flames surged up his arm towards the sky. "You have pinned humanity to the annals of history with the chains of the Council. You claim we are an inferior civilization, that we should not exist. But you forget." He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with a crimson glow. "We were the first to ignite the star fire." The forge ascended, its flames transforming into a whirlwind, charging at Qingming's chains. The silver-blue chains twisted in the fire, melting and breaking apart, disintegrating into ash. Qingming formed hand seals, the runes coalescing anew, preparing to activate a higher-level protocol. Jiang Jin moved forward. He placed his palm on the surface of the forge. The moment the star markings connected with the heart of the forge, a torrid memory surged into his mind. Not images, but emotions, fury, resentment. As countless souls fell in the flames, some shouting to defend, others blocking the star gates with their bodies, some shoving star cores into the chests of children. His starry vortex began to resonate. Amidst the flames, a figure gradually materialized. Standing 3 meters tall, clad in tattered battle armor, wielding a sword without a sheath. Its visage was obscured, yet its eyes burned with the same wrath as Jiang Jin, the shadow of the first human emperor. It did not gaze at Jiang Jin or Gu Hong. It lifted its gaze, the sword tip pointing directly at the 9 thrones. 200,000 years ago. Its voice echoed as if emanating from the depths of the earth. "Is this how you judge humanity?" Qingming retorted fiercely. "Humanity is already extinct. Your civilization has long been erased by history." The shadow remained silent. It raised its sword and struck down violently. The sword aura had yet to be unleashed. Yet flames surged along the blade, carving 12 deep grooves into the sand. Red-hot fire lines ignited within the grooves, swiftly connecting, revealing 12 names, each resonating with the star markings. 12 towers guard, 12 towers battle, 12 towers burn. The radiance surged skyward, striking the projection of the 9 thrones. The throne's apparition shook violently, cracks appearing in the golden stairway, the outlines of 3 thrones beginning to blur. Qingming braced herself against the luminous barrier, straining to maintain the formation. A strand of her stardust hairband snapped, drifting through the air. Impossible. Humanity's will has long been severed. Severed? Jiang Jin stood beside the shadow, his voice cold as iron. We are merely waiting for someone to ignite the forge. Gu Hong coughed blood, the light of the star core dimming, yet he clung tenaciously to the metal rod. His body trembled, yet a smile graced his lips. Guardian, he whispered, you are not the first, but you are the first to dare look back. Qingming slowly raised her hand, a silver-blue tempest coalescing at her fingertips, suspended in her palm. Her voice lost its icy demeanor, now laden with a near-fearful gravity. You possess pure energy, she stated, but you are not of the divine race. You are not even a complete royal descendant. By what right by this? Jiang Jin raised his left arm, the star markings illuminating fully, the tainted energy and pure energy flowing in tandem, forming a double helix of light beneath his skin. He did not explain, merely directed his palm toward the forge. The flames surged once more. The shadow lowered its head, casting a glance at him. In that gaze, there was recognition, sorrow, and the weight of a 200,000-year weight. The wrath of humanity, the shadow intoned, is not in strength, but in refusal to kneel. It raised its sword once more. Qingming's tempest was on the verge of release. Jiang Jin's starry vortex spun faster, energy surging towards the forge. Gu Hong's star core erupted one last time, flames entwining the metal rod, pointing skyward. Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, raising his gun, aimed at Qingming. Tai Tuo remained unconscious. The star markings on the back of his neck flickering weakly, as if responding to some distant call. The projection of the 9 thrones began to unravel. Chapter 29, Bloodline Heritage. The beams of pure energy from the 9 thrones tore through the air, piercing the core of the forge. Jiang Jin pressed his palm firmly against the forge's wall, as Gu Hong's final flames flowed into the forge along the metal rod, residual heat surging through Jiang Jin's veins. His star markings burned hot, the tainted energy compressed to its limit, forming a nearly transparent dark red membrane atop his skin. The shadow lifted its sword. The blade sliced through the void, precisely severing 9 beams of pure energy, refracting and deflecting. An ancient star map gradually rotated into view, its intricate patterns perfectly aligning with the star markings beneath Jiang Jin's skin. Within the map, 12 main veins extended like blood vessels, with a central dark red core. Precisely where the 12 towers stood, Jiang Jin's pupils constricted sharply. A tremor resonated from deep within his bloodline, as if some dormant command had been activated. He tilted his head back, a low growl escaping his throat, a sound not quite human, more akin to a resonance from the depths of the earth. The star markings illuminated spontaneously, spreading along his neck, converging into a vortex-like pattern on his chest. A dark red, translucent shield formed before him, its surface shimmering with golden runes, a fragment of the star map. The beams of pure energy collided with the shield. The shockwave erupted, the sand swirling into a circular pit. Ling Zhao was toppled by the force, his gun still aimed at Qingming. In his unconscious state, the star markings on Tai Tuo's neck flickered faintly, their frequencies synchronized with the shield's oscillations. Gu Hong knelt in the sand, hands pressed against the ground. The tear in his gray robe exposing his star core, its glow nearly extinguished, yet still trembling to maintain the last thread of connection. Qingming hovered high above, the silver-blue tempest swirling in her palm. She beheld the runes on the shield, her fingertips quivering. Impossible. That is the key to the star map of the first human emperor. She forcibly commanded the remaining 8 beams to converge, forming a conical spear of pure energy. The tip compressed to its utmost, causing minute fissures in the space around it. The spear sliced through the air, directly targeting the core of the shield. Jiang Jin did not retreat. He pressed his left hand against the surface of the shield, allowing the pure energy to surge into his veins. The agony felt like a blade carving through his nerves, images flashing before his eyes of his mother pushing him away. This was not a memory, but an instinct etched in his bloodline. That push was not for her survival, but to ensure his own. Deep within the bloodline, the battle song resonated. The shield absorbed some of the pure energy, beginning to transform. The tainted energy rebounded into his veins, the star markings rapidly spreading to his shoulders and neck, causing a brief surge in his internal energy levels. Jiang Jin gritted his teeth, the markings on his palm resonating with the shield's runes. The compressed tainted energy mingling with the residual pure energy, forming a reverse circuit within the shield. The shield exploded, not in disintegration, but in a cataclysmic blast. The compressed energy used the shield as a medium, striking one of the projections of the thrones in reverse. The The shockwave fanned out in a widening arc, directly hitting the core of the throne. That projection emitted a piercing alarm, its surface fracturing into a web-like pattern, the light and shadow violently distorting, its outline beginning to collapse. Qingming's figure flickered as the storm in his palm fluctuated precariously. The remaining 8 thrones simultaneously retracted their energy, preparing to initiate a higher-level eradication protocol. The phantom gradually became transparent, the furnace's flames dimmed, and Gu Hong coughed up a mouthful of blood. A metallic rod embedded in the sand, sustaining his last vestige of consciousness. Jiang Jin stood at the center of the battlefield, although his shield was destroyed. The bloodline within him had established a tenuous connection with the star map. He closed his eyes and allowed the fragments of memory to surge forth, not images, but sensations. At the edge of the star abyss, fierce winds swirled with ashes. The first human emperor stood with sword in hand, flanked by 12 generals, all singing a battle song in unison. The song lacked words, resonating only in frequency, harmonizing with the star patterns. He slowly raised his hand. The star patterns in his palm aligned themselves, forming the core runes of the star map. The residual pure energy in the air was drawn to him, swirling around his arm 3 times before finally merging with the star patterns. The lines beneath his skin illuminated entirely, forming a complete stellar vortex, solidifying the pinnacle traits of the dust-binding realm. The phantom bowed its head. The sword tip lightly touched Jiang Jin's shoulder, and a faint light entered his heart. In that instant, all the star patterns on Jiang Jin's body ignited simultaneously. Energy surged through his meridians like a rushing river. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver blue fleeting in the depths of his pupils, quickly reverting to deep crimson. Qingming's residual shadow retreated into the high clouds. The silver-blue storm lingered but no longer approached. In the projection of the 9 thrones, 1 was severely damaged, 3 remained indistinct, while the others were slowly retracting energy, not fully withdrawn. Gu Hong knelt in the sand, the star core dim, his gray robe tattered, his breath faint. Yet he was still alive. The metallic rod still embedded in the ground, maintaining the last flicker of the furnace's flame. Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, her gun still aimed at the high shadow. She did not move or speak. She merely leaned slightly forward, shielding Jiang Jin's flank. Tai Tuo lay unconscious, the star patterns on the nape of his neck flickering faintly. Their frequency synchronized with Jiang Jin's heartbeat. Jiang Jin remained still, palm facing upward, the star patterns flowing gently. He felt that something new had entered his body, not power, but the remnants of memory, an acknowledgement of bloodline, the first recognition of his identity as a descendant in 200,000 years. The phantom began to dissipate. The sword light returned to the remnants of the star map, slowly merging into Jiang Jin's palm. As the last flicker of flame extinguished, the furnace's phantom shattered, its flames transforming into specks of starlight, scattering in the air. Gu Hong whispered, "Guardian, you are not the first. Yet you are the first capable of receiving the sword." Jiang Jin offered no response. He lifted his gaze toward the sky. The shadow of Qingming persisted, the 9 thrones not fully withdrawn. He understood that this battle was not yet over, but he was also aware that from this moment forth, he was no longer the subject of judgment. He was the heir. Star patterns flowed beneath his skin, the murky and pure energies coiling together, forming a double helix of light. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, the patterns in his palm aligning with the remnants of the star map. The residual pure energy in the air was once again attracted, swirling around his fingertips. Qingming's voice resonated from the high heavens. "You possess pure energy within you, yet you do not bear the bloodline of the divine. You have merged with the star core, yet the council does not acknowledge you. You invoke the star map, yet remain ignorant of its entirety. By what right do you claim to be the legitimate human race?" Jiang Jin lowered his head, gazing at the patterns in his palm. He remained silent. He merely aimed his palm at the high shadow, fingers tightening. The compressed pure energy in the air erupted suddenly, the shockwave expanding in a circular manner, directly targeting the retraction path of the 9 thrones. 1 throne projection, currently in retreat, was struck by the residual wave, deepening its surface cracks, causing its light and shadow to tremble violently. Qingming's shadow retreated a step. Jiang Jin stood in the sand, his star patterns blazing, the pinnacle of the dust-binding realm firmly established. He did not move or strike again, simply standing still, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Gu Hong leaned against the metallic rod, laboriously lifting his gaze to Jiang Jin's silhouette. Ling Zhao slowly rose, her gun aimed slightly higher. The star patterns on Tai Tuo's nape flickered, as if responding to a distant call. In the clouds above, Qingming's shadow remained solid. The projection of the 9 thrones continued to retract, albeit at a slower pace. Jiang Jin raised his left hand, the star patterns illuminating fully. He sensed that the faint light within him was expanding, coursing through his meridians, seeping into his bones, merging with every inch of his flesh. He closed his eyes. Deep within his bloodline, the battle song echoed once more. Chapter 30. Lifting a vehicle with one hand, the high shadow slowly retreated into the clouds. The projection of the 9 thrones still in the process of retraction, light and shadow undulating uncertainly. Jiang Jin stood firm, the patterns in his palm ablaze. The star patterns flowing beneath his skin like molten lava. He felt that the power within him had ceased its agitation, sinking deep into his bones. As if firmly bound by some invisible structure, Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, her gun still aimed at the horizon, her gaze unwavering. Blood seeped from the wound on her right shoulder, and her exoskeleton emitted a low-frequency alarm, yet she remained motionless. Tai Tuo lay on the sandy ground, the star patterns on his nape flickering, their frequency faintly synchronized with Jiang Jin's breathing. Gu Hong leaned against the metallic rod, his mechanical eye dark, but his remaining eye fixated intently on the flow of energy within Jiang Jin. His voice was hoarse. You are compressing the murky energy, locking the power of the 7-layered star patterns within the shell of the dust-binding realm. This is not a breakthrough, it is a seal. Jiang Jin raised his gaze. Why? Ling Zhao inquired. Because the forging muscle realm requires not power, but density. Gu Hong coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Every cubic centimeter of your muscle is bearing pressure far exceeding its limit. Once you break through, that power will truly be unleashed. Jiang Jin remained silent. He lifted his right hand, fingers spread, the star patterns in his palm rearranging themselves, forming a miniature core rune of the star map. The residual pure energy in the air was drawn to him, swirling around his arm 3 times before ultimately merging with his skin. At that moment, a sudden warmth enveloped his palm. It was not pain, but rather a sensation of searing pull. He looked down and beheld a crystalline formation spontaneously emerging from his palm. Translucent crystals materializing from the starry patterns, suspended 3 inches above his hand, casting a brand new star map. The lines were unfamiliar, and the coordinates were entirely unknown. Ling Zhao promptly activated the tactical ocular device, directing a beam to scan the star map structure and cross-referencing it with the database. 3 seconds later, the ocular device emitted a notification. Coordinates matched. Shadow region on the far side of the moon. Signal source highly overlaps with the residual frequency of the starry empire. The far side of the moon. She furrowed her brow, as there were no known human facilities in that area. Jiang Jin gazed intently at the star map. He could feel a faint resonance deep within his bloodline, as if a dormant mark was responding. It was neither a memory nor a sound, but a directional pull akin to a magnetic needle pointing toward the North Pole. Gu Hong looked at the star map and suddenly murmured. The 12 towers have not been entirely annihilated. Jiang Jin raised his eyes. The bloodline of the gatekeeper could activate the star map, but only the heir could receive the new coordinates. Gu Hong's voice was faint, indicating that someone was still waiting for him over there. Ling Zhao swiftly checked the tactical system. Orbital scans revealed low-frequency energy fluctuations on the far side of the moon in recent times, with insufficient intensity to trigger an alarm. Yet the duration exceeded 3 months. It was not a natural phenomenon. Jiang Jin closed his eyes. He could sense the vibration frequency of the crystalline formation in his palm accelerating, the lines of the star map continuously adjusting, as if receiving some sort of remote signal. He opened his eyes, and the starry patterns illuminated entirely, swirling with both murky and clear energies, forming a double helix of light within his meridians. Target, he declared. The far side of the moon. Ling Zhao nodded, swiftly gathering her equipment. She dragged Tai Ta to a safe zone, securing him with tactical ropes and checking his vital signs. Tai Ta's eyelids fluttered slightly, the starry pattern on the nape of his neck flickering, as if responding to a command, yet he remained unconscious. Gu Hong leaned against a metal rod, motionless. He looked at Jiang Jin. Your current state cannot last much longer. That compressive force is rebounding within your meridians. Jiang Jin moved his right arm. There was a subtle burning sensation beneath his skin, akin to countless fine needles pricking. Yet he could manage it. He approached Gu Hong, crouched down, and placed his hand on the star core on his chest. At the moment of contact with the starry pattern, a faint energy flowed back. Gu Hong took a breath, and the light from the star core flickered back slightly. We can still move, he said. Jiang Jin stood up, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The forge had been destroyed, the 9 thrones had not fully evacuated, and the remnants of Qing Ming lingered in the high clouds, yet no longer approached. He knew what the enemy was waiting for him to leave, waiting for him to reveal his weakness, waiting for the council to initiate the next phase of the extermination protocol. But he would not wait any longer. He walked over to Tai Ta, crouched down, and pressed his right hand against the starry pattern on the nape of his neck. The moment their skin touched, the starry pattern illuminated in unison, the frequencies aligning. He could feel the murky energy within Tai Ta slowly reviving, as if awakened by some deep-seated command. 3 seconds later, he withdrew his hand. Ling Zhao had completed her inspection of the tactical backpack, reloaded her weapon, and restarted her exoskeleton. She stood at Jiang Jin's rear flank, her gaze steady, ready to depart at any time. Jiang Jin took one last glance at the star map in his palm. The coordinates stabilized, the signal strengthened. He sensed that this was not an endpoint, but an entrance leading to some buried truth. He raised his hand, drawing the star map into his palm. The crystalline form vanished beneath his skin, and the starry patterns flowed as usual. "Let us go," he said. Ling Zhao hoisted Tai Ta onto her shoulder. Gu Hong leaned against the metal rod, struggling to stand, his steps unsteady but resolute. Jiang Jin took the lead, the starry pattern on his right arm faintly warm, the muscle fibers within him continuously compressing energy. With each step he took, the sand beneath him did not visibly sink. Yet the fine grains at the edges of his footprints crumbled silently. After 10 steps, he suddenly halted. His palm became warm once more. He looked down to see the starry patterns rearranging themselves, forming new runes. The residual clear energy in the air was drawn toward him, swirling around his arm, ultimately coalescing into a point of faint light in his palm. That light hovered, slowly pointing toward the direction of the far side of the moon. Jiang Jin raised his hand, fingers spread wide, the faint light suspended above his palm. Chapter 31. The scavenger's nest. The faint light in his palm continued to hover, spinning like a star drawn by invisible threads. Jiang Jin's fingers gradually closed around it, and the light point melded into his skin. The starry patterns in his palm rearranging themselves, their lines deeper than before, edges tinged with dark red. Tai Ta, slung over Ling Zhao's shoulder, remained still. The starry pattern on his nape still flickering, its frequency synchronizing with Jiang Jin's breath. She adjusted the weight module of her exoskeleton, the metal joints emitting a brief snapping sound. Gu Hong leaned against the metal rod, the light from his star core reduced to a mere wisp. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Jin's hand. "We can move," he stated. Jiang Jin did not respond, merely raising his left hand to press his palm against a fragment of the shattered forge on the ground. The surface of the shard was riddled with cracks, yet the core still harbored a trace of warmth. He directed the murky energy within him down his meridians, pouring it into his palm, and the starry pattern flared brightly, resonating with the structure within the shard. The ground began to tremble. It was not a violent shake, but a low-frequency, rhythmic pulse, akin to some dormant machinery awakening. The edges of the forge fragment revealed faint silver runes, which promptly twisted into a circular band of light, radiating outward. Ling Zhao swiftly set Tai Ta down. Kneeling on one knee, her right hand diving into her tactical backpack to retrieve the quantum positioning device. "Coordinates locked," she murmured, fingers swiftly gliding over the panel. The star map, signal stabilizing, the jump channel calibratable. Jiang Jin nodded, the starry pattern on his right arm surging, the muscle fibers once more entering a state of compression. He placed his other hand on Gu Hong's shoulder, a surge of murky energy flowing into him. Gu Hong let out a muffled grunt, the faint light of the star core pulsing twice, barely managing to straighten his body. The four of them formed a line, their backs to the shattered camp. Facing the horizon, the band of light contracted, forming a circular portal 3 meters in diameter, its interior space distorted as if a piece of fabric had been torn. Jiang Jin was the last to step through, his feet barely leaving the ground when the patch of silver sand behind him was completely consumed. In the instant the portal closed, gravity shifted. It was no longer the stable pull of Blue Star, but rather a nearly unbalanced, feeble tug. As Jiang Jin landed, his knees bent slightly, the unique softness of the lunar soil beneath his feet. He looked up, the pitch-black cosmic dome above him, the stars frozen in place. Earth suspended in the distance, half illuminated, half shadowed. This was the far side of the moon, the shadow region. Ling Zhao quickly readjusted Tai Ta on her back, the exoskeleton emitting a hum of adaptive adjustments. She took out the detector, unfolded the antenna, and as the screen flickered to life, the signal waveform immediately became erratic. Gu Hong leaned against the metal rod, scanning the surroundings. The lunar surface lay tranquil, the outlines of craters sharp, yet an invisible interference field permeated the air. Jiang Jin crouched down, pressing his right hand on the lunar soil. The starry pattern released a wisp of murky energy, seeping underground. The feedback of the fluctuations returned. revealing a spiral structure extending downwards over 100 kilometers. The tunnel walls composed of a blend of alloy and rock, with faint energy pulses occurring every 3 seconds, rhythmically akin to a heartbeat. This is not a natural cave, he stated. Ling Zhao activated the thermal imaging on the detector, revealing the lunar surface at an extremely low temperature, yet 3 kilometers ahead. A circular depression approximately 500 meters in diameter appeared. Its edges smooth with no signs of impact. She magnified the image, and at the center of the depression, a fissure emerged, less than a meter wide. Yet faint light emanated from its depths. Jiang Jin rose to his feet and began walking toward that direction. Every step was light. The lunar surface gravity made him feel almost weightless, yet he deliberately lowered his center of gravity, the muscles in his right arm taut, preventing energy from spiraling out of control. Gu Hong trailed behind, his steps sluggish, the metal rod leaving intermittent marks on the lunar soil. Ling Zhao, carrying Tai Ta, maintained a vigilant distance. The 3-kilometer journey took less than 10 minutes. Before the fissure, Jiang Jin halted. He reached out to touch the rock wall, his fingertips meeting a metallic texture. 3 feet higher, he felt a groove. The intricate patterns twisted in a double helix, branching into 12 tendrils at the end, perfectly mirroring the star patterns on his palm. His skin instantly ignited with heat, as though seared by a branding iron. He did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he pressed down with greater force. The rock face trembled. The markings glowed a dark red, spreading along the patterns and delving deeper into the fissure. After a few moments, the crack gradually widened, revealing an internal passage that sloped downward, its walls smooth and adorned with similar patterns, each corresponding to Jiang Jin's star markings. "It recognizes you," Ling Zhao remarked. Jiang Jin retracted his hand, the warmth of the star patterns lingering. He glanced at Gu Hong. "Left by the 12th floor?" he inquired. Gu Hong stared at the cave wall, remaining silent for a moment. "Only the air can activate the entrance. This place is not a refuge, it is a watch station." Ling Zhao inserted the detector into the passage for 10 meters, activating its automatic cruise mode. As the drone entered, the iron weight at the back of her neck suddenly twitched, and the brightness of the star patterns surged before swiftly receding. The imagery transmitted back from the detector began to distort. The last frame before the signal was lost, revealing silver runes emerging from a spot on the tunnel wall. Jiang Jin immediately waved his hand. The detector reversed course. Just as it exited the cave, the entire passage erupted with silver light. Runes appeared in clusters, spreading from the entrance into the depths at an astonishing speed, as if some system had been fully awakened. The ground trembled, not merely a vibration, but the activation of a colossal structure. In the distance, the edge of a circular mountain crumbled silently, the rocks being smoothed down by an invisible force. The cuts as smooth as a mirror. Ling Zhao swiftly set down the iron weight, retrieving the sniper platform and positioning it atop a protruding meteorite. She activated optical enhancement, locking onto the direction of the circular mountain. On the screen, the mountainside split open into dozens of nest entrances, shadows surging forth from within. "Scavengers," she said, her voice tense. Jiang Jin raised his eyes. Thousands of mechanical entities took to the air, entirely black, resembling spiders, yet each bore 4 energy-emitting arms. They formed a formation in the sky, their mechanical eyes synchronously turning toward the cave's entrance. The first wave of attack came swiftly. Dozens of energy beams shot down from above, forming a net-like coverage. Jiang Jin's right arm surged with star pattern energy, compressing the murky energy into his palm and thrusting it forward. A dark red shield materialized. The beam struck the shield with a piercing, tearing sound. Cracks manifested on its surface. The murky energy rapidly eroded, yet it managed to deflect the majority of the impact. The residual force swept across the ground, carving half a meter off the lunar surface and exposing the metallic base beneath. Third-generation scavengers. Ling Zhao locked onto one through the sniper scope. The energy output was equivalent to that of the mid-stage of the meteor realm. Jiang Jin remained still, the shield upheld. While the murky and clear energies clashed within his veins, the double helix light path operating at high speed. He could sense the shield gradually weakening. The defense efficiency of the murky energy far inferior to the erosion speed of the clear energy. The mother nest is controlling them. Gu Hong leaned against the cave wall, gazing at the mechanical swarm arrayed in the sky. This is not patrol. It is the initiation of extermination protocols. Ling Zhao's sniper platform completed its charging. The first high-explosive round fired, striking a scavenger. The mechanical entity exploded, debris scattering, yet the surrounding 8 immediately filled the vacancy, maintaining formation. "They can't be killed," she remarked. Jiang Jin retracted the shield, the muscles in his right arm trembling slightly. a subtle burning pain spreading beneath his skin. He looked down at his palm, the star patterns rearranging to form new runes. Residual clear energy in the air was drawn in, swirling around his arm 3 times before finally merging into his skin. He raised his hand, pointing towards the circular mountain. The core of the Mother Nest lies there. Ling Zhao quickly adjusted the angle of the sniper platform, locking onto the interior of the mountain. The signal scan revealed a high-intensity energy source deep within, its operational mode entirely consistent with the extermination system of the Starry Empire. Deployed by the Council, she stated. Jiang Jin stepped forward. Gu Hong reached out to stop him, but could not reach in time. Ling Zhao swiftly shouldered the iron weight again, following Jiang Jin. The two moved in tandem toward the circular mountain. The swarm of scavengers adjusted their formation in the air, energy beams locking on anew. The second wave of attack descended. Jiang Jin thrust out his right arm once more, forming the shield. But this time it shattered within just 2 seconds. The shockwave knocked him back 3 steps, his feet carving deep grooves in the lunar soil. Ling Zhao raised her tactical shield, positioning it in front of the iron weight, the exoskeleton emitting an overload alarm. Gu Hong leaned against a broken metal rod, glancing up at the patterns on the cave wall. He reached for the star core in his chest, his fingertips bleeding, yet he did not cease. He smeared his blood against the rock wall, the patterns briefly glowing before dimming again. In the air, the scavenger swarm began their dive. Chapter 32. The might of the iron weight. The dive of the scavengers tore through the air, their mechanical claws etching dozens of deep marks into the lunar surface. Jiang Jin's right arm tensed to its limit, the last murky energy shield forming in front of his palm. The dark red light membrane barely sustaining for half a second before being pierced by the dense energy beams. The shockwave sent him flying, his back crashing against a protruding meteorite, the star patterns beneath his skin flickering violently, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Ling Zhao lunged toward the iron weight, shielding him beneath her. Cracks spread across the surface of the tactical shield, the exoskeleton joints emitting a piercing overload sound. She gritted her teeth, lowering her center of gravity, aiming her weapon at the shadows in the air that were continuously adjusting their formation, her finger resting on the trigger but refraining from firing. Her energy reserves were down to 7%. If she fired a high explosive round now, she would lose all capacity for counterattack in the next 3 seconds. Gu Hong leaned against a broken metal rod. The light of the star core in his chest dimmed to the point of near invisibility. He raised his hand, the blood seeping from his fingertips sliding down the palm lines as he pressed it against a section of rock etched with double helix patterns. The blood touched the surface, the runes briefly illuminating before quickly darkening again. He coughed low in his throat, his entire arm dropping. In the air, the scavenger swarm completed their diving formation. For energy-emitting arms charging in sync, silver-blue energy streams converging at their joints. The next wave of attack would be a comprehensive extermination, leaving no blind spots. At that moment, a scavenger's mechanical tendril brushed against the back of the iron weight. In that instant, the star patterns erupted with deep red radiance, as if the slumbering core of the earth had been ignited. Centered around the iron weight, the space within 100 meters suddenly warped, the fine sands of the lunar surface levitating to form a ring of dust. The diving mechanical entities abruptly halted, as though colliding with an invisible barrier, only to be yanked back by a tremendous force, crashing into one another. One scavenger's firing arm pierced another's torso, causing a short circuit in the energy loop, and an explosion slowly spread in the low-gravity environment. A third was forcibly pressed to the ground, its metallic shell twisting and deforming under the immense pressure, emitting a piercing metallic tearing sound. The aerial formation instantly collapsed, uncontrolled mechanical bodies plummeting like rain, debris crashing onto the lunar surface, stirring up clouds of dust. Ling Zhao felt the weight on her shoulders suddenly increase. The iron weight's body sagged slightly as though pinned by some force. She looked up to see all the scavengers within 100 meters losing their balance, some pressed to the ground, others hurled into the sky, many colliding with one another and exploding into fragments. A gravitational field, she whispered, incredulity lacing her voice. Jiang Jin knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against the lunar soil, the murky energy seeping between his fingers absorbed by the ground, flowing through the subterranean veins toward the depths of the circular mountain. He raised his gaze toward the iron weight, the star patterns on the back of his neck pulsing at a steady frequency, each flicker sending tremors through the surrounding space. This was not control, but an instinctual release of a domain, indiscriminate and unconscious, yet powerful enough to alter the course of the battle. He wasted no time. With both palms pressed to the ground, he forced all remaining murky energy into his palms. The star patterns beneath his skin surged, like magma coursing through veins. A crystallization storm erupted from his palms, surging through the subterranean energy channel straight toward the core of the mother nest. The lunar surface cracked with fine lines, crystalline vine-like structures piercing upward, ensnaring the remaining scavengers still in the air, freezing them mid-flight. The tail end of the tempest reached deep into the mountainside, causing tremors that disrupted the control system of the mother nest. The previously orderly rhythm of energy charging was shattered, leading to a backlash from the launch arms and a series of internal explosions. Shadows fell from the sky as flames converged across the lunar surface. Gu Hong leaned against a meteorite, observing the scene before him, a faint smile curving his lips. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, murmuring, "Tai Tuo is holding strong." Jiang Jin gasped as he stood, his right arm star pattern nearly extinguished, muscles twitching from excessive compression. Yet he sensed a current of power still coursing within him, not the murky energy, nor the remnants of the previously absorbed clear energy, but a colder, sharper force seeping slowly from the depths of his left eye. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his eye, and as his fingertip withdrew, a glimmer of silver-blue light flickered at the edge of his pupil. High above, the clouds parted, revealing the projection of Qing Ming once more. She hovered over the rim of the crater, her hair transforming into stardust runes that surrounded her, her gaze piercing through the smoke and landing squarely on Jiang Jin's face. Her focus lingered momentarily on his left eye, her expression wavering for the first time. "You have awakened two forces simultaneously," she spoke. Her voice no longer icy, but resonating with a sense of shattered rules, a contradiction to the norm. Before she could finish her thought, she raised her hand, her fingertips slicing through the void. A beam of clear energy descended from the heavens, striking directly at Jiang Jin's position. He sidestepped, the silver-blue light in his left eye flashing as he instantaneously tracked the beam's trajectory. Planting his right hand on the ground for leverage, he leapt upward. His left hand splayed wide, the star pattern in his palm rearranging to form a small shield. The beam struck the shield, creating a shockwave. As Jiang Jin landed, he stumbled, one knee touching the lunar soil, his left hand swiftly pressing down to maintain his balance. He looked up, pointing towards the depths of the mother nest, the star pattern illuminating once more, preparing for the next offensive. Ling Zhao hoisted Tai Tuo on her back again, retreating to Jiang Jin's rear flank. Her exoskeleton was severely damaged, yet the barrel of her weapon remained steadfastly aimed at the high-altitude projection. She accessed the sight interface, noting that the detector's signals were recovering. The energy pulses within the mother nest had become chaotic, indicating that the control system had suffered significant damage. "We can still fight," she declared. Gu Hong, leaning against the meteorite, offered no response. His mechanical eye scanned the star pattern on Tai Tuo's neck, observing its frequency gradually decline, the intensity of the gravitational field diminishing. He understood that such an explosive force could not be sustained for long, but it was sufficient. Jiang Jin remained rooted in place, the silver-blue light in his left eye unwavering, the star pattern on his right hand continuing to glow. He sensed the two energies within him flowing through his veins. One heavy as lead, the other sharp as a blade, incompatible yet coexisting. Above, the projection of Qing Ming began to fade. In her final moment, she looked back at Jiang Jin, her lips moving silently, her form slowly dissipating like mist. The battlefield fell into temporary silence. The wreckage of the fallen scavengers still smoked, the lunar surface marred with impact craters and crystallized fissures. No shadows emerged from the entrance of the crater on the rim, yet a faint silver glow flickered deep within, signifying that the mother nest was not entirely incapacitated. Jiang Jin knelt on one knee, his left hand pressing against the lunar soil, his right hand slowly rising as the star pattern rearranged in his palm. He focused intently on the direction of the mother nest, his breath steady, his fighting spirit unextinguished. Ling Zhao stood half a step behind him, still aiming her weapon. Gu Hong leaned against the meteorite, eyes closed in meditation, the red glow of his mechanical eye flickering faintly. Tai Tuo remained unconscious, the star pattern on her neck glimmering softly, the residual gravitational waves creating low-frequency oscillations within 100 meters, causing the fine lunar sand to float and form a faint halo of dust. Jiang Jin lifted his left hand, wiping away the last trace of blood from the corner of his eye. The silver-blue light danced momentarily at the edge of his pupil before vanishing into darkness. Chapter 33. Bloodline Restriction. Jiang Jin's fingertips remained pressed against the lunar soil, the murky energy in his palm gradually seeping into the ground. The silver-blue light deep within his left eye persisted like a fine needle piercing the nerve endings, causing a continuous pain. He kept his eyes closed, breathing shallowly, Yet the two energies within him surged through his veins, one heavy and leaden, the other sharp and slicing. Incompatible, yet inseparable. His right eye flared with a dark red light, the star pattern extending from his brow to his cheekbone, web-like patterns surfacing beneath his skin, almost simultaneously. His left eye's pupil split open with a faint glow, silver-blue ripples radiating from its center, like dark currents beneath an icy surface. The two colors intertwined in his eye sockets, forming a slowly rotating vortex, the intertwining streams of light causing the air to emit a subtle tearing sound. A broken titanium alloy support beam inside the cave suddenly trembled, its surface shimmering with rippling light. Within 2 seconds, the entire metal rod transformed from gray to white, then vaporized into a wisp of silver mist, dispersing in the low-gravity environment. The star pattern on Tai Tuo's neck flickered abruptly, causing the suspended grains of sand to collapse inward, forming a miniature gravity well with a radius of 3 meters. As the lunar soil converged towards the center like flowing water, Jiang Jin gritted his teeth, veins bulging at his temples. He abruptly closed his eyes and pressed both palms to the ground, forcing the murky energy from his right arm into his heart channel, suppressing the overflow of clear energy from his left eye. Cold sweat trickled down his nose, evaporating into white vapor upon contact with the ground. His muscle fibers emitted faint cracking sounds, as though countless steel wires were tugging within him. Ling Zhao took half a step back, adjusting Tai Tuo into a hollow of the meteorite. She kept her gaze fixed upward, her weapon still aimed at the sky, but her tactical sight had switched to energy scanning mode. The display showed Jiang Jin's head region in a state of dual-frequency resonance. The concentration of clear energy in his left brain approached the threshold of mid-stage meteor realm, while the density of murky energy in his right brain remained locked at the dust-bound realm level. At their intersection, his veins were cracking at an imperceptible speed. Gu Hong leaned against a broken metal rod, his mechanical eye flickering red. He scrutinized Jiang Jin's forehead, his lips moving silently, as if reciting a sequence code. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, fingertip tracing an old scar on his neck, whispering 3 words, Xing Yuan Ning Shi. Before his words could fully escape, the void split open into 4 fissures. 4 chains of clear energy burst forth from the rifts, forming a cross pattern that sealed Jiang Jin's escape route. 2 aimed directly at his eyes, while the other 2 targeted his heart, each chain entwined with miniature runes. With every inch they advanced, the air froze layer by layer. Jiang Jin's eyes flew open, the dark red of his right eye locked onto the trajectory of the chains, while the silver blue of his left eye predicted their path 3 seconds ahead. On the retinas of his dual pupils, the streams of light wove into a dynamic warning map, clearly marking the advancing angles and energy peaks of each chain. He pivoted, his right foot pushing off the ground, his form leaving a trailing shadow in the low gravity. Both pupils emitted beams of light, the right eye's murky energy coalescing into a conical impact, while the left eye's clear energy transformed into an arc-shaped cut. The 2 beams intersected midair, severing the first 2 chains that approached him. The point of fracture erupted into a cloud of gray-white mist, and the remaining chains fell to the ground, reduced to dust. The other 2 chains narrowly missed him. One brushed past his left shoulder, instantly carbonizing the armor and leaving charred wounds on his skin. The other grazed his right arm, scraping away part of the star pattern and exposing the bluish skin beneath. Gu Hong suddenly looked up, his mechanical eye fixating on Jiang Jin's forehead. Seal your left eye? That is the forbidden technique of the human race, Xing Yuan Ning Shi. If you forcibly activate it before reaching the starry realm, it will trigger a backlash from the bloodline seal. Jiang Jin offered no response. He stood firm, both pupils still open, the vortex of light swirling faster. As droplets of blood oozed from his shoulder wound, they were shredded into mist by the dual energies. He felt the power from his left eye straining against control, seeping through the optic nerve into the depths of his brain. The void trembled once more. 5 chains of clear energy converged from various angles, twisting and entwining until they ultimately formed a colossal blade of clear energy. The blade stretched 10 meters long, completely transparent, with silver blue arcs of electricity dancing along its edges. It slowly ascended before descending with the force of a mountain cleaving downwards. Jiang Jin bit his tongue until it bled. The searing pain jolted his consciousness. He channeled all remaining murky energy into his heart channel, while his left eye stubbornly remained open. The twin pupils whirled in a frenzied dance, forming a miniature gravitational point at their center, which gradually drew in the pristine airflow from the blade's forefront. The trajectory of the colossal blade deviated. Just as it was on the verge of being entirely distorted and consumed, Jiang Jin's right arm suddenly stiffened. His skin began to turn translucent from the fingertips, allowing his fingers to penetrate the lunar soil, trailing a shimmering stream of silver data. The characters within were ancient and unfamiliar, yet their arrangement bore a certain familiar rhythm. He cast his gaze downward. Within the data stream flickered fragmented images, a burning star map, an unsung battle hymn, and a blurred female visage. That face lingered for but half a second, yet it momentarily halted his breath. A sense of pressure emanated from deep within his veins. It felt as though an invisible chain extended from his heart to the crown of his head, tightening abruptly. His right arm's translucence intensified, the forearm now fully in a semi-quantum state, leaving ghostly traces in the air as his fingers trembled. If this continued, his entire arm would detach from the material realm. Gu Hong's lips quivered, his mechanical eye persistently refreshing the scanning data. At last, he spoke, his voice hoarse. The restriction has been activated. Jiang Jin's left hand clenched tightly around his right wrist. A layer of murky energy enveloped the quantumized area, akin to wrapping a severed limb in bandages. He fixed his gaze on the fleeting image of his mother within the data stream, his throat constricting as he whispered, "The memory seal is being lifted." The twin pupils abruptly closed. The light vortex vanished, plunging his eye sockets into darkness. A fine crack appeared in the skin of his forehead, revealing a scarlet-golden sword-shaped mark, which then emitted a shadowy sword light. The sword light, devoid of any grandeur, pierced the void directly, cleaving the high-altitude projection of Qing Ming in half from head to waist. The projection froze. She looked down at her severed body, her pupils wavering for the first time. Her lips moved slightly, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet before the words could escape, her form disintegrated into stardust. As the last speck of light faded, her gaze landed on Jiang Jin's face, carrying a tremor as if the very rules of existence had been shattered. Silence reclaimed the battlefield. The wreckage of the fallen Reaper continued to emit smoke, while the runes on the cave walls flickered intermittently. The frequency of the star spots on the back of the iron hammer steadily declined, and the dust ring formed by the residual gravitational waves gradually contracted. Ling Zhao remained motionless, her tactical scope recording the entire sequence, her weapon's muzzle still aimed, her knuckles pale from prolonged pressure. Gu Hong leaned against the meteorite. The red light of his mechanical eye dimmed. He observed Jiang Jin, then glanced down at an ancient sword-shaped scar in the palm of his hand. His lips moved silently, as if repeating some forbidden code. Jiang Jin knelt upon the lunar soil, his left hand gripping his right wrist with unyielding strength. The murky energy continuously surged forth, barely restraining the diffusion of quantumization. Yet that hand remained half-transparent, fingers trembling slightly as though ready to detach from reality at any moment. He closed his eyes, breathing steadily. Yet deep within his brow, that sword mark did not fully fade. A sliver of scarlet golden light flowed slowly beneath his skin. Chapter 34. Huang Yi. Awakening. Jiang Jin's left hand remained firmly clasped around his right wrist, the murky energy coiling around his translucent arm like a bandage. The lunar soil was frigid, his knuckles blanching from exertion, and the diffusion of quantumization was finally contained within the midsection of his forearm. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the drifting particles of dust, landing upon the depths of the cave. There stood a stone tablet. The markings upon its surface shared a lineage with his star patterns, delicate streams of scarlet golden light meandering through the grooves, as if breathing. The tablet bore no inscriptions or engravings, yet its very existence called out to him. He moved. His left arm supported him as he dragged his body forward. With each inch he traversed, the sword mark on his forehead flickered, as if responding to some frequency. The quantum state of his right arm fluctuated anew with his movement, the tips of his fingers nearly severing from the material world. He bit down on his lower lip, anchoring his consciousness through pain, and pressed onward. Ling Zhao remained still. She stood in place, her weapon lowered, her tactical scope continuously refreshing data. Jiang Jin's vital signs were so erratic that the instruments could barely interpret them, the readings of his bioelectric field surpassing all known thresholds. She said nothing, merely nudging the iron hammer another half-meter into the meteorite's indentation, ensuring he would not be affected by the forthcoming fluctuations. Gu Hong leaned against a fractured metal rod, the red light of his mechanical eye flickering rapidly. He watched Jiang Jin's crawling trajectory, suddenly lifting his left hand to trace the old scar along his neck. His lips moved, yet no sound emerged. His gaze fell upon the stone tablet, his pupils constricting for a moment. At last, Jiang Jin reached the stone tablet. The instant his right hand made contact, the scarlet golden light surged violently. An invisible shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact, fracturing the ground with intricate patterns, causing sand particles to levitate and form a slowly rotating ring. His consciousness was instantly torn asunder. The first scene, the starry sky shattered. The first emperor of humanity stood atop the wreckage of a starship, wielding a scarlet golden longsword that bore the same origin as the mark on Jiang Jin's forehead. He wore no armor, merely a tattered cloak, 3 chains of pure energy embedded in his chest. Behind him blazed the star map, while before him loomed a circle formed by the council fleet. He gazed down at the sword's edge, and suddenly, he smiled. In the next instant, the sword's tip pierced his own heart. Blood did not spill. Instead, it vaporized into silvery mist in the vacuum. The second scene, the blue star domain. A tempest of pure energy swept across the surface, cities reduced to ashes and beams of light. A small team shielded a woman as they rushed toward an underground passage. She cradled an infant, her features indistinct, yet Jiang Jin recognized that silhouette. It was his mother. Pursuers descended from the sky, the prototype of the Reaper. She pushed the infant out of the passage, turning to face the beams. In the final moment, she raised her hand and touched the infant's forehead. A fleeting scarlet golden pattern shimmered. The third scene, the sealing ritual. In a subterranean chamber, 12 coffins were arranged in a circular formation. The mother knelt at the center, forming a seal with her hands, blood oozing from her forehead. She placed the infant upon a stone altar, chanting an ancient incantation. The air warped, and a shadowy figure was drawn from the infant, sealed within a crystal. That apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to the first emperor of humanity. The torrent of memories abruptly ceased. Jiang Jin jerked his hand away, his body recoiling. He knelt upon the ground, breathing heavily, the veins at his temples bulging. The 3 scenes replayed in his mind, each detail etched into his nerves like a knife. He finally comprehended that the extracted shadow was not a soul, but a bloodline seal, and he himself was never an ordinary human. He was the vessel of the bloodline of the emperor. The final heir deliberately erased of identity and cast away to the blue star. Gu Hong suddenly spoke. Do not touch it again. His voice was hoarse, as if forced through a rusted pipe. Jiang Jin did not turn. He knew Gu Hong had witnessed the transformation of the markings on the stone tablet. The once static engravings beginning to flow, coalescing into a new symbol. This symbol fused with the star patterns in his palm, transforming into scarlet golden. You knew all along, Jiang Jin murmured. Gu Hong remained silent. The red light of his mechanical eye stabilized, yet his fingers continued to tremble slightly. He neither denied nor confirmed, simply closing that mechanical eye slowly. Jiang Jin pushed himself up. The quantumization of his right arm had ceased, the skin returning to its fleshly state. Yet the pattern on his palm had solidified entirely into scarlet golden. He gazed down at his hand, as if truly recognizing it for the first time. Then, he approached the stone tablet once more. This time, he did not touch it. Rather, he suspended his palm an inch above the surface. The scarlet golden light surged forth once more violently than before. It was as though life awakened within the stone tablet, the entire tablet beginning to resonate. Suddenly, the back of Jiang Jin's neck grew warm, the star patterns activating autonomously, synchronizing with the frequency of the tablet's surface. Behind him, the air warped. A shadowy figure materialized, followed by a second, a third, and then 12 blurred silhouettes emerged in succession, each wielding weapons. Their postures varied, some guarding, some attacking, some standing, some kneeling. They remained silent and motionless, quietly standing behind Jiang Jin, like centuries-old sentinels guarding a tomb. The tactical visor of Ling Zhao emitted a sharp alarm, biotic electric field distortion. Local gravitational parameters anomalous. He is influencing the structure of reality. The ground began to quake. Centered around the stone tablet, cracks rapidly spread, forming a web-like pattern. The lunar soil receded like a tide, revealing an unfathomable chasm below. The walls of the pit were adorned with runes of the human race, each stroke bearing the characteristics of imperial authority. The star abyss has opened. Jiang Jin stood at the edge of the fissure, 12 ethereal figures slowly rotating behind him. A gust of wind surged from the abyss, imbued with the scent of ancient metal and blood. He neither retreated nor advanced, merely gazing quietly into the unfathomable darkness. The lone phoenix finally straightened its posture. It fixed its gaze upon the ethereal figures behind Jiang Jin, a series of rapidly refreshing codes flickering in its mechanical eye. When it recognized the weapon held by the 12th figure, it froze. It was a broken sword, identical in shape to the ancient scar on its palm. Ling Zhao stepped forward, positioning herself beside Jiang Jin. She did not look at the star abyss or the stone tablet, but rather focused on Jiang Jin's silhouette. The 12 ethereal figures appeared eerily stable through her tactical visor, as if they were meant to exist. How do you feel now? She inquired. Jiang Jin remained silent. His gaze fell upon the runes on the inner wall of the abyss. The characters he had never learned, yet understood. The first line read, "The royal lineage returns. The Star Abyss reboots." The second line stated, "The bloodline endures. The war pact remains unquenched." The third line bore but a single name. That name was identical to the last syllable his mother uttered before her passing. He raised his right hand, the golden red patterns on his palm warming slightly. The 12 ethereal figures simultaneously lifted their hands in unison. An invisible pressure emanated from them, causing lunar debris to levitate, forming a protective shield around Jiang Jin. The gravitational chaos of the Star Abyss was momentarily suppressed. The lone phoenix finally spoke, its voice barely above a whisper. "Your mother was no ordinary person." Jiang Jin slowly turned. His dual pupils remained closed, yet the sword mark on his forehead shone with blinding brilliance. He looked at the lone phoenix as if peering beyond it into the far reaches. She was the 12th generation guardian, the last living person to behold the true visage of the Emperor of humanity. Jiang Jin's fingertips trembled slightly. He recalled the moment his mother pushed him away, her forehead bleeding, and the last look she cast upon him was not one of sorrow, but rather a serene acceptance of her mission. It was not an escape. It was a ritual. It was a legacy. He lowered his gaze to his palm, where the golden red patterns began to extend, climbing up his arm along the meridians. The 12 ethereal figures grew clearer, their outlines gradually solidifying. Suddenly, the weapon of the seventh figure quivered, emitting a sword cry audible only to Jiang Jin. From the depths of the Star Abyss, a response echoed. Chapter 35. Human relics. The winds of the Star Abyss surged from the bottom of the chasm, carrying the scent of rusted metal and aged blood. Jiang Jin stood at the edge of the fissure, surrounded by 12 ethereal figures, with the patterns on his palm faintly glowing. The runes on the inner wall of the abyss continued to pulse, each stroke seemingly resonating with the rhythm of his breath. He took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the first step, the entire Star Abyss trembled. The lunar soil continued to recede, revealing more layers engraved with imperial seals. The gravitational field of the iron weights struggled at the edge of collapse, his body still in a stupor. Yet the star mark at the nape of his neck flickered autonomously, forcibly stabilizing the spatial structure below. Ling Zhao supported him, retreating to the edge of a stone pillar. One hand braced against the ground, the weapon system alarm still blaring. "You can move," she whispered. Jiang Jin did not look back. He raised his right hand, aligning the patterns of his palm forward. The 12 ethereal figures mirrored his gesture, forming a gravitational anchor point in an instant. The speed of the collapse slowed, and a staircase illuminated by runes ascended from the abyss, leading directly to the bottom. They began their descent. With each step down, the pressure in the air increased. The lone phoenix fell to the rear, its mechanical eye continuously refreshing data streams, scanning the runes along the way. Its fingertips grazed the scar on its neck once more, this time without pause, hastening its pace. At the end of the staircase lay an expansive space. 12 inverted bronze halls floated in the air, arranged in a circular formation, their doors facing downward, their surfaces engraved with emblems of the same origin as Jiang Jin's star mark. These emblems were not static, but slowly rotated as he approached, as if confirming his identity. The patterns on the door of the seventh hall were particularly clear, its edges glimmering with a faint silver light. Jiang Jin halted in the center. The 12 ethereal figures automatically formed ranks, flanking him like a ceremonial guard. He raised his gaze to the seventh hall and stepped forward. Just as he took a step, the remaining 11 doors trembled simultaneously, the runes flowing in reverse, releasing a repulsive wave. The ground cracked with fine lines, and an invisible force field propelled him back to his original position. Ling Zhao was pushed back 2 steps by the residual wave, the gravitational field of the iron weights experiencing a brief disruption, while the lone phoenix swiftly activated its IS defensive program, forcibly stabilizing itself. "Only the main hall can be entered," the lone phoenix stated. Jiang Jin nodded. He closed his eyes, and the sword mark on his forehead gradually illuminated. When he opened his eyes again, a beam of golden red light shot forth from his brow, gently touching the door of the seventh hall. The patterns resonated. The silver light surged, and the hall door silently opened. A staircase extended downward from within the door, leading to the throne at the center of the hall. Jiang Jin ascended the staircase, with the 12 ethereal figures closely following, forming a protective formation. Ling Zhao positioned the iron weights at the entrance, activating the exoskeleton support system, and followed suit. The lone phoenix halted outside the hall, its mechanical eye locking onto the energy core of the ancient hall, refraining from entering. The interior of the main hall was vast, with only a throne suspended in midair. The throne was forged from obsidian and star remains. its surface marred by traces of broken chains. Upon it lay an ancient tome, its cover devoid of words. Its material seemingly a fusion of meteorite and remnants of a star core, with intricate patterns etched along its edges. The entire book floated 3 inches above the seat, gently rotating, emanating a faint aura of purity. Jiang Jin approached the throne. He raised his right hand, the golden-red patterns aligning with the ancient tome. The patterns resonated. The tome ceased its rotation and slowly descended onto the throne. He reached out, his fingertips barely brushing the cover when a wave of purity suddenly expanded. The iron weights outside the hall convulsed violently, the star mark flickering erratically, inducing a momentary dizziness. Ling Zhao's weapon system instantly malfunctioned, and her tactical visor blacked out for 3 seconds before rebooting. The lone Phoenix's mechanical eye emitted a sharp alarm, yet it did not intervene. Jiang Jin continued pressing his palm down. The cover illuminated, and the first page revealed an inscription: Impurities as bones, purity as soul, dual practitioners. The dawn of the Emperor of Humanity. The moment the text appeared, the star mark within him surged in temperature. The dark red star mark on his right arm flowed like magma, while silver-blue patterns spread from the depths of his meridians, crawling along his skin, intertwining with the dark red, covering his forearm. The two energies did not conflict, but rather merged slowly, akin to the birth of a galaxy, calm yet undisturbed. He looked down at his arm. The dual-colored patterns flowed beneath his skin, each pulse resonating with the ancient tome. He felt the impurities still rooted in his bones, while the purity, like mist, awakened from his bloodline, filling the void. This was not a replacement, it was coexistence. Ling Zhao stood 3 steps away, her visor rebooting, recording the changes in vital signs. Her weapon remained lowered, yet her finger lingered on the trigger. She observed Jiang Jin's breathing deepen, his heart rate slowing. Yet his brainwaves reached an unprecedented peak of activity. "Are you still conscious?" she asked. Jiang Jin nodded. He remained silent, placing his left hand upon the ancient tome as well. The inscriptions flickered again. This time the text began to change. New sentences emerged, but only half appeared. Dual practitioners. Must bear. The words were left unfinished when the ancient tome suddenly trembled. Jiang Jin felt a torrent of information surge into his mind, not memories, nor images, but an implant of cognition. In that instant, he comprehended the fundamental distinction between turbid and clear qi. Turbid qi emanates from conflict and destruction, forged by humanity's survival instinct in dire circumstances, whereas clear qi arises from order and construction, serving as the foundation for civilization's endurance. The two were originally one, yet were sundered in ancient times. He released his grip. The ancient tome regained its tranquility. The inscriptions faded, leaving only a faint glow on the cover. He glanced down at his right arm, where the dual-colored patterns had ceased their spread, stabilizing within the confines of his forearm. He attempted to manipulate the turbid qi, and the dark red spots ignited. Then he summoned the clear qi, causing the silver-blue patterns to swirl in response. The two energies coexisted, undisturbed by one another. "It is done," Ling Zhao whispered. Jiang Jin slowly lifted his gaze toward the wall behind the throne. There, a relief sculpture depicted 12 figures standing shoulder to shoulder, each wielding different weapons, their backs turned to the sea of stars. The 7th figure clutched a broken sword. His eyes lingered on that blade. In that moment, all 12 phantoms trembled simultaneously. The weapon of the 7th phantom emitted a soft chime, resonating with the broken sword in the relief. The remaining 11 phantoms gradually turned their attention to Jiang Jin, faceless, yet seemingly gazing at him. Gu Hong finally entered the hall. He stood at the entrance, not approaching the throne, but fixated on the ancient tome. His mechanical eye continuously refreshed data, ultimately locking onto a line of code. He murmured, "The ultimate product of the Star Skeleton Forge can only be awakened by royal blood." Jiang Jin turned to look at him. "You have known this place all along." Gu Hong did not deny it. "And you are aware of the 12 towers." Gu Hong hesitated for a moment before speaking. "That is the trial ground for the strongest of humanity. Each hall represents a generation of heroes. The phantoms behind you are not merely ancestors. They are the remnants of the guardians of the 12 towers from ages past." Jiang Jin regarded the 12 phantoms. They stood still, yet seemed to be waiting for something. He reached out once more, his fingertips brushing the edge of the ancient tome. The silver blue and dark red patterns pulsed faintly beneath his skin. Chapter 36. Energy surged the moment his fingertip touched the ancient tome. The star spots within Jiang Jin's body suddenly contracted and then detonated. The silver blue and dark red patterns beneath the skin of his right arm surged forth rapidly, no longer flowing slowly, but racing like an electrical current, rushing toward his shoulder. His palm still pressed against the wordless book. Yet the faint glow on its cover began to tremble violently, as if being torn apart by an unseen force from within. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but his fingers felt as though they were glued in place. Turbid chi surged from deep within his bones, flowing like molten lava, while clear chi surged upwards from his veins, cold as the chill of a starry night. The two energies collided violently at the junction of his meridians, emitting a thunderous roar that only he could hear. His forearm became semi-transparent in an instant, fingertips piercing through the air, leaving a trail of fragmented data shadows, like signals briefly coalescing in the void before dissipating. Something was wrong. His throat tightened, his voice caught in his chest. The 12 phantoms behind him swayed violently. The 7th phantom's broken sword hummed incessantly, and the remaining 11 simultaneously turned toward him, as if sensing danger. The mark on his forehead began to heat up, then split open, a thin line of blood trailing down from his brow, dripping onto the edge of the throne. Gu Hong stepped into the hall, his mechanical eye flashing red, scanning data as if in a torrent. He swiftly reached into his clothing, retrieving a dark metallic fragment, its surface riddled with cracks, with a pulsating crystal core embedded in its center. He shouted, casting the fragment into the air. Star Skeleton Forge, activate. The fragment expanded rapidly, transforming into a hemispherical shield that crashed down, enveloping Jiang Jin and the throne. Ancient runes appeared on the furnace walls, illuminating one after another to form a suppressive force field. The excess energy was forcibly redirected back into his body, and the quantum spread in his right arm slightly slowed. But only for a moment. Jiang Jin's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. The ancient tome slipped from the throne and struck the floor with a dull thud. He pressed his hands against the ground, his knuckles whitening from exertion, yet his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Clear chi pierced his mind like icy needles. While turbid chi crashed within his organs, the two forces no longer obeying his will, instead swirling chaotically within him, creating a vortex of conflict. His vision darkened. Images flashed before him. His mother standing in the fiery corridor, pushing him out the door closing amidst the explosion. In the next instant, the first human emperor stood at the pinnacle of the starry sea, his sword piercing his heart, blood cascading down like a river of stars. The two scenes alternated, tearing at his consciousness, fragments of memory slicing through his awareness like blades. I cannot stop. He gritted his teeth, biting his tongue, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Ling Zhao rushed to the furnace's exterior, the tactical visor blaring alarms. She saw Jiang Jin's life signs disintegrating, his brainwave frequencies so erratic that the instruments could scarcely read them. She drew her tactical dagger, slicing her palm without hesitation, blood gushing forth. She pressed her hand against the brightest rune on the furnace. Stabilize. The blood seeped into the runes, deepening the circle of patterns and enhancing the suppressive force. The chaotic energy within the furnace was momentarily compressed, and Jiang Jin's trembling eased slightly. Do you remember how the first child in the Fireseed camp survived? She shouted, her voice penetrating the energy barrier. You carried him out. You said that as long as you stood, you must protect those behind you. That phrase struck like lightning through the chaos. Jiang Jin opened his eyes in the illusion. His mother remained bathed in flames, but instead of pushing him, she looked at him, her lips moving silently. The first human emperor's sword halted just an inch from his heart, blood droplets suspended in midair. Suddenly, he understood these were not memories. They were echoes of obsession. I do not live for revenge. I live to protect. He inhaled sharply, his consciousness anchoring back into his body. His hands pressed together at his chest, forcibly severing the flow of memories. The turbid chi within him was violently forced toward his dantian, while the clear chi was guided upward, surging toward his mind. The two forces clashed violently at the intersection of his heart meridians, causing a tearing pain, yet he did not relent. The star spots beneath his skin pulsed furiously, and ultimately, a peculiar sense of equilibrium emerged. The dual energies ceased their conflict, slowly intertwining like the initial swirl of a galaxy, forming a stable vortex. He gradually lifted his head, his eyes opening wide. His pupils were no longer silver blue or dark red, but two swirling galaxies, their hues intermingling, profound as the abyss. Outside the furnace, Gu Hong observed the changes within. His mechanical eye's data stream abruptly halted. His lips moved slightly, as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. Cracks began to appear on the furnace walls. The first fissure emerged above, followed by the second and third. The runes extinguished one by one, and the suppressive force field began to fluctuate. Jiang Jin rose to his feet. His right arm still bore semi-transparent traces, yet they no longer spread. He looked down at his hands, the crimson gold patterns warming slightly, resonating with the mark on his forehead. "I cannot hold on any longer," Gu Hong murmured. No sooner had he spoken than a gaping hole erupted at the top of the furnace, torrents of chaotic energy bursting forth, shooting toward the ceiling of the hall. The relief sculpture collapsed, stone shards scattering. Ling Zhao was knocked back several steps by the shockwave, her old injury reopening, blood streaming down her elbow. She knelt on one knee, forcing herself to steady, raising her gun toward the direction of the energy surge. Tietua twitched violently at the entrance of the hall, the star spots on his nape flickering, the gravitational field reactivating just enough to withstand the onslaught of turbulent energy. He leaned against a stone pillar, gasping for breath. Struggling to open his eyes, Jiang Jin stood firm, his gaze fixed upward. He felt the pressure within him rising, if he did not release it. When the furnace exploded completely, the shockwave would be enough to tear everyone apart. He slowly raised his right hand, his fist aimed at the rocky ceiling. But just as he was about to unleash his power, his eyes reacted first. A spiral beam of light shot from his eyes, dark red and silver blue intertwining into a bundle, hurtling toward the rock layer like a star drill bit. The instant the beam struck the ceiling, the entire main hall trembled violently. The 1,000-meter thick moonrock pierced as if it were mere thin ice. The gravel cascaded like rain, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky. A beam of light shot straight up into the heavens, vanishing into the vastness of deep space. As the dust gradually settled, the onlookers gazed upward. The apex of the cave had been blasted open, revealing a massive gaping hole with charred edges. The rock layers melted into a glassy state. The starry sky emerged, the stars silent witnesses to the unfolding scene. Beyond this breach, a spherical satellite hovered quietly, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of pure energy, slowly rotating. The camera panned from the edge, focusing on the interior of the ruins, the red light locking in, gradually sharpening its focus. Jiang Jin stood bathed in the residual glow of the beam, his eyes swirling with the essence of galaxies. The quantum traces lingering on his right arm flickered subtly, akin to the residual waves of unspent energy. He tilted his head, locking eyes with the satellite's lens. Ling Zhao wiped the dust from her face, blood still trickling from her left arm, her exoskeleton emitting malfunction alerts. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward, positioning herself behind Jiang Jin, her weapon aimed at the opening above. Tai Tua braced against a stone pillar, attempting to rise, his starry patterns flickering as the gravitational field wavered. Gu Hong stood at the entrance of the hall, his mechanical eye fixated on the satellite, data streams refreshing before ultimately settling on a line of code. He moved his lips slightly, his voice barely audible. Pure energy sequence. Council-level surveillance. Jiang Jin slowly raised his hand, his fingertips pointing toward the opening in the heavens. His eyes ignited once more. Chapter 37. Latitude counterattack. At the moment his fingertip pointed toward the celestial breach, the swirling vortex within Jiang Jin's pupils accelerated dramatically. The quantum traces on his right arm had not yet fully dissipated. The dark crimson and silver blue patterns beneath his skin pulsed gently. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. As the satellite's lens locked on with a crimson beam, he sensed that the purity and coldness of this energy was not for detection, but for annihilation. The energy beam coalesced from the satellite's surface, a slender yet piercing column of light tearing through the starry expanse, descending relentlessly. The lunar rock began vaporizing before the beam made contact, the charred edges rapidly spreading. The main hall of the ruins trembled violently, reliefs fracturing and spiderweb-like cracks emerging in the pillars. "Duck!" Ling Zhao shouted, her tactical exoskeleton forcibly activating its propulsion module, slamming Tai Tua down behind the stone pillar. Her weapon shifted in midair, but the energy charging indicator barely reached 30 before the energy field interference abruptly interrupted the process. Jiang Jin remained motionless, his gaze locked onto the beam's trajectory as the murky energy surged from his dantian, synchronously flooding his meridians with pure energy. The two forces ceased their conflict, intertwining into a singular spiraling flow within the depths of his pupils. The galaxy vortex contracted suddenly, then erupted into a dazzling dual-colored beam, more radiant than the pure energy beam. The beams collided midair, neither exploding nor dispersing. The point of energy intersection seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, compressed, solidified, and then collapsed inward. A pitch-black fissure materialized, its edges shimmering with intertwining silver blue and dark crimson halos, as if the fabric of space itself had been torn asunder. A dimensional rift. Ling Zhao's pupils contracted, her tactical visor instantly switching to spatial curvature analysis mode. The data indicated that the depth of the rift was indeterminate, with the exit coordinates blank. This was no natural phenomenon. It was a rule-level disturbance triggered by dual cultivation. She immediately raised her hand, issuing 3 tactical signals: a red light for retreat, a green light locking onto the rift's center, and a yellow light indicating Jiang Jin's location. Tai Tua gritted his teeth and propped himself up, the starry patterns on the back of his neck glowing once more as the gravitational field slowly expanded, gathering the scattered debris and the trio into a unified gravitational sphere. Jiang Jin stood firm, his dual pupils continuously emitting light beams to maintain the rift's opening. His arms began to tingle, the pulsing frequency of the patterns beneath his skin accelerating, as if something were crawling through his veins. He knew he could not sustain this state for long. While the dual cultivation had achieved a preliminary balance, opposing a council-level pure energy weapon still pushed him into overdrive. Just as the pure energy beam was being suppressed, he caught a glimpse of details on the satellite's core casing. The layer of energy runes was not purely council standard. Embedded within was a mechanical structure, gears meshing with the stellar ring, a central crack resembling a scar across its surface. He recognized this emblem. During the 7th Star Corps exploration mission, he had discovered the same crystalline powder in the subterranean caves of the 42nd Parallel North, when Gu Hong had momentarily lost focus. His mechanical eye flashing red. Now, it appeared on the council's satellite. The mechanical deity race is monitoring us, he transmitted discreetly. The sound waves reaching Ling Zhao's eardrum through the tactical channel. Ling Zhao's breath caught, her fingers quickly tapping 3 times on the side of her visor, capturing and encrypting the image for offline storage. She did not question or hesitate, immediately commanding, Tai Tua, concentrate the gravity. Jump within 3 seconds. Tai Tua let out a low growl, the gravitational field suddenly contracting, pulling the trio toward a common focal point. The remnants of the Star Corps furnace left by Gu Hong suddenly floated from his embrace, the surface fissures glowing faintly, automatically soaring above the team to release a layer of translucent shield ripples. The edges of the rift began to constrict. Jiang Jin realized he could wait no longer. He unleashed his final beam of light with all his might, forcing the pure energy beam back several meters before turning to dash toward his companions. His footsteps left shallow impressions on the lunar rock, each step accompanied by violent tremors of energy within him. Go! Ling Zhao grasped Tai Tua, leaping into the rift first. The shield ripples distorted and deformed upon contact with the rift's edge, but did not shatter. The 2 figures were engulfed by the chaotic currents of space, disappearing into the inky depths. Jiang Jin followed closely, leaping to the threshold of the rift. Just as he was about to step in, he glanced back at the satellite. The energy patterns on the surface of the spherical surveillance entity suddenly extinguished, as if overridden by a command of higher authority. Subsequently, a seam slowly appeared in the core casing, revealing the intricate mechanical structures within, gears turning slowly, the stellar rings subtly rotating, the scar-like crack aligned with the lunar surface. His pupils contracted sharply. The rift's edges abruptly closed behind him, the airflow tugging at his clothing. He leaped into the darkness. The fragments of the shield were swept away by the chaotic currents of space, vanishing within the dimensional layers. The interior of the rift was not void. Surrounding him were distorted bands of light, resembling elongated fragments of the galaxy, continuously rotating and folding. Jiang Jin could feel his body being pulled by some unseen force, his internal organs shifting from their original positions. He forcibly steadied his center of gravity, reaching toward the sword mark on his forehead, which still radiated heat, resonating with the golden patterns in his palm. Ling Zhao and Tai Tua floated not far ahead, barely held together by the gravitational field. Ling Zhao's tactical visor was still operational, a faint green light illuminating her face. She looked up at Jiang Jin, her lips moving, but her voice was distorted into intermittent gasps by the chaotic currents of space. Jiang Jin nodded, indicating he was unharmed. He raised his right hand, attempting to sense the flow of energy within him. The murky energy flowed steadily like magma, while the pure energy was as light as a stellar breeze, together forming a stable double helix structure within his meridians. The state of dual cultivation persisted, but the spatial laws within the rift were chaotic, threatening to trigger a second eruption at any moment. He dared not be careless. Ahead, the bands of light suddenly twisted violently, forming a swirling vortex entrance. Ling Zhao swiftly signaled, "There is a spatial node ahead. It could be an exit or a trap." Jiang Jin focused on the center of the vortex. There, he detected an extraordinarily subtle frequency fluctuation resonating with the patterns in his palm. This was not a random phenomenon. It was a guiding signal. Just as he was about to warn, Tai Tua suddenly convulsed, the starry patterns on his neck flickering erratically. The gravitational field fluctuated, slightly increasing the distance between the 3 of them. Ling Zhao immediately reached out to grasp Tai Tuo's wrist. At that moment, Jiang Jin's peripheral vision swept across the rift's sidewall. A vague projection flashed by, not an image, but an imprint. The patterns of the ancient stone tablet in the lunar cave were somehow stamped onto the boundary of the dimensional layers. Even more bizarrely, those patterns were slowly moving, as if they were being inscribed. He suddenly looked up. The frequency fluctuations at the vortex's center intensified abruptly, and the golden patterns on his palm became so hot they nearly burned. He realized that this fissure was not a random occurrence, but rather a pathway triggered by the dual practitioners leading to a predetermined coordinate. Ling Zhao finally stabilized the iron weight and turned to Jiang Jin. As Jiang Jin opened his mouth to speak, a metallic grinding sound resonated from the depths of the fissure, as if a colossal gear was beginning to turn. Chapter 38. Temporal shadows. The sound of gears turning continued to reverberate through the depths of the fissure, reminiscent of a vast machine awakening from slumber. Jiang Jin's right arm trembled, the dual-colored patterns beneath his skin pulsing like a heartbeat. He forced his eyes open. The galactic whirlpool within his pupils was no longer a stable rotation, but was being distorted into a spiral by the warped light surrounding it. Suddenly, the flow of light ahead layered itself, and a blurred figure emerged amidst the rotation. It was himself, kneeling upon a high platform. A silver interface embedded at the nape of his neck, with metallic conduits extending from his spine connecting to the throne's pedestal. His eyes were hollow, yet a faint, eerie smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Jin abruptly closed his eyes, the golden patterns on his palm flaring with heat. He recalled a vague phrase once mentioned by Gu Hong. Dual practitioners can observe the tributaries of fate. This was not an illusion. It was a temporal shadow, a genuine projection among countless possibilities. Do not look, he commanded, his voice fragmented by the chaotic currents of space. Ling Zhao did not respond, yet her fingers were already poised on the trigger. The gravitational field of the iron weight fluctuated once more, distorting the gravitational bond among the three. A new shadow emerged from the side wall, a human realm star domain, the entire galaxy reduced to ashes, wrecked warships drifting in a silent void, and the surface of planets riddled with cracks from corrosive energies, resembling parched riverbeds. Jiang Jin gritted his teeth, sinking the foul energy into his dantian while raising the pure energy to his forehead, cycling the dual energies to reconstruct the rhythm within his body. He lifted his left hand, palm directed at the iron weight, releasing a faint gravitational anchor point. The foul energy surged through his meridians, forming a dark red thread amidst the turmoil, wrapping around the wrist of the iron weight. At that moment, Ling Zhao suddenly pivoted, the muzzle of her gun flipping, a sniper bullet slicing through the air. In the shadow, a figure clad in azure was stealthily approaching her nape, fingertips coalescing with pure energy needles. As the bullet penetrated its skull, a shockwave rippled through the space, and the shadow did not fully dissipate, but fragmented into several residual images. Suspended in the surrounding light flow, each segment mouthing the same words, "You cannot kill fate." The voice did not resonate, but Jiang Jin's sword mark burned suddenly, as if a fiery line pierced his brain from his forehead. It could touch reality. Ling Zhao lowered her weapon, the tactical scope flickering red, and the scan results confirmed that her shot had indeed caused energy attenuation. These shadows were beginning to materialize. Jiang Jin remained silent, his gaze fixated on another set of shadows ahead, where Ling Zhao stood atop a mountain of corpses, military flags torn, blood staining her armor, and 9 presiding auras closing in from all directions. She raised her gun, firing again and again, until the barrel melted and her fingers were reduced to bone. In the final moment, she looked back, her gaze piercing through the boundary of shadows and reality, landing squarely on Jiang Jin's face. His breath caught. "Do not be pulled in," he urged himself and everyone around him. He forced himself to avert his gaze, instead attuning to the frequency fluctuations of the iron weight's gravitational field. That was the only genuine anchor point, stable and derived from the physical feedback of the moment. Using this frequency as a baseline, he recalibrated the spatial orientation. The patterns on his palm continued to sear, resonating with the sword mark on his forehead. He finally confirmed. These shadows did not appear randomly, but were actively drawn in by the fluctuations of dual energy. The more he utilized the dual energy to maintain balance, the easier it became to tear open the seams of time slices. "We must cut off the energy output," he transmitted telepathically, his voice traveling through the tactical channel to Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Zhao nodded, but had yet to respond when an unexpected change occurred. The light flow ahead shook violently, and a massive temporal shadow crossed the corridor, wreckage of a human warship floating in the void, its hull marked with the gear engravings of the mechanical deities. a central crack resembling a scar. What struck Jiang Jin's heart with dread was the figure standing on the bridge, a young silhouette, a mechanical eye not fully integrated, with the left arm still bandaged. It was Gu Hong from 20 years ago. The shadow of Gu Hong suddenly lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through dimensional layers. Locking onto Jiang Jin, his lips moved silently, yet Jiang Jin understood the message. Do not let them rewrite the beginning. In an instant, the sword mark seared, blood seeping from his forehead. It is pulling me, Jiang Jin roared, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. He felt the temporal node within that shadow resonating with him, the patterns on his palm almost igniting. Ling Zhao immediately reached out to grab his shoulder, but was repelled by a forceful countercurrent. The gravitational field of the iron weight spiraled out of control, and he was swept into a rotating light band, his figure rapidly blurring. Jiang Jin. Ling Zhao lunged toward him, gun aimed at the edge of the shadow, prepared to fire and disrupt. Do not shoot. That is the past, not an enemy, Jiang Jin shouted. But before he could finish, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the fissure, as if the entire dimensional structure was peeling apart. The sound of gears reached a crescendo, and the surrounding temporal shadows began to move in unison, as if being coordinated by a higher-order mechanism. A new stream of light extended from the shadowy warship, directly aimed at Jiang Jin. This was not an attack, but a pull. He realized this was not an escape route, but a guiding passage. The dual practitioners had torn open the fissure, but had also triggered some preset mechanism, leading him toward that critical temporal node. The moment before Gu Hong was transformed by the council, when the ember of humanity still flickered with hope. I must go? He glanced back at Ling Zhao, his voice fragmented amidst the chaos. If the beginning was rewritten, everything would vanish. Ling Zhao stared at him intently, her finger still on the trigger, but not acting. She understood that any interference at this moment could cause the entire fissure to collapse. Jiang Jin took one last look at the ship within the shadow, closing his eyes. He voluntarily severed the dual energy cycle, allowing the energy within his body to plunge into a brief silence. At the moment the gravitational bond broke, his body was swept up by that stream of light, departing from the main fissure flow. Ling Zhao's figure rapidly receded from view. Her lips moved as if saying something, but the sound could no longer reach him. The surrounding light began to flow backward, the temporal shadows cascading past him. He saw himself becoming an executive officer of the council, witnessed Ling Zhao being enveloped in pure energy and transformed into a statue, and observed the iron weight detonating the star core, leading to the destruction of the entire fleet. Each fragment of shadow carried real pain, etched onto his nerve endings, just as his consciousness threatened to shatter. He sensed a familiar frequency emanating from the golden patterns on his palm, also coming from within that warship. This was no coincidence. It was a marker. Gu Hong had left a signal 20 years prior, waiting for the dual practitioners to arrive at this moment. His body began to fall. The boundary of the dimensional layer above closed, and the fissure was completely torn apart. The final image was of the bridge door of that ruined warship slowly opening, a red light from a mechanical eye illuminating the direction of his descent. Jiang Jin's right hand instinctively opened in midair, the patterns on his palm and the sword mark on his forehead simultaneously reaching an extreme temperature. The figure within the door raised a hand, the mechanical fingers slowly clenching. Chapter 39. Reunion with Gu Hong. The moment Jiang Jin's fingertips touched the metallic deck, a cold current surged up along the golden patterns on his palm. His body had not yet fully landed, the dual energies still coursing chaotically through his meridians like two opposing tides. The overhead door gradually opened, a red light sweeping across his forehead, causing the sword mark to tremble violently, though it did not bleed again. He lifted his gaze. The youthful Gu Hong stood 3 steps away, his long sword held horizontally across his chest. The mechanical prosthetic of his left eye was continuously adjusting its focus, emitting a faint hum. This was not hostility, but rather a vigilance, a primal instinct carved into his very bones after countless betrayals. Where do you come from? The voice was sharper than Jiang Jin remembered, devoid of weary age, possessing only the unrefined edges of youth. Jiang Jin offered no reply. He slowly raised his left hand, palm upward, as the crimson gold patterns on it glimmered faintly in the dimness of the bridge. The metallic floor shuddered slightly, a barely perceptible ripple spreading from beneath his feet, sweeping over the console's base and stirring a series of long dormant runes. The tip of the young Gu Hong's sword pressed down slightly. The one who could awaken the gate should not be present here. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Jin's palm. The royal bloodline had been severed 20 years prior. Before he could finish speaking, a figure emerged from behind a fractured conduit, clad in the same gray robe and bearing the same mechanical eye. Yet moving with a steady gait and a calm tone, it warned, do not trust him. He is a memory projection sent by the Council, specifically designed to alter the timeline. Jiang Jin's pupils contracted. That was Gu Hong's voice, the whispered echoes he had heard countless times in the depths of the star abyss. Yet the posture of this physical form was too rigid, its breathing far too steady. Even the red light of the mechanical eye flickered slower than the authentic one. A trap, he scoffed, his eyes flashing alternately, dark red and silver blue swirling in his gaze. The remnants of dual energy within him were forcibly drawn upwards, surging along his heart veins, coalescing into a barely perceptible tremor in his throat. The true Gu Hong, he spoke, his voice hoarse yet clear, would never refer to me in such a manner. The projection momentarily faltered. Jiang Jin suddenly raised his hand. The patterns on his palm erupted, unleashing a storm intertwined with dual-colored particles. The tempest did not strike at the person but aimed directly at the nearly invisible crack at the base of the projection's feet, where faint wisps of clarity seeped through. The projection's expression changed, stepping back half a pace, its left arm raised to form a seal. Too late. The storm collided with the crack, exploding with a thunderous sound. The clarity runes surged forth like a swarm of insects from the fissure, twisting into chains in the air, only to be instantly torn apart by the dual energies. The projection's body began to disintegrate, not into stardust, but rather being extracted like data streams, until only a fragmented seal remained suspended in midair, a central crack resembling a scar. The young Gu Hong stared at the seal, fell silent for a moment, and then swung his sword down. As the blade passed, the seal shattered, sending ripples through the air as if severing an invisible barrier, the Council's clarity chain. He sheathed his sword and redirected his gaze to Jiang Jin's face. They had already set a bait in the layers of time. Jiang Jin exhaled, his knees slightly weakening. Forcing the dual energies to tear apart the illusion had further strained his already chaotic meridians. He steadied himself against the fractured console, his fingertips brushing against a concave inscription. It bore the emblem of the 12th floor, perfectly aligning with the patterns of his palm. I am not a projection, he whispered. I came through the rift. The one you just saw was the false one. The young Gu Hong did not respond immediately. He approached the console, wiping away the dust on its surface to reveal a set of indicators still faintly flickering beneath. The light reflected in his incompletely integrated mechanical eye, casting a cold glow. 20 years ago, 3 hours before this battleship sank, I received an encrypted signal. He paused. It contained only a single coordinate and a disjointed phrase. The dual energy cultivators will arrive at the starting point. Jiang Jin's heart jolted. Who sent the signal? I do not know. The young Gu Hong turned to look at him, but I left a contingency. I buried a resonance core in the main energy sector. Only royal blood can activate it. If it is still glowing, it means what you said is true. Jiang Jin straightened, advancing towards the command area. Each step felt as though he were walking on the edge of a blade, the dual energies within him pulling, yet it was far more stable than in the rift. He placed his left hand on the central recess of the console. The moment the patterns met the inscription, the entire battleship emitted a low, resonant hum. In the distance, one indicator after another in the main energy sector began to light up, weak yet forming a continuous glow, like a long-slumbering behemoth awakening. The young Gu Hong watched the light, finally sheathing his sword completely behind him. You did not lie, he said, his voice lowering. Then tell me, what does the future hold? Jiang Jin did not answer immediately. He gazed towards the shattered starry sky outside the bridge, where countless wrecks of battleships floated like a still graveyard. The Council has won, he stated. The human star domain has been eroded by clarity. The Ember camps extinguished one after another. You were captured, transformed into an executor, becoming their tool for cleansing the remnants. The young Gu Hong remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Then why do you dare to come? Because the starting point is here. Jiang Jin turned back to him. If this battleship completely sinks, if the gate closes forever, there will be no future for Embers. I must ascertain whether you truly attempted a breakout. We tried. The young Gu Hong pointed to the tactical screen on one side of the console. The last jump command was stuck just a second before execution. The energy was cut off, communication was locked, and all exits were sealed by clarity. It was not that we did not fight, we were interrupted. Jiang Jin approached the screen, pulling up the last segment of the log. The timestamp froze at 17 minutes before the battleship's demise. Command, initiate the gate, jump to L7 star domain, status, executing. Interruption reason, main energy sector invaded by clarity. Core meltdown, his finger paused over the words clarity penetration. It was not an internal malfunction. He murmured, someone injected clarity from the outside, precisely cutting off the jump program. The Council has long known your plans. The young Gu Hong's expression darkened. How do you know? Because I have seen too many similar setups. Jiang Jin withdrew his hand. They used the same method in the future to eliminate 7 Ember camps. Each time, it was executed just before the breakout. The cabin fell into a brief silence. In the distance, the lights in the main energy sector continued to flicker, like a heart refusing to extinguish. The young Guhong suddenly turned and walked toward a partially collapsed metal door. If what you say is true, then we still have a chance. There is a backup passage below the command area, leading directly to the energy core. If we can restart the meltdown program, perhaps we can complete the final jump. Jiang Jin followed. But clarity has already infiltrated the core. Recklessly entering will only result in contamination. I know. The young Guhong paused his steps, turning back to him. So I need your blood. Royal blood can suppress clarity and activate the final defense protocol of the gate. Are you willing to go down? Jiang Jin did not hesitate. I came for this. The two walked side by side towards the entrance of the passage. The iron door was severely corroded, its edges riddled with cracks. The young Guhong pushed with all his strength, revealing a staircase sloping downward, its end covered by a faint blue light membrane. That is the clarity barrier, he whispered. Beyond it lies the core area. But once the alarm is triggered, the remaining defense systems of the entire battleship will lock onto us. Jiang Jin nodded, the patterns on his palm heating up once more. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the direction of the command area. Both turned simultaneously. The console screen suddenly illuminated, the previously extinguished log interface automatically flipping pages, revealing a new segment of text. Illegal access detected. Initiating memory reconstruction protocol. Target. Dual energy cultivators. Jiang Jin's pupils contracted sharply. Someone was remotely activating the system. He whispered. It is either the council or an earlier laid trap. The young Guhong drew his sword, whoever it is. They must not be allowed to take control of this ship. He stepped forward, intending to return to the main control area, when Jiang Jin suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait. Jiang Jin's gaze was fixed on the screen. The text in the log appeared different from before. The edges of the words on the screen glimmered with a faint azure light, as if forcibly overlaid by some external force. The young Guhong squinted, questioning. What does it mean? Jiang Jin raised his left hand, aligning the patterns on his palm with the screen. A flash of crimson gold light momentarily distorted the words, revealing the obscured truth beneath. Signal reception. From the future. Cinder. Guhong. Content. Hold the starting point. Do not allow them to rewrite the timeline. Chapter 40. Pollution of the Pure Qi. The azure text on the console twisted and disintegrated under the searing patterns of Jiang Jin's palm, exposing the warning from the future. The young Guhong fixated on the phrase, hold the starting point. Do not allow them to rewrite the timeline. As the red glow of his mechanical eye quivered slightly, as if deciphering an unverifiable command, he ceased to inquire further. Jiang Jin retracted his hand, the light of the patterns dimming, yet the warmth lingered in his palm. He turned his gaze towards the faint blue membrane of light at the end of the corridor, where the pure Qi barrier pulsed slowly, akin to the breathing of a slumbering giant. Let us proceed. The young Guhong sheathed his sword, taking the lead. Jiang Jin followed closely behind. The staircase inclined downwards, the metallic walls riddled with cracks, each step precariously balancing between rust and fracture. The further they descended, the colder the air became, not cold in temperature, but a chilling stillness brought on by some penetrating energy, as if even blood flowing through this place would stagnate. The light membrane loomed near. The young Guhong halted, raising his hand in signal. He retrieved a damaged talisman from his waist, its edges charred, a scar-like crack running through its center. He affixed the talisman to the surface of the light membrane, which trembled slightly, resonating with the barrier. This is the reverse anchor point we buried back then, he whispered. It can temporarily suppress the activity of the pure Qi, but only for 3 seconds. Jiang Jin nodded, the patterns in his palm igniting once more. The moment the talisman shattered, the light membrane rippled, opening a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. The young Guhong darted inside, with Jiang Jin swiftly following. The core area was circular, with a massive power core suspended at its center, no longer in metallic form. It was enveloped in layers of silver-blue crystal, resembling a frozen heart, its surface continuously sprouting, breaking, and regenerating tiny crystalline branches. Within the core, faint pulsations could be discerned, each beat sending ripples through the surrounding air. Tai Tua stood at the edge of the platform, the gravitational field expanding, attempting to suppress the spreading crystallization. However, when the crystalline branches reached the edge of the gravitational field, they merely paused briefly before continuing to extend, as if consuming space itself. Ling Zhao stood on the opposite side, her military knife drawn halfway, the blade barely grazing a drooping crystalline branch, causing her to stagger, her complexion turning pale instantly. Do not touch. Jiang Jin admonished sharply. Ling Zhao quickly sheathed her knife, her breath quickening. She pressed her hand against her temple, her knuckles tightening slightly. It felt as though something was siphoning my consciousness. Jiang Jin stepped forward, his eyes flickering alternately, dark red and silver blue swirling in their depths. He gazed at the core. Feeling the dual energies within him spontaneously resonate, the turbid qi surged through his meridians, the star-patterned lines faintly radiating heat. It is not external pollution, he muttered. It originates from within. The young Gu Hong approached his side, his gaze fixed on the core. After a moment of silence, he suddenly rolled up his left sleeve. The silver-blue crystals spread from below his elbow, intertwining with flesh and blood, resembling a living mineral vein flowing beneath his skin. His arm was no longer merely flesh and blood. We once believed that pure qi was the key to evolution, he spoke softly. Yet his words struck like a hammer in the silence. The samples of pure qi collected during the neutron star storm were of exceptionally high purity and could activate the warship's ultimate performance. Scientists claimed that as long as we could control it, we would break through the Council's blockade and leap to a safe star region. Jiang Jin's gaze remained fixed on that arm, silent. I was the first to try, the young Gu Hong continued. As the chief guardian, I ought to pave the way for the entire fleet. They injected pure qi into my meridians to test the limits of human endurance. At first, my strength surged. My perception heightened. Even the computational speed of my mechanical eye tripled. But on the 7th day, it began to consume me. He lowered his sleeve, his movements calm, as if recounting the misfortunes of another. It was not the Council's doing. In our desperation, we opened the door ourselves. Jiang Jin closed his eyes. He had witnessed too many consequences of pure qi pollution. The cultivators at the Huazhong camp slowly perishing during purification, their consciousness extracted, becoming nodes within the pure qi network. Yet he had never considered that humanity had once embraced this calamity willingly. Then why did the warship still sink? He inquired. Because the core has come to life. The young Gu Hong pointed at the power source. Pure qi is not merely an energy source. It is a carrier of consciousness. It infiltrated the core via the energy circuit, beginning to reconstruct the system. When we cut off the power, it maintained operation through bioelectricity. When we sealed off commands, it generated protocols autonomously. In the end, it locked the jump procedure, transforming the entire warship into its nest. Jiang Jin glanced at the console, where the tactical screen still displayed the interrupted jump command. Interruption reason. Main energy zone infiltrated by pure qi, core meltdown. Suddenly, he understood. It was not a meltdown. It was a refusal. The pure qi had seized control of the core, forbidding the warship from leaving. We must remove it, Jiang Jin asserted. Otherwise, we cannot activate the door. The young Gu Hong shook his head. No one can touch it. Tai Tuo's gravitational field is ineffective. Ling Zhao's military knife would be repelled. And if your dual energies become imbalanced, you will only be assimilated by it. Jiang Jin did not retreat. He took a step forward, directing the patterns in his palm towards the core. The crimson gold light flared, confronting the silver-blue crystalline branches. He attempted to draw upon the turbid qi. The star-patterned lines expanded slightly, indeed consuming a small segment of the crystalline branch. But in that moment, a sharp pain pierced his left eye. A silver-blue vortex materialized deep within his pupil, as if some force had forcibly implanted it. He stumbled back, the dual energies within him violently colliding, in a metallic. Sweet taste surged in his throat. Ling Zhao instantly lunged forward, the tactical restraint belt unfurling to ensnare his wrist, pulling him away from the core. You nearly got pulled in. Her voice was cold. You are not absorbing it. You are feeding it. Jiang Jin gasped, the silver-blue afterglow in his left eye gradually receding. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression grew heavier. It is responding to me, he said. It is not an attack. It is a recognition. My bloodline carries the royal mark. It knows who I am. Then it is even more imperative that you do not touch it. The young Gu Hong blocked him, asserting that the pure qi would exploit everything he knew. It has learned to disguise itself. The previous system warning is proof. It can mimic Gu Hong's voice, forge logs, and even create memory traps. Once it reads your mind, all future intelligence will be exposed. Jiang Jin stared at the core, silent. He understood that what the other had said was true. However, he also knew that if they did not take action, this warship would remain eternally submerged in the temporal layers, becoming a breeding ground for pure qi. Just then, the recorder in the core area suddenly illuminated. A shadowy figure emerged, an image from 20 years past. In the footage, scientists injected a silver-blue liquid into the core interface. The liquid rapidly expanded, causing the core's brightness to surge, and the warship's system indicators skyrocketed. Everyone cheered. But 3 seconds later, the surface of the core began to crystallize. Alarms blared. The control system was seized, the cabin doors sealed automatically, and the jump command was forcibly interrupted. The image froze on a surveillance screen, showing the young Gu Hong kneeling before the core, his left arm completely crystallized, his sword embedded in the ground, yet unable to sever the energy circuit. Jiang Jin gazed at the scene, his heart sinking. History was not interrupted by external forces. It was humanity itself that had ignited the fuse of destruction. We were wrong. The young Gu Hong suddenly spoke, his voice barely audible, not aiming to control or destroy it. We must bring it to a halt. He approached the core, standing before the crystalline shell, and reached out to touch it. Silvery blue and dark red energies began to swirl at the point of contact, forming a miniature vortex. His arm trembled as the crystallized portion emitted a blinding radiance. Jiang Jin abruptly looked up, asking, "What are you doing?" I could not sever it back then. The young Gu Hong did not turn around. Now, I must try a different approach. Jiang Jin rushed forward, but was stopped by Ling Zhao. Let him try. She fixed her gaze on the vortex. This was not an attack, but a connection. He was using his body as a conduit to draw out the rampant energy of the core. Jiang Jin stared intensely at the vortex, which deepened as if to tear apart the very fabric of space. The young Gu Hong's arm had completely vanished into the crystalline shell, blood and clear energy intertwining, blurring the boundaries. You will die, Jiang Jin gritted his teeth. I have been dead for 20 years. The young Gu Hong finally turned around. The red light of his mechanical eye flickered slightly. I simply have not fallen yet. The vortex suddenly expanded, the cores pulsing, growing frantic. The entire platform began to tremble, crystalline branches growing wildly, the gravitational field of the iron hammer emitting a piercing alarm. Jiang Jin's eyes lit up once more, dark red and silvery blue converging within. He raised his hand, the pattern of his palm aimed at the vortex, preparing to intervene forcefully. At that moment, the young Gu Hong's voice cut through all noise. Do not let the future repeat itself. Chapter 41. The sacrifice of Gu Hong. As Jiang Jin's palm was about to touch the vortex, a tremendous force pushed back from the direction of the core, sending him flying. His back collided with the edge of the shattered control console, a metallic taste flooding his throat, yet he remained silent, fixated on the expanding silvery blue glow. The young Gu Hong's arm was no longer visible. His entire left arm, along with the shoulder, had melded into the crystalline shell. Flesh and clear energy woven into a network, pulsing like a breath. His body began to radiate a soft glow, the surface of his skin revealing fine cracks, as if it were porcelain on the verge of shattering. Iron Hammer! Jiang Jin shouted. Iron Hammer growled softly, the gravitational field compressing instantly to the core's base, causing the platform to shake violently, metallic panels warping under pressure. A dangling crystalline branch snapped, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound, then disintegrating into dust. Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, her right hand braced against the ground, the left still clutching a dagger. She had just severed 3 main energy conduits, her consciousness nearly frayed. At this moment, she gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her temple, yet still forced herself to rise, driving the dagger into a gap in the floor, using it to crawl forward. Do not come closer, Jiang Jin yelled at her. You cannot withstand a second backlash. Ling Zhao ignored him, dragging her body. She inched closer to the control console, prying open a panel with her dagger, revealing the crisscrossing wires underneath. Her fingers trembled as she reached in, yanking suddenly. The entire area's energy fluctuations became chaotic. For a moment, the core's pulsing halted, and tiny tears appeared at the edges of the vortex. Now is the time. Jiang Jin's eyes simultaneously glowed, dark red and silvery blue alternating. He ceased attempting to intervene in the vortex, instead concentrating dual energies at his surface, forming a thin yet resilient shield. Turbid energy coiled around his right arm. Clear energy flowed from his left shoulder, the two forces intertwining around him like a web. Hold the starting point, he roared. His voice pierced through the turbulence, reaching the ears of the young Gu Hong. The latter slightly turned his head, the red light of his mechanical eye flashing momentarily. A faint smile curved his lips, almost imperceptible. Then, he abruptly leaned forward, his entire left arm completely immersed in the core, his chest pressed against the crystalline shell. Silvery blue light coursed up his spine, swiftly enveloping his entire body. His outline began to blur, as if consumed by the light. No, Jiang Jin lunged forward, but was repelled by the rebound of the shield. At that moment, a fissure opened at the center of the vortex. A phantom stepped forth, draped in tattered royal robes, a sword suspended at the waist, its face obscured, save for a pair of eyes that shone like stars. It did not regard anyone, merely raised a hand, palm facing downward. A sword intent descended from the heavens, silent, yet causing the entire space to fall still. The sword light struck down, severing the last energy link connecting the core to the warship. That strand of pure energy disintegrated midair, transforming into countless motes of light. The floating core trembled violently, breaking free from the crystalline shell's constraints, slowly ascending. Escaping the warship's main system, the young Guhong's body had become entirely transparent. He stood in place, seemingly still upright, yet every inch of him was dissipating. He turned his head, casting one final glance at Jiang Jin. "See clearly with my eyes." He raised his right hand, the fingertips brushing against the edge of the mechanical eye. A soft click resonated as the eye detached, cradled in his palm. The cold metallic device glimmered with a ghostly blue light, its internal structure intricate like a star map. He staggered a step closer to Jiang Jin. With each step, his form faded further. When he reached close, only a silhouette remained. Jiang Jin knelt on the ground, gazing up at him. The young Guhong raised his hand and pressed the mechanical eye against Jiang Jin's forehead. An intense pain surged forth, not a burn nor a cut, but a tearing sensation erupting from deep within the skull. Jiang Jin stifled a groan, hands clutching his head, curling inward. His left eye felt as though forcibly pried open. Freezing instantaneously, silvery blue light seeped from his brow, spreading through his left eye. Moments later, he slowly lifted his gaze. His left eye was no longer a flesh and blood eye. The pupil was a mechanical structure with a ring-like formation, intricately etched with fine runes. A ghostly blue light slowly rotating at its center. It was no longer merely an observer, but capable of perceiving the flow of turbid energy, able to capture the subtle tremors of clear energy. The young Guhong smiled. Then, his body shattered completely, transforming into countless motes of light, dissipating in the wind. Jiang Jin knelt on the ground, his left hand pressed against the earth, his right hand pointing towards the floating core. His eyes flickered alternately, the mechanical eye and his right eye forming an eerie confrontation. He slowly stood, bringing his palms together, and as they parted, a column of light interwoven with dark red and silvery blue rose from his palms, reaching towards the core. The beam wrapped around the core, steadily supporting it. "Go," he urged. Ling Zhao strained to rise, picking up her dagger, staggering backward. The gravitational field of Iron Hammer contracted, shielding the three of them. Jiang Jin, dragging his injured body, took steps back, the beam remaining unwavering. The warship began to collapse. Large panels of metal peeled away, passages caved in, and energy conduits exploded one after another. They raced back the way they came, each step landing on the crumbling floor. At the break in the stairs, Jiang Jin waved his hand, and the beam coiled around them, lifting all three into the air, surpassing the gap. As Ling Zhao landed, her knees buckled, and Iron Hammer extended a hand to steady her. The core area exploded entirely, silvery blue light shooting into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire warship. The wreckage disintegrated in the layers of time, turning to dust. Jiang Jin looked up, gazing at the gaping void above. The beam guided the core, slowly ascending. It traversed through layers of fractured deck, through warped spatial rifts, ultimately breaking free into the void. The cold wind rushed against them. They found themselves atop a glacial expanse. The night sky was profound, the Milky Way spanning across the horizon. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of ice, ghostly blue light seeping from the depths. As if some ancient runes were awakening, the core floated in midair, steadily supported by the beam. Jiang Jin's arms trembled, yet he did not release his grip. He looked down at his left eye, the mechanical structure revolving slightly, reflecting the light paths beneath the ice layer. Ling Zhao leaned against a fractured ice rock, her breath uneven. Iron Hammer crouched down, inspecting a faint crystalline mark beneath the skin of his right arm, still unspread. Jiang Jin slowly pressed the beam downward. At the moment of core contact with the ice surface, the entire ice expanse trembled. A deep, resonant hum emanated from beneath the ground, as if some colossal entity had been awakened. Fine fissures appeared in the ice layer, and radiant light spread along the cracks, forming a complex array. He stood motionless, his left hand dangling, fingertips brushing the ice. A drop of blood fell upon the surface, freezing instantly, yet failing to obscure its dark crimson hue. In the distance, an aurora silently swept across the sky. Chapter 42. Invitation of the Star Path. The biting wind whipped ice particles against Jiang Jin's face, sending sharp pangs through his left eye. The mechanical eye embedded in his brow continued to function, its ethereal blue patterns slowly swirling around the edge of his pupil, reminiscent of an uncooled stellar core. He remained steadfast, his right hand pressed against the ground, feeling the subtle tremors beneath his fingertips. The suspended core gradually descended, and upon its contact with the ice, the entire expanse jolted violently. Cracks spread like a spider's web, with ghostly light seeping from the crevices, tracing the ancient array. Steady yourself, Jiang Jin barked, pressing his palm to the ground, channeling the remnants of dual energy within him into the ice layer. The dark red and silver blue forces entwined into a net, coalescing into a faint stream of light in his palm, seeping down through the fissures. The tremors lessened slightly, allowing Ling Zhao and Tai Tuo to barely regain their footing. Ling Zhao knelt on one knee, her tactical visor scanning the structure beneath the ice. Her breath crystallized on the mask, and her fingers swiftly glided across the projection interface. This is not a natural fissure. Her voice was hoarse. These patterns are runes. An intact sealing array that has been activated by someone. Tai Tuo stood half a step behind her, the gravitational field quietly expanding, suppressing the surrounding rumbling ice blocks. Beneath the skin of his right arm lay a faint crystalline scar, yet to spread, but a subtle sting pulsed at his wrist. He said nothing, merely gazing ahead at 12 ethereal blue pillars shooting upward from the depths, piercing the night sky. The pillars converged at a great height, intertwining to form a massive emblem. Silver-white lines rotated slowly against the backdrop of the starry river, like a seal awakening from slumber. A low-frequency hum followed. Not a sound, but a direct disturbance to the consciousness. Jiang Jin's mechanical eye abruptly contracted, layers of data streams emerging in his vision, analyzing the frequency of the light waves. It is not an attack. He closed his eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, the blue light of his left pupil had stabilized, indicating a directed information projection. Who sent it? Ling Zhao inquired, her visor flickering with residual analytical data. Jiang Jin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the emblem, where a familiar yet strange wave pattern was awakening, resonating with the remnants of data left by the solitary phoenix. The first beam of golden light fell from the highest pillar. It resembled neither flame nor energy beam, but rather a folded letter composed entirely of pure light, its edges glimmering with a metallic sheen. It descended slowly, hovering before the three of them, just half a foot from Jiang Jin. As it approached, a repulsive force field unfurled automatically. Ling Zhao reached out tentatively. Her fingertip, upon contact with the golden light, was rebuffed. She frowned, noting the presence of a recognition mechanism, rendering physical contact ineffective. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jin raised his left hand, directing the faint glow of his mechanical eye toward the letter's surface. At the instant of convergence between the blue and golden lights, the invitation quivered gently, intricate chains of runes surfacing, as if alive, then splitting open a seam. A holographic star map materialized. 9 points of light appeared in the air, arranged in a circular formation. Each was marked with unfamiliar civilization codes. The symbols distorted as if carved by a knife, bearing characteristics not of the blue planet's language. Jiang Jin's gaze swept across those coordinates, ultimately landing on a dark red point at the bottom. Blue planet. It was marked distinctly, encircled by a golden ring, with 2 lines of small text appearing below. Main trial area, anomaly sample 01. Jiang Jin, Tai Tuo stared at the name, his throat constricting. They know you. Not just know. Ling Zhao's fingers traced the edge of the star map, capturing a fragment of residual data flow, with the blue planet set as the starting point, while other civilizations were labeled as observation samples. This is not an invitation. It is a notification. Suddenly, the star map trembled slightly. Tai Tuo's head snapped up. Countdown. What countdown? It just flashed. He pointed to the lower right corner of the star map, where the numbers 72 hours glowed in red before vanishing. Ling Zhao quickly retrieved the cache, replaying the footage. Indeed, at the moment the star map transitioned, a series of fleeting numbers appeared in the corner. 715943. The next frame was obliterated entirely. They do not want us to see clearly, she murmured. Jiang Jin remained still, his gaze lingering on the blue planet coordinate, his mechanical eye continually tracing the signal's source. Suddenly, he felt the tremors intensifying beneath his feet. The fissures in the center of the ice had expanded into a circular area over 10 meters in diameter, its edges smooth as if cut by a knife. And the depths were unfathomable. He stepped closer, with Ling Zhao and Tai Tuo following closely behind. As they neared the opening, a chill surged from below, accompanied by a deep, resonant echo. It was neither the sound of wind nor machinery, but rather a melody. Faint yet profound, it reverberated along the ice wall, almost imperceptibly. Jiang Jin crouched down, extending his hand toward the edge of the opening. The moment his fingertips touched the ice surface, his mechanical eye flared to life. In his vision, countless intricate etchings emerged within the ice, bearing letters and soundtracks sealed within the millennia-old frost. This is... Ling Zhao moved closer, her visor automatically magnifying the details. A war song? From the human race? Jiang Jin nodded, recognizing the melody. In his childhood, the solitary phoenix had once hummed it softly in the quiet chamber, claiming it was sung by ancestors during their march through the starry seas. The etchings on the cave wall were not mere decorations. Each stroke contained energy trajectories, linked to the underground formations. They are awakening. Suddenly, Tai Tuo spoke up. The blue planet is still flashing. The three turned to look. The star map had not completely dissipated, and the blue planet coordinate continued to glow red, its frequency accelerating, as if being refreshed continuously. They are not extending an invitation. Jiang Jin rose to his feet, his voice soft yet resolute, declaring. Declaring what? Here, it has already become a battlefield. The moment his words fell, the last trace of light on the star map extinguished. The golden letters slowly closed, transforming back into a seal of light, sinking into the ice layer. The 12 light pillars extinguished one by one, and the night sky returned to silence. Only the star cave remained, still wide open. Jiang Jin stood at the edge, the mechanical structure of his left eye rotating slightly, reflecting the trajectory of the etchings deep within the cave. They are not randomly distributed, but form a path starting from the blue planet, traversing 9 great civilizations, ultimately pointing toward an unmarked point in the depths of the universe. Ling Zhao retracted her visor, blood seeping from a crack in her shoulder armor, yet she paid it no mind. She watched Jiang Jin's silhouette and asked, "What shall we do next?" Jiang Jin did not turn back. His right hand slowly rose, pointing toward the interior of the cave. The first etching on the cave wall began to emit a faint silver light. The melody resonated once more. Chapter 43. Human War Song. Jiang Jin's fingertips lingered on the ice wall, the outline of the etching subtly warming. The data flow within his mechanical eye suddenly became chaotic. A series of sound waves not belonging to the current frequency flooding into his nerves. He jerked his hand back, a trickle of blood trailing from his palm. Yet the sound did not cease. It surged from the depths, spreading along the ice layer, pulsating like the rhythms of countless beings traversing the star paths. Here it comes again, Tai Tuo murmured, the gravitational field tightening instantaneously, the ice beneath their feet forming a subtle depression. Ling Zhao had already crouched low, her dagger poised defensively across her chest, her visor's edge glowing red. She did not look up, instead communicating through hushed tones. Do not let him move forward. Jiang Jin remained still. His breathing grew heavy, as dark red star patterns began to shift across his skin, flowing from his shoulders downwards, converging into circular designs at his collarbone. The sound grew increasingly distinct, neither language nor melody, but rather a command embedded in his very veins, urging him to respond. His left eye twitched violently, and a mechanical structure emitted a faint hum. He bit his tongue, using the pain to anchor his consciousness, while his right hand pressed against the ground, forcing the restless energy within him outward to his limbs. Turbid and pure energies clashed within his meridians, causing a thin sheen of sweat to form beneath his skin, only to be crystallized by the chill in the air. He was enduring the strain. Tai Tuo observed the rise and fall of Jiang Jin's back. This entity was directed at him. Ling Zhao remained silent. She gradually approached, her tactical rope unfurling silently to encircle Jiang Jin's arms. The end of the rope secured to her belt, creating a tether. Her movements were delicate, as if afraid to disturb something, yet also as if preventing a heavy object from falling. Suddenly, the etchings on the ice wall illuminated. A silver-red light climbed along the patterns, awakening as if it were a living entity. Jiang Jin felt a tightening in his throat. That sound was no longer an external force, but resonated from within his chest. He wished to close his eyes, but found his eyelids heavy as lead. His vision was suffused with a deep gold hue, revealing fragmented images, starships shattering, flames swirling, countless armored figures arrayed in formation, singing in unison. He opened his mouth, a syllable escaping, hoarse and unrecognizable, yet seamlessly connecting with the battle hymn echoing from the depths of the cavern. The entire ice wall trembled. The runic chains activated in full, light-forming lines that wove into a net. Those ancient etchings transformed from mere static marks into segments of sealed memories, slowly unearthing in the presence of the battle song. Jiang Jin's body began to heat up. Starry patterns expanded rapidly, spreading from his right arm to his chest, the surface of his skin taking on a metallic sheen. The armor's design materialized, dark red and silver intertwined, outlining the contours of incomplete armor, with a vague emblem emerging on his shoulder, sure partially formed, yet already exuding an aura of lethal intent. He was being transformed. Ling Zhao whispered, her finger resting on the edge of her visor, energy readings exceeding their limits. This was not awakening, but forced loading. Tai Tuo extended his arms, compressing the gravitational field to its lowest frequency, like a net supporting the surrounding ice layers. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and the crystalline markings on his right arm faintly heated. He could not hold out much longer. This place was on the verge of collapse. Before he could finish his thought, the temperature within the cavern plummeted. A shadow emerged from the intervals of the battle song, silver-haired and eyeless, surrounded by stardust runes. The projection of Qing Ming stood quietly in midair, hands crossed over his chest, fingers tracing a sigil. That sigil spun and flew towards Jiang Jin's brow, transforming into a chain that pierced his consciousness. Ling Zhao acted faster than thought. The dagger slipped from her grasp, propelled by an electromagnetic pulse towards the center of the sigil. Yet before the blade could make contact, it was repelled by an invisible barrier, crashing against the ice wall and sparking. Tai Tuo roared, the gravitational field suddenly intensifying. The tripled gravity bore down on the projection of Qing Ming. But that shadow merely swayed slightly, the runic chains continuing their advance. The resonance of a lower civilization would only invite deeper purification. Qing Ming's voice remained flat, like a pre-recorded judgment. What you have awakened is not a legacy, but the prelude to annihilation. Jiang Jin kept his eyes closed, yet a cold smirk crept upon his lips. He did not attempt to block the chain. Instead, he pressed his left hand against the armor's markings on his chest, dragging it forcefully across. Blood surged forth, mingling with the starry energy and dripping to the ground. Using the blood trail, he inscribed a reverse circuit upon the icy surface, guiding the frequency of the battle song into his body, then outputting it back through his mechanical eye. His left eye erupted with unprecedented light. Two colored beams shot forth, one red and one blue, spiraling towards the runic chain. The moment they met, the air seemed to tear apart, shockwaves creating a circular impact that violently repelled the projection of Qing Ming. The runes shattered one by one, producing a crystalline sound like breaking glass. Unthinkable. For the first time, Qing Ming's voice wavered. The turbid and pure energies could not coexist. You are mistaken. Jiang Jin opened his eyes, the patterns of his mechanical eye swirling wildly. We do not coexist. He raised his hand, the two colored beams coalescing once more, this time aimed directly at Qing Ming's brow. It is we who have devoured that which you hold sacred. The light pierced through the shadow. The projection of Qing Ming distorted violently, silver hair fracturing bit by bit, ultimately exploding into countless points of light, dissolving amidst the battle hymn. Only the final echoes remained. What you have awakened is not hope, but destruction. Jiang Jin gasped for breath, his knees slightly bending, almost collapsing. Ling Zhao immediately stepped forward to support his shoulder, discovering that his body temperature was alarmingly high. The patterns beneath his skin still writhing, as if something were moving beneath. Can you still stand? She inquired. Jiang Jin nodded, though his gaze never left the ice wall. The runes continued to glow, the battle song had yet to cease. He could sense deeper memories beginning to stir, with just one more step forward. He could touch the last scene before the demise of the human race. Do not go in, Ling Zhao suddenly warned. He turned to look at her. You are not merely unlocking memories now. She fixed her gaze upon the illuminated wall. It is the battlefield. Tai Tuo stood behind them, maintaining the gravitational field at its lowest operation. The crystalline markings on his right arm suddenly twitched, as if brushed by something. He looked down, noticing a fine crack beneath the ice, visibly extending towards their feet. Jiang Jin remained silent. He raised his hand once more, pressing against the nearest etching. The moment his fingertips touched the ice, the runes across the entire wall flickered in unison. The battle song shifted its tune, no longer a march, but a lamenting chant. Countless images flooded his mind. Shattered star gates, burning motherships, the commander of the royal guard standing alone amidst the wreckage, the mechanical device over his left eye gradually dimming. His body jolted violently. The armor's patterns spread from his chest to his neck, creeping up half of his cheek. This was not mere decoration, but a brand, a confirmation of identity. Ling Zhao seized his wrist tightly. You are already overextending yourself. Jiang Jin broke free from her grasp. He took a step forward, plunging entirely into the wall of light. Chapter 44. Memory unsealed. The instant Jiang Jin's palm entered the wall of light, the entire ice wall emitted a deep hum. This was not a sound, but a frequency resonating directly within his marrow. His body was ensnared by layers of runes, as if bound by countless glowing chains from within. The starry patterns beneath his skin rapidly expanded, completely merging with the outline of the armor. Ling Zhao rushed forward, only to be repelled by an invisible force. She staggered back, her fingertips grazing the ice surface, leaving a shallow mark. Tai Tuo immediately suppressed the gravitational field, his feet sinking half an inch into the ice, while his hands spread an energy barrier, attempting to slow the spread of the wall of light. Yet that radiance had already enveloped Jiang Jin entirely, even his outline beginning to blur. He was being pulled away. Tai Tuo shouted, the crystalline markings on his right arm suddenly leaping as if electrified. Jiang Jin could not hear their words. His consciousness was being torn in two. One half lingered in the ice cave, while the other was dragged into an endless torrent of memories. Fragments of images flashed before him, an altar floating above the sea of stars. 12 figures standing shoulder to shoulder, cradling burning blood crystals, pure energy like mist, turbid energy like flames, intertwining in the void, slowly infusing into the body of an infant. He recognized that child. It was himself. Agonizing pain erupted from the depths of his consciousness. These memories were not passively appearing, but rather forcefully infused with an oppressive will. A deep voice resonated in his mind. Returner, inherit my bloodline, continue my battle song. This was not an invitation, it was a summons. Jiang Jin bit his lip, the taste of iron spreading in his mouth. He forced himself to remain conscious, using the pain to anchor his sense of self. Suddenly, a familiar sound of injection pierced his ears, followed by a surge of searing energy racing up his spine to his brain. The military agent Ling Zhao had previously injected into him, now serving as his final line of defense against the encroaching invasion. He seized this flow of heat, carving a boundary within the chaotic depths of his consciousness. I am not you, he whispered. I am Jiang Jin. The torrent of memories momentarily faltered. In that fleeting moment, he gained clarity. The altar at the center was not merely a ritual, but a testament of betrayal. Upon the 9 elevated seats, someone surreptitiously redirected the flow of energy. The duality of purity and impurity, which ought to coexist within the human lineage, had been clandestinely severed. The tainted essence was marked with a stain of corruption, while the pure essence was exalted as the path of sanctity. That fateful night, the human race fractured, the royal bloodline was sealed, and the powerful of the 12 towers scattered in flight. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Within a sealed laboratory, the lighting was stark and cold. A woman lay upon the operating table, her abdomen swollen, adorned with a bronze insignia of the 12 towers. Several figures clad in silver-gray robes surrounded her, their instruments gleaming with a chilling light. She did not struggle. Instead, she gently caressed her belly, whispering something that Jiang Jin could not hear. Yet, he saw the tears glistening in her eyes. In the next moment, a golden sealing rune shot forth from the apparatus and vanished into her womb. The fetus curled slightly in the amniotic fluid, then fell silent. The insignia gradually shattered, dispersing into dust. Thus, it became clear to Jiang Jin. His bloodline was not inherently flawed. Rather, it had been deliberately sealed by others. His mother had borne the initial seal within herself, enduring this burden solely to ensure his survival. The collapse of the building might not have been mere coincidence. She had been pursued to this point, ultimately choosing to save others until her life came to an end. The tempest of memories ceased its fury. They began to swirl around him, flowing gently, as if awaiting a response. Jiang Jin closed his eyes, relinquishing his resistance. He opened his arms wide, allowing the visions to cascade into his mind. The altar, the battle hymn, the star map, the fallen fleet, the solitary figure of the commander standing amidst the wreckage. Every fragmented piece finally coalesced. He beheld the complete truth and saw his own name inscribed in the final line of the stele of the first human emperor. I have returned, he whispered softly. The entire wall of light suddenly blazed with brilliance. The chains of runes detached from the icy barrier, entwining around him, embedding themselves within the patterns of his armor. The character for Guardian on his shoulder solidified, its edges shimmering with a metallic cold glow. The dark red star patterns and silver-blue lines within him surged simultaneously, converging at his heart to form a swirling core of energy. Ling Zhao sensed the change. She lifted her gaze to the wall of light, noticing that the fluctuations were stabilizing, no longer a voracious pull, but a harmonious resonance. She refrained from approaching, gripping her dagger tightly, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Jin's figure. Tai Tuo gasped for breath, the gravitational field nearly at its limit. His right arm bore fine cracks, oozing traces of blood, yet he remained standing, his feet seemingly anchored to the icy surface. It's almost there, he murmured, within the luminous wall. Jiang Jin slowly opened his eyes. His pupils had transcended human form, transforming into swirling galaxies, profound enough to seem as though they could absorb light. His breath grew light, each rise and fall causing the surrounding air to tremble. He raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the inner wall of the light, and the runes immediately responded, retreating like subservient attendants. The unlocking of memories was complete. The bloodline had returned to its rightful place. He glanced down at his palm, fingers closing and then extending. An unprecedented power surged within him, not merely an enhancement of energy, but a metamorphosis at the level of fundamental laws. He finally grasped the true meaning of duality stemming from the same source. This was not merely a talent, it was a legacy, also a responsibility. He took a step forward. The wall of light violently shattered, dispersing into countless luminous points that vanished into the air. The aftershocks swept across the icy surface, triggering a chain reaction. Cracks spread from beneath his feet, extending to the cave's edge. Tai Tua emitted a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee as the gravitational field finally collapsed. Ling Zhao surged forward, reaching out to halt Jiang Jin just as he was about to step out. "Do you remember who I am?" she inquired. Her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable sharpness. Jiang Jin looked at her, his gaze clear. "Ling Zhao," he replied, "Guardian of the 12 Towers, my companion." She scrutinized him for 2 seconds before slowly retracting her hand. Jiang Jin did not pause. He advanced toward the innermost part of the icy barrier, where the last unextinguished rune inscription lingered. He pressed his palm against it. In an instant, the entire wall trembled violently. The runes illuminated sequentially, no longer mere scattered marks, but forming a complete totem of the Stargate. An ancient metallic structure emerged from beneath the ice, gradually revealing the shape of a colossal archway. Its surface was marred with scars from battles, some resembling slashes, others bearing the imprints of energy impacts. The Stargate manifested but remained unopened. Jiang Jin stood before the gate, gazing up at its towering silhouette. His body still radiated warmth. The patterns of his armor yet to cool entirely. He understood that as soon as he recited that battle hymn, the gate would open. Yet he remained still. Behind him, Ling Zhao positioned herself to his left, the dagger still firmly in hand. Tai Tua struggled to rise, moving to his right, his right arm hanging limply, his complexion pale. The three stood shoulder to shoulder. Jiang Jin raised his right hand, gathering a strand of dual-colored energy at his fingertips, red and blue spiraling together, slowly pushing toward the core of the Stargate. A glimmer of light began to seep through the gap of the gate. Chapter 45. Stargate. Jiang Jin's fingertips pressed against the core of the Stargate, the dual-colored energy seeping into the crevices of the runes like threads. Within the yet-to-be-fully-opened crevice, a faint glow pulsed rhythmically, as if awakening a slumbering heartbeat. Low-frequency vibrations emanated from deep within the ice, not from the earth below, but from a distant place, as if the entire polar continent responded to the awakening of this gate. He withdrew his hand, a fissure appearing on his palm, drops of blood falling onto the rune inscription at the heart of the gate. As the silver blue and dark red blood mingled with the runes, the entire Stargate jolted violently, the humming crescendoing before abruptly falling silent. Following this, 12 luminous patterns rose from the base of the gate, climbing along the ancient metallic lines, ultimately converging at the top into a swirling star ring design. Ling Zhao took half a step back, the guardian insignia on her shoulder suddenly growing hot. She pressed her hand against it, remaining silent. Tai Tua leaned against the icy wall, his right arm dangling, breathing heavily. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Jin's silhouette. He observed the patterns of armor slowly extending, spreading from his shoulder to his back, as if something alive were growing beneath the skin. At the center of the Stargate, the air began to warp. A figure emerged from the luminous mist. He was neither tall nor imposing, wearing a tattered battle robe, with a vacant left sleeve and a broken sword clasped in his right hand. His features were indistinct, yet his eyes shone clearly, like two stars suspended in the void. He stood 3 paces in front of Jiang Jin, silent, merely watching. Jiang Jin lifted his gaze to meet that stare. "Why have you come?" When the voice resonated, it was not heard in the ears but reverberated within the marrow. "I do not come for vengeance," Jiang Jin began, his tone steady, "nor for power, or to reconstruct any order." The figure remained unmoving. "I only wish for those who ought to live, to no longer perish unnoticed." Upon finishing, he slowly raised his right hand, palm outward, revealing the unhealed scars, declaring, "They should not be treated as collateral." Silence lingered for a few breaths. The ethereal figure finally raised the broken sword, gently touching it to his left shoulder. In that instant, a surge of warmth coursed from his shoulder into his spine. Jiang Jin trembled slightly, but did not retreat. The sword tip shifted to his right shoulder and fell once more. "My blood shall not run dry. The flame shall forever burn," the figure whispered softly, the words resonating outward, causing the entire cave to vibrate in unison. The runes upon the icy walls illuminated, engulfing the ground, the dome. Every inch of space in a flowing silver-red glow. Jiang Jin felt something within him explode, not in pain, but in a sensation akin to a tearing expansion. Turbid energy surged like lava, while pure energy coursed through like a chilling current. Two distinctly different torrents of energy clashed within his meridians, groaning under the unbearable strain. His knees buckled slightly, causing the ice beneath him to crack instantaneously. Ling Zhao attempted to move forward, but was halted by an invisible barrier. She reached out tentatively, her fingertips encountering a repulsive force as if striking against heated metal. "Do not move," she admonished sharply, retracting her hand swiftly and turning to Iron Hammer. "Steady your position." Iron Hammer gritted his teeth, sustaining the gravitational field, yet this time the fluctuations were too intense. The crystalline patterns on his right arm deepened in cracks, blood seeping through his fingers and pooling in dark spots on the ice. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity, resembling a stake driven firmly into the ground. Around the Stargate, the air began to twist into spirals. Jiang Jin knelt, hands braced against the ice, veins bulging on his forehead. He could feel his heart pounding violently within his chest, each beat causing his blood vessels to swell and contract. The two energies converged at his heart, yet could not merge, tearing at each other, nearly shredding his innards. A memory suddenly flickered to life, not of a battlefield or the starry sea, but of an old apartment building. On a rainy night, a concrete block fell, and his mother dashed into the collapsing corridor, cradling a child in her arms. She glanced back at him, her lips moving without sound. Then came a deafening crash, dust consuming all sound. In that moment, he understood. Guardianship was never a result of power, but rather its inception. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and allowed the two energies to collide without resistance. He drew a line in his consciousness, using the image from that rainy night as an anchor, guiding the turbid energy downward and the pure energy upward. The two energies circumvented his body along divergent paths, ultimately converging at his heart, forming a slowly rotating vortex. The excruciating pain persisted, yet it no longer spiraled out of control. Above the Stargate, 12 beams of light reformed, no longer scattering but descending vertically, enveloping Jiang Jin. The star patterns on his skin rapidly spread from his arms and neck to half of his cheek. Deep within his pupils, a swirling galaxy began to take shape, transitioning from deep black to silver blue, its edges glowing with a faint crimson light. The phantom stood still, the broken sword in its hand quietly dissipating, replaced by a silent resonance. Jiang Jin gradually rose to his feet, his movements slow, yet each step firm. He lifted his gaze to the pinnacle of the Stargate, where a complete star map emerged, its lines ancient and inscribed with 9 unfamiliar coordinates. He recognized them as the locations of the competing civilizations. He also saw the blue planet, no longer flickering with red light, but marked by a silver ring, accompanied by the words, "Main Trial Zone." He said nothing, simply raising his right hand with his palm facing upward. A sphere of dual-colored energy formed in his hand, red and blue spiraling together, stable, as if naturally occurring. This was true dual cultivation, no longer a forced suppression but a complete integration. Ling Zhao sensed the shift. Her tactical visor automatically scanned Jiang Jin's energy fluctuations, the data stream rapidly scrolling before finally locking onto an unprecedented reading pattern. She scrutinized the values, her brows furrowing momentarily before relaxing. Iron Hammer gasped, leaning against the ice wall as he slid to the ground, his right arm nearly immobile. Yet he managed a grin. "Have we truly found our home?" Jiang Jin turned to glance at them. That gaze tightened Ling Zhao's chest. It was neither a familiar nor entirely strange look, but rather one that seemed to peer through the veil of time itself, a will observing the present through a singular visage. Yet she knew he was still there, still the person who would rush into a collapsing building to save others. "The door has yet to open," Jiang Jin declared, "but I can push it open." He approached the Stargate with steady steps. Behind him, Ling Zhao straightened, dagger still in hand, her gaze fixed ahead. Iron Hammer struggled to rise, attempting twice before finally finding his footing against the ice wall. The light seeping through the cracks of the Stargate grew ever stronger, as if something within was approaching. Jiang Jin extended his hand, pressing his palm against the central rune of the door. The entire gate began to resonate, the frequency escalating, causing the ice to tremble and debris to fall. His garment fluttered without wind, the star patterns on his skin emitting a faint glow in harmony with the door's engravings. A low chant emerged from within the gate, not of words or sounds, but a vibration that directly affected consciousness. Ling Zhao felt a sharp pain at her temples and immediately severed some neural connections. Iron Hammer let out a muffled groan, bracing his forehead with one hand, his teeth clenched. Yet Jiang Jin stepped forward, his palms sinking deeper into the runes. the veins beneath his skin shimmering with a silver-red hue. The nascent star core took shape at his heart, slowly rotating, guiding the flow of energy throughout his body. The barriers of the melting muscles realm had been shattered, and signs of a higher level began to manifest, intricate star-like patterns emerging on the surface of his skin, as if a new crescent was about to break free from its shell. At the apex of the Stargate, the star ring completed its final rotation, the brilliance reaching its zenith. Jiang Jin opened his eyes, the galaxy swirling within his pupils. He was prepared. Suddenly, the core of the Stargate shook violently, the gap widening by half an inch, a blinding beam of white light shooting forth, striking his chest plate. The ancient armor, activated by his bloodline, responded instantly, its surface revealing outlines of 12 phantoms, aligned in order, collectively reciting an incomprehensible incantation. Energy surged into Jiang Jin like a tidal wave. He tilted his head back, a suppressed roar escaping his throat, his feet sinking into the ice, his entire being rooted to the earth. His meridians expanded, bones reshaped, and his organs were meticulously refined. This was not merely a breakthrough, but a transcendence on the level of rules. As the light began to dim, he remained steadfast in place. His breath was contained, yet it caused the entire space to tremble. Ling Zhao watched him closely, noticing the tips of his hair beginning to emit a faint halo, as if energy were flowing through them. She did not lower her guard, but tightened her grip on the dagger. Iron Hammer lifted his head, blood still at the corner of his mouth, yet he smiled. This should qualify us, right? Jiang Jin did not respond. He gazed into the depths of the Stargate, where darkness still lingered unilluminated. He understood that beyond the door lay not an end, but the beginning of another journey. He raised his hand, ready to push open the final seal. At that moment, a faint tapping echoed from within the Stargate, as if a finger gently rapped against the metallic inner wall. Chapter 46. Countdown. The soft knock from within the Stargate resembled a knuckle tapping on metal, akin to the activation of a signal. Jiang Jin's hand remained pressed against the central rune, the residual warmth of energy flow lingering in his palm. Just as he prepared to exert force to push open the last seal, the entire Stargate suddenly trembled, a sharp buzzing emanating from within, its rhythm rapid and methodical. Like a countdown metronome, red light surged from the crevice of the door, not the gentle pulse of before, but a blinding alarm flashing. A holographic projection abruptly unfolded, floating before the three of them, cold numbers beginning to count down from 1,000, each second accompanied by an electronic sound akin to metallic friction, as if a system were pronouncing its decree. Self-destruction protocol activated. A mechanical voice intoned, flat and devoid of emotion, detecting the intrusion of sovereign-level energy, initiating extermination protocol. Jiang Jin's pupils constricted, the dual energies within him, which had just stabilized, immediately sensed the anomaly. He swiftly withdrew his hand, adjusting his balance as he landed, narrowly avoiding an icicle plummeting from the apex. He recognized the frequency of the red light as a fragment of the cleansing order from the ancient scripts of humanity, triggered only when a civilization's contamination was deemed critical. It was not an external attack. He whispered softly, his gaze sweeping across the control console. The Stargate had deemed us a threat. Ling Zhao had already turned and advanced, her tactical visor automatically switching to energy analysis mode. She focused intently on the core nodes of the console, her fingers dancing swiftly over the floating interface, only to be met with a string of crimson warnings. Command denied. Insufficient permissions. What is required? She inquired. Jiang Jin stared at the flickering numbers, the blood of the royal lineage combined with dual magical resonance. However, the system was entirely locked down, with external input rendered ineffective. Then do not input anything. Ling Zhao pivoted, drawing a tactical rope from her waist, binding herself. No one move. This place cannot withstand much longer. Her movements were precise as she secured one end of the rope to the base of the console. The other wrapped around Jiang Jin's arm, tying a firm knot. Just as Tai Tua attempted to speak, she tossed another rope his way. You too, do not be reckless. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the entire ice layer trembled violently, a massive boulder crashing down from above, which Jiang Jin narrowly pushed aside, shattering upon impact. The ground fractured into a web of cracks, the metallic supports beneath the Stargate emitting distorted groans, as if they might snap at any moment. We cannot let it collapse. Tai Tua growled, his right arm still bleeding from crystal scars, but he could not afford to dwell on the pain. With a sudden push against the ground, the gravitational field erupted, and he forcefully amplified his weight 1,000-fold, anchoring himself like a steel stake into the ice, his arms bracing against the tilting metal beams above. Ice shards flew, his knees sinking half a foot into the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Hold on. He gritted out between clenched teeth. Jiang Jin regarded him silently, aware that Tai Tuo could not endure much longer. Such intense gravitational manipulation was a catastrophic burden on the body. He turned his gaze to the console, the blood-stained runic slots still faintly glowing, remnants of the dual-colored blood he had recently infused, not yet fully dried. There is still vitality. Ling Zhao noted his focus. Shall we try again? Jiang Jin shook his head, having just completed the dual magical conduit. His meridians were still being reshaped. Forcibly channeling energy could lead to a backlash in his blood vessels. He raised his left hand and pressed it against the mechanical eye over his left eye, the sole relic left to him by Gu Hong. Long dormant like a lifeless object. Now was not the time for hesitation. Ling Zhao fixed her gaze on the countdown. 8 minutes and 23 seconds remaining. We must either break the deadlock or be buried together here. Jiang Jin closed his eyes, gently tapping the edge of his mechanical eye with his fingertips, initiating the manual awakening sequence. There was no response. He tried again, this time infusing a hint of murky energy. The mechanical eye suddenly vibrated. A faint blue light flickering in the pupil area, soon projecting a blurred image. Within the frame stood an elderly man in a gray robe, positioned before the porthole of a warship set to launch. The mechanical prosthetic of his left eye glowed coldly. His voice deep and clear, with the royal blood as the guide, and the power of dual magic as the key, when the 12 halls resonate together. One may reverse fate. The image flickered and vanished, followed by the emergence of 12 coordinates in the air, arranged in a circular formation, each marked with ancient energy node symbols. Jiang Jin opened his eyes, the galaxies swirling in his pupils, instantly committing all positions to memory. He understood that the goal was not to reboot the Stargate, but to interrupt its self-destruction sequence. It was imperative to simultaneously activate the 12 bronze halls scattered underground, creating a reverse resonance to sever the countdown. Time was running short. Ling Zhao focused on the projection. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We cannot possibly reach all 12 points in time. No one needs to go. Jiang Jin raised his hand, drawing a short blade from within the tactical armor, its blade glinting coldly. As long as the blood can reach its destination. He grasped the hilt, pressing the tip against his wrist. Are you insane? Ling Zhao grasped his wrist fiercely. You are bleeding. Your meridians will collapse. There is no other choice. He twisted his hand free. You cover Tai Tuo. Do not let the structure collapse. Ling Zhao fell silent, stepping back half a pace, the dagger held horizontally before her chest. Her gaze locked onto the red light above the console. She understood she could not stop him and recognized that this strike was unavoidable. Jiang Jin inhaled deeply, twisting his wrist, the blade slicing through skin. Dual-colored blood surged forth, silver-blue intertwining with dark red, dripping from his palm. Instead of directly infusing it into the runic slot, he let the droplets fall onto an energy conduit at the edge of the console, the main line connecting to the underground network. If the blood could flow through the veins to the 12 halls, there remained a chance to trigger a synchronized resonance. The first drop fell, the conduit quivering slightly. The second drop revealed intricate patterns on its surface. The third drop caused the entire line to begin to glow. Effective, Ling Zhao murmured. Jiang Jin continued to bleed, his complexion growing paler. He understood he could not stop. Should he interrupt, the preceding blood would lose its vitality. His arm began to tremble. Yet the hand gripping the knife remained steady. Countdown, 415. Tai Tuo's gravitational field began to fluctuate, the supporting metal frame groaning under the strain. His right arm was entirely numb, blood dripping from his fingertips to pool on the ice. Hurry. He gritted his teeth. Hurry. Jiang Jin's vision blurred. Yet he could sense the energy within him slowly flowing back, mingling with the blood as it surged toward the conduit. Suddenly, his left mechanical eye vibrated again. Blue light flashing, seemingly autonomously expelling a portion of energy that flowed with the blood into the line. It was as if Gu Hong's consciousness had left a final contingency at the last moment. The light from the conduit intensified dramatically, all 12 coordinates igniting simultaneously. A deep resonance emanating from beneath the earth, as if 12 slumbering palaces had awoken together. The countdown abruptly halted. 3:47. The flickering frequency of the red light slowed. Has it succeeded? Ling Zhao stared at the projection, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Jin did not respond. His wrist continued to bleed, the hilt slick with moisture. He wished to raise his hand to cut deeper, ensuring adequate blood flow for transmission, yet his arm felt too heavy to lift. At that moment, the console emitted a sharp alarm. The red light began to flicker rapidly once more. The countdown restarted. 300. The system is purging transmission data. Ling Zhao quickly scanned. It had recognized the blood signal and was reversing the channel. Jiang Jin gritted his teeth, slamming his left hand against the mechanical eye, forcibly triggering maximum output. Energy surged from the eye, mixing with the blood to form a dual-colored stream, racing against the system's blockade toward the underground. The conduit erupted with blinding light. All 12 coordinates trembled simultaneously. The countdown halted again at 258. The tremors of the Stargate lessened momentarily. Tai Tuo gasped for breath, his body nearly pressed against the ice. But the gravitational field remained in place. His right arm had twisted grotesquely, as if its bones had been crushed under immense pressure. Ling Zhao looked at Jiang Jin. Noticing his pupils had begun to lose focus, his complexion as pale as paper. Enough. She reached out to seize the knife. If you continue bleeding, you will die. Jiang Jin shook her hand away, the blade once more descending. Another drop of dual-colored blood fell into the conduit. This time, all 12 nodes erupted in a silver-red brilliance. A synchronized roar echoing from the depths, like 12 bells ringing in unison. The countdown froze at 249. The red light extinguished. The buzzing ceased. Silence enveloped the interior of the Stargate once more. The knife in Jiang Jin's hand finally slipped from his grip, clattering against the ice with a crisp sound. He leaned against the control console, slowly sliding down, his breath faint, his right hand hanging limply at his side, blood dripping from his fingertips. Ling Zhao rushed forward, tearing open a tactical pack to apply pressure to his wrist wound. Tai Tuo released the gravitational field, collapsing to the ground, his right arm contorted at an unnatural angle. Yet he still raised his hand to give a thumbs up. Did it succeed? Jiang Jin did not respond. He raised his eyes to the Stargate, the fissure still present. The interior as dark as ever. He understood this was merely the beginning. He lifted his left hand, his fingertips gently grazing the surface of the mechanical eye. A fine crack was spreading across its surface. Chapter 47, Rebirth. Jiang Jin's hand hung limply at his side, blood trickling through his fingers and pooling into a dark puddle on the ice. He leaned against the edge of the control console, his breath so shallow it was almost imperceptible, while the crack in his left mechanical eye extended to his cheekbone, intermittently glowing with a faint blue light. Ling Zhao knelt beside him on one knee, her bandages soaked through with blood that seeped through the 3 layers. She made no further attempts to stop it. Instead, she positioned her tactical dagger between them, her gaze sweeping across the gap of the Stargate. Although the red light had extinguished, the metallic surface still trembled slightly, as if some system was still operational in the background. Tai Tuo lay on the ground, his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, his body pinned beneath a slanted ice boulder, barely supporting the falling debris above. His teeth ached from clenching, the metallic tang of blood filling his throat. Yet he still whispered, "Is the conduit still transmitting?" Ling Zhao looked up at the main control line. The energy conduit embedded in the ice flickered with a faint frequency, the silver-red glimmers pulsing like a heartbeat. "It's still connected," she replied, "but the signal is unstable." No sooner had she spoken than the conduit's glow suddenly dimmed. A muffled sound echoed from deep within the earth, 3 out of 12 nodes instantly losing connection. The runes on the surface of the Stargate began to dissipate, and fine cracks re-emerged along the edges. Jiang Jin's eyes flew open. His consciousness felt as if it had been violently yanked from the depths of the ocean, every nerve in his body tearing apart. He pressed his left hand firmly against the mechanical eye, a burning pain radiating from his palm. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he forced the last remnants of his vitality into it. A flash of blue light appeared. A fragment of residual data emerged, the voice of Gu Hong, no longer complete. Only a few fragmented syllables of a blood-stirring war song. He understood. It was not about maintaining the blood connection, but igniting it. Jiang Jin bit his tongue, the metallic taste exploding in his mouth. He summoned all his strength to raise his right hand and tore the bandage from his wrist. The wound reopened, 2-colored blood mingling with energy as it dripped onto the conduit interface. This time, he did not allow the blood to flow naturally. He closed his eyes, channeling the remaining power within his veins, reversing the flow of his energy and compressing the last bit of mixed energy into his palm. The star patterns on his body suddenly brightened, spreading from his shoulders down to his chest, faintly revealing the engravings of an ancient war song. A surge of heat erupted from deep within his veins, as if a dormant ember had been reignited. The conduit blazed brightly, the silver and red hues rapidly transmitting along the patterns, plunging deep into the earth. In the distance, the 3 interrupted nodes trembled, their glimmers reigniting. Ling Zhao immediately reacted. Tai Tuo matched the vibration frequency with the conduit. Tai Tuo let out a low growl, his feet pushing hard against the ground. The gravitational field expanded once more, and he maximized his weight, his body crashing down like a hammer onto the ground. The ice layer cracked in response, the shock waves spreading through the earth, precisely compensating for the missing resonance bands of the three nodes. Again, he gritted his teeth and shouted, veins bulging on his forehead, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Another heavy strike. A third. Each impact sent a resounding crack from his right arm, but he did not stop. The conduit-esque glow intensified, the subterranean resonance gradually synchronizing. Suddenly, the entire ice field shook violently. 12 silver-red pillars of light burst through the surface from various angles, tearing through the ice cap and shooting into the night sky. The beams converged high above, forming a circular star array. Different sounds finally emanated from within the Stargate. No longer alarms, but a deep, distant activation melody, as if millions were singing a long-lost war song in unison. The runes illuminated layer by layer, the cracks slowly expanding. Darkness retreating to reveal a swirling nebula passage behind it. It was done. Ling Zhao's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but in the next moment, they tightened again. The space above the Stargate suddenly warped. A phantom appeared, silver-haired and eyeless, surrounded by stardust runes. The projection of Qing Ming materialized where the countdown numbers dissipated. Hands crossed over his chest, fingertips coalescing into a dimensional rift, aimed directly at the core of the Stargate. Lowly civilization, you are forbidden to open the door. Her voice was icy, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with the weight of the galaxy. The rift expanded rapidly, the space torn open like fabric. An invisible force enveloping the area, attempting to seal the passage. Jiang Jin was still panting, his chest feeling as if it had been crushed. He knew he could not withstand this strike. He could only break through. He raised his head, his eyes slowly rotating, the swirling galaxy forming in his gaze. The crack in his left mechanical eye spread to his earlobe, yet at that moment, it erupted with one final flash of blue light. His vision shifted dramatically. He saw the deep-level permission structure of the Stargate, countless interwoven data chains, energy circuits, and sealing nodes, all laid bare before him. It was the final gift left by Gu Hong, opening this door at the cost of his remaining will. He clearly heard that voice again, only to fade away. Jiang Jin hesitated not. He opened his eyes wide, the galaxy swirling within his pupils, two beams of light shooting forth, one dark red like a falling meteor, carrying a violent surge of impure energy, the other silver blue like a gravitational vortex, deftly guiding the pure energy. The two forces intertwined in the air, forming a spiraling energy storm that collided with the dimensional rift. Boom. The storm could not hold against the rift for even half a breath before completely engulfing it. The projection of Qing Ming shook violently, the surrounding fleet phantoms caught in the tumult, one after another disintegrating into points of light, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The Stargate thundered open. The passage stabilized, the nebula swirling, a faint outline of a crimson planet visible at the end. Jiang Jin's body swayed. Finally unable to sustain himself, his knees crashing heavily onto the ice. His left hand still pressed against the mechanical eye, but that eye had completely extinguished, the crack running across his entire left face. Ling Zhao quickly stepped forward, standing in front of him, her dagger gripped tightly. Her gaze fixed on the depths of the Stargate. She sensed a peculiar pressure in the air, as if the passage led not just to a planet, but connected to the breath of a living being. Tai Tua slumped to the ground, his right arm hanging limply, yet he grinned, revealing bloodied teeth. The door is open? No one answered. Jiang Jin lifted his head, gazing at the nebula, his lips moving silently, his voice barely audible to himself. Mother, I see you. His palm slowly loosened, the dagger slipping from his grasp, clattering against the ice with a sharp sound. Blood continued to drip from his wrist, one drop, then two, landing in the groove of the control console's base. That groove, once empty, now revealed a faint pattern that matched the 12 palace nodes perfectly due to the infusion of blood. From deep within the Stargate, a second tremor resonated. It was neither activation nor closure. It was a response. Chapter 48, Breakthrough. Jiang Jin's fingertips remained pressed against the edge of the groove at the base of the control console, blood flowing into the intricate engravings through the open skin. The delicate markings felt slightly warm, as if responding to some distant call. He remained still, his knees still pressed against the ice. The mechanical eye in his left face completely extinguished, the crack stretching from his cheekbone to behind his ear, resembling a frozen lightning bolt. The wind stirred. It was not ordinary wind, but an energy maelstrom tearing forth from within the Stargate, entwined with residual silver-red fluctuations, colliding with the spatial folds left behind when Qing Ming's projection disintegrated. In an instant, the entire Arctic ice cap emitted a piercing groan. The 1,000-meter-high ice layers shattering like glass, fragments being swept into the air, only to vaporize in an instant. Hold on. Ling Zhao's voice was low, yet it pierced through the roar. She had already leapt beside Jiang Jin, tactical ropes wrapped thrice around her waist. The other end tightly entangled in the cracks of the floating ice. The thruster nozzles of the exoskeleton armor flickered with the last vestiges of blue light, igniting in reverse to firmly anchor the massive ice block beneath the trio. Blood seeped from her left shoulder, an old wound torn open by violent movements. Yet she paid it no heed, instead wedging her dagger into the thruster valve to maintain its output. Above them, a colossal ice rock, stretching 100 meters, broke free from the dome, tumbling downwards. Tai Tua abruptly lifted his head, his right arm still bleeding, the bone fractured cleanly, rendering it nearly immobile. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, a guttural sound escaping his throat, veins bulging at his temples. The moment the gravitational field expanded, the enormous block of ice slowed dramatically, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire, ultimately veering off course and crashing into the abyss beside the drifting ice. He was at his limit, gasping for breath, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, the storm intensified. The space at the Stargate's exit began to warp, energy whirlwinds spiraling outward, disintegrating the ice fields into dust, the ground collapsing into unfathomable chasms. The distant horizon vanished, leaving only a swirling wall of white mist interwoven with arcs of electricity. Jiang Jin closed his eyes momentarily. His internal meridians felt as desolate as a dry well, the circulation of turbid and pure energy nearly stagnant, save for the faint rotation of the dual-colored star core at his heart. He attempted to summon a sliver of power, but a serrated pain shot through his ribs, as if something were scraping within him. Do not force it, Ling Zhao urged, pressing her hand against his wrist, feeling the wet chill of blood. She tore open a first aid kit, inserting the last neurostabilizer into the side of Tai Tuo's neck, swiftly connecting the monitoring module to Jiang Jin's pulse. The screen flickered, displaying erratic heart rates and abnormal brainwave patterns. Without hesitation, she drew her dagger, slashing her palm, allowing blood imbued with stellar resonance to flow down the blade and gently press against Jiang Jin's wound. In that instant, his pupils constricted sharply, the swirling galaxy re-emerging in his eyes. Though dimmed, it had not extinguished. The moment his vision restored, he beheld a narrow passage amidst the storm, 100 meters wide, extending straight toward the other end of the Stargate. Flanking it were spatial rifts carved by high-speed particle flows. Any deviation could lead to disintegration. Yet this corridor remained stable, gravitational waves undulating continuously, the sole path to survival. Go there, he rasped, his voice barely audible. Ling Zhao instantly comprehended, kicking away the inoperative thruster casing and manually releasing the remaining kinetic energy. 3 short bursts ignited, with precision down to 2 decimal places, causing the ice to gradually pivot and glide towards the corridor's edge. But the pace was far too slow. The storm's trailing winds caught up, a purplish-black energy beam grazing the ice surface, instantly melting a 100-meter-deep chasm. The ice trembled violently, cracks spreading rapidly. Let me, Tai Tua suddenly laughed, revealing bloodied teeth. He raised his intact left arm, palm facing upward, the remaining star core energy within him compressing. This was not a conventional application of gravitational affinity, but a desperate gambit to create a miniature gravitational well, propelling the entire ice block away. No, Ling Zhao turned back, her words unspoken. Boom. A dark explosion of light erupted, followed by a silent gravitational collapse. The ice block beneath them surged forward as if propelled by a giant hand, breaking through the last layer of turbulence and piercing the luminous membrane at the Stargate's exit. The world fell into sudden silence. There was no wind, no explosions. Only the boundless darkness and the ocean of stars. The ice drifted in the void, the remnants of the Stargate closing behind them, and 300 meters ahead. A massive vessel floated silently. Its surface was jet black, angular and distinct, with the ancient inscription Gui Su etched upon its bow. It resembled not a modern warship, but rather a mobile mountain of metal, its surface adorned with etched patterns, each seam pulsating like a slow breath. Jiang Jin stood at the forefront of the ice, his right hand still gripping the hilt of his dagger, knuckles whitening from exertion. His left I could no longer perceive. Yet his right eye remained fixed on the ship. The stellar patterns on his skin dimmed, but still radiated warmth, as if sensing something. Ling Zhao leaned slightly to his right, dagger held horizontally, her gaze scanning the surrounding void. The exoskeleton's energy was depleted, armor fractured in several places. Blood from her shoulders soaked through her combat suit, yet she stood resolute, vigilance unwavering. She noticed a flicker of light deep within the ship's windows, fleeting, as if someone were moving inside. Tai Tuo slumped in the rear, his right arm hanging limply, pain flooding back as the medication wore off. He managed a weak grin. This ship is enormous. No one responded. Jiang Jin slowly raised his right hand, his fingertips trembling, yet resolutely pointing toward the Guisu. He understood that the opening of the door did not guarantee safety. The final tremor before the Stargate closed warned him that someone awaited them, or perhaps awaited their demise. Ling Zhao noticed his movement, whispering, "Can you still move?" He did not answer, merely sheathing his dagger at his waist and bracing himself against the edge of the ice, gradually standing upright. His legs still quivered, but he had risen. Just then, the bottom hatch of the Guisu began to open slowly, a narrow light bridge extending outward, suspended in midair, 50 meters away from them. Not long enough. Jiang Jin squinted, the Star River in his right eye rotating slowly. He was calculating the distance and assessing whether the light bridge was a trap. He recalled a phrase spoken by Gong Hong long ago, amidst the ruins of the Orion Stargate. The true trial begins the moment you take the first step. Ling Zhao grasped the situation as well. She touched her dagger, glanced at Tai Tuo's condition, and whispered, "We must jump." Jiang Jin nodded. The two exerted force simultaneously, cracking the ice's edge, gliding forward on the faintest inertia. The distance narrowed to 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Tai Tuo suddenly shouted, "Wait." His voice was not loud, yet it brought both to an immediate halt. He pointed at the end of the light bridge, his voice strained. "Something is moving there."